21 blue flag.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Finnick. I'm joined by Lucas and Torby, and we are your commentators for the remaining 6 hours of our 12 hours of COTA. A couple of passes were being made during the break. We saw, I believe, a battle between the 899 and 731 entries in the LMH class, but that has fizzled out for now. Luca, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, as we've just seen on track an overtake between the Keisha to Mafia Lexus on the Mercedes there into turn 12 on the inside. So I've heard there's been some great overtakes into turn 12 after the long back straight, and it looks like there's still stuff happening. I apologize, what's the Keisha to Mafia Lexus in the back that it got the overtake done, and now here for P21. Here we see the PMO Endurance Team Red versus the Apex 1 car.
Apex 1 car in the lead, but the start bring us straight into turn 1. Very commonplace for overtakes along COTA, although the Apex 1 car still doesn't have quite the lead or quite the gap to make the overtake. As we follow around, about half a second back on PMO Endurance Team Red, as it stands with these S's. Very, very difficult all around COTA.
Yeah, through turn 4 we saw taking a bit too much of the inside curb and jumping around, not quite managing to handle the car through that first section. Last time in Istanbul we saw this Mercedes being in the lead, and now it looks like it's a bit dropped down. So can it bring something around here, as Ice again back to the Park Motorsport car, trying to keep its gap, trying to keep up with the Keisha to Mafia Lexus here. Last lap was the overtake, but the Lexus now eyes ahead to unlap himself from those two Mercedes up there. But it looks like the Apex 1 car is just not managing to keep up as much to the PMO Endurance Team Red car as it was hoping for.
At the moment, though, lots of traffic on this section of the track. And taking a look at the timing sheets. Yeah, it's just very densely populated part of the track. The backstretch currently one of the cleaner areas, so gonna be pretty difficult to make some overtakes happen around this area, but we'll see as they head back towards the main straight in a couple of turns.
Let's see about these GT3s, who has better control of the car, but this time Apex 1 is way closer than last lap. Are we gonna see a move into turn 1 maybe in the slipstream? They go now, going up the hill here. That's really steep, but now we see them sending it down the inside. That's gonna be bit contact. Now it does seem like they keep it clean into turn 1. A bit of a lockup from Apex 1, but they are really close to each other now into turn 2. This is the part where we see last lap Apex 1 having a few issues with the inside curb. Now with the top-down view, we see just the different lines the two cars are taking. Apex 1 avoiding those curbs, while PMO is taking all of it. But it doesn't look like PMO got much of an advantage, taking more of an inside line through this first sector. But look how close they are together now, going into, I believe that is turn 10 and now 11 down this hairpin. Are we gonna see a move maybe from the Mercedes Apex 1? But there also hypercars. Oh, the switch. The hypercars, be careful not to hit them both out of the way.
And we are heading back down that back stretch as the hypercars take their opportunity to pass. Mercedes once again gonna look for a pass as we head to the end of the straightaway. Looks towards the inside. Should be able to make the overtake fairly cleanly here. And they do. Apex 1 now ahead of the PMO Endurance Team Red, but moves to be made towards turn number 1 on the next overtaking opportunity. These cars have been very close, but we see the hypercars starting to make their way through this densely populated area of the track, and actually gives Apex 1 a bit of breathing room going in towards that front stretch.
So it looks like the Mercedes of PMO just cannot keep up anymore with all the hypercars going past that. Now we see the hypercar going very wide. Does he keep it all jumping around? Catches it on the grass. Lucky not to send it into the wall. Careful, the Keisha to Mafia Lexus nearly going into the back of the AOT Turtle Beach LMD Angel was. P2 right now overall, so that must have lost him a little bit of time, but back here with the battle for P5 now. GLS PXN Racing versus a Mystic Rojo team. For P5, the 731 entry versus the 32 entry. Who has the better time through Sector 1? Who has the better line? As we saw before with the GT3s, that the lines really matter here. Depends on how you set up your car. If it can take more of those sausage curbs, or maybe it's more steady for flat surfaces. But now passing a few GT3s, the LMDH has to be careful to get a bit of a gap here. But it looks like the GLS PXN also nearly ascend there into turn 11, but doesn't quite manage.
Yeah, just too much traffic from the GT3s now on the backstretch. They're just going to try to make that back up with the slipstream. Those S's very difficult to follow through when you're on these underbody downforce, or on these high downforce cars, because of the dirty air coming out in front of you. Like, the underbody helps, but still those S's very difficult to keep close to your opponent in the battle. And now GT3 still getting in the mix-up between these hypercars, as GLS PXN Racing keeping still fairly close to Mystic Rojo as they move towards the front stretch and about to finish Sector 3 now.
Yeah, it does look like the times have increased a little between these two cars. So it was down to 6/10. Now it is again, but in the final sector went up to 9/10. But now it looks like the Mystic Rojo team went just a little too wide, compromising the exit. Is GLS PXN gonna get a good run here into turn 1? They have to avoid a GT3 into it, but it looks like way late on the brakes goes to GLS PXN. And the Mystic Rojo team nearly spins it round, but he catches it right on the exit. But that cost him the position, and the GLS PXN team says thank you very much and just goes past.
It was a nice stave from the Mystic Rojo team, 731 entry, but they are not going to be very happy about that, as all 4 tires came to a screeching halt and are going to be losing quite a bit of tires off of that. That said, once again, following through the S's as they make their way onto the back stretch after turn 11. Might be able to make it back, as we see a little bit of a lockup from GLS PXN Racing. They're onto the back stretch now, but GLS PXN gets a much better exit out of turn 11.
With these cars, you want to be in the slipstream at all times, as this track is mostly straight line speed advantages, as only in the final sector mostly counts. As in the first sector you can kind of compromise with those S's, a bit of speed, but it mostly depends when you get onto the straights. And here we see Mr. Rojo team just catching a lot of time on the straight with that slipstream, and now they're also only a half a second down. It looks like the GLS PXN team is locking now a few times the front, so they're starting to have issues as well. Maybe a bit of pressure now, knowing that the car they're trying to fight is behind them, and now the eyes have to be behind, as they get a bit blocked from a GT3 there into the second to final corner, PA turn 19, and onto the final corner. Looks like the Mystic Rojo team goes past cleanly through that GT3 there, but now onto the main straight. It looks like the GLS PXN team just gained just that slightly bit more time, even with the GT3 blocking them.
That said, going into the S's, feels like PXN Racing. I don't have that much of a lead at the moment, only sitting about 0.3 seconds, but as they go through these S's, the dirty air not very nice for the team that is in the following position. We saw the last time a pass was made through the S's that, or following the S's, that the teams took different lines throughout, trying to make sure that they have as much clean air as possible. In the follow, we make our way onto the back stretch, looking towards the inside corner, but Mystic Rojo deciding against making the move quite yet, as they're gonna instead make it at the end.
It looks like through Sector 1, the Mystic Rojo team just had a little bit of extra pace. Even with the dirty air you've been talking about, Finnick, it just didn't look like they quite managed to lose their time, so they even catch on into turn 10. They even were side by side, but here in the back straight, it looks like the Mystic Rojo team is more set up for cornering, as it shows that on the straight it just did not catch enough time to make that overtake done. But now here through the corners, look how close the Mystic Royal team is to that window, to that mirror up on top. A bit of a different line from that purple Mystic Royal team car through turn 15. And now through the complex of 16, 17, and 18. Looks like how much more stable that purple car is. And now they're starting to approach a bit of traffic. Look up ahead, there are 4 cars in front that they have to get past as soon as possible. One Mercedes goes a bit of out of the way. Not much of a fight there, but I believe there's also a car in the back, LMDH. I believe that's the AOT Turtle Beach car wanting to get past these as well. So they now have to handle some blue flags inside of their own class as well. So we're gonna see how they handle that. But now back onto the sector 1, where we saw the Mystic Royal team be just that slightly bit faster than the GLSPXN racing team.
Yeah, I think it comes to, if we can take a look at from outside the car, it seems to me that Mystic Royal team are making much more smooth corners through these S's sections, a little bit more jerky motion from GLSPXN, perhaps losing a bit of the tires there, perhaps just not set up for it quite yet, as we see AOT Turtle Beach take their blue flags up against Mystic Royal, and in fact ends up splitting the difference going onto the backstretch. Mystic Royal going to pass the GT3 though, as AOT Turtle Beach currently sitting in P2, but the Apex 51 team in front of them have yet to take a pit stop. So AOT Turtle Beach at the end of the cycle looking to be your overall leaders as they continue to make their way through traffic and try to get even more clean air, making the move on the inside. And we're back to the battle between GLSPXN Racing and Mystic Royal team.
Looking at the tires of these 2 cars, it looks like the GLSPXN team is on 2-lap younger tires, but it doesn't look like it's helping them that much. But now we're here on a battle for P10 between the Keisha Tamafia Cologne car and the Warhol Racing.pl team. Very close by going a bunch of GT3s past. That's the Keisha Tamafia Lexus they just passed, that yellow striped car. But now we're gonna stay on the back straight with the slipstream into turn 12. As I said here, this is the most overtaking opportunity that you get with the very long straight. And down the inside, they go. Who's brave on the brakes? It looks like it's the Keisha Tamafia car. The Warhol Racing just doesn't give him quite of a battle here. Maybe knowing that they have a better chance later on, is staying behind that car. But going past into turn 12 does the Keisha Tamafia cleanly there.
Yeah, they're keeping a good distance through Sector 3 as we head in the second to last and final corners here at COTA. We take a look further up, GLSPXN versus Mystic Royal team still, as there was some other traffic. I think there is an Apex 1 entry that's sitting behind them at the moment, trying to get further up the grid.
As yeah, these 2 cars are very close together. That yellow-purple Mystic Royal team just wanting to get this position done. They've been in their mirrors for quite some time now. It's just hurting their tires, staying in the back here, as we said, the dirty air, the heat of these cars that comes from them, that hurts the tires of the car following. And so Mr. Royal team, if they want to get past, have to look for it soon, else the tire degrade will come in too strong, and in the end this might hurt the battles. I believe I see 2 different tires compounds on these 2 cars, if I'm not wrong. The Mr. Royal team with a yellow striped tire, while the GLSPXN is racing with a red compound tire, if I'm correct. Those are 2 different tire compounds, but it doesn't look like it. So it all is for the pace here. There's a lockup from GLSPXN into turn 1. The second time that has happened. Mr. Royal team wants to get past after a mistake they've done before.
We're going through these S's once again. We can see 2 different lines. Mystic Royal just trying to stay out of that dirty air going through the segment. As we saw, they are much better on those corners versus the straights where GLS PXN really seems to have the setup nailed for COTA. Heading through turn 11, Mystic Wolio won't be able to make the turn quite there, but I might try to make something happen on the straights. But we saw last time GLS PXN had a much better exit off of turn 11. This time, Mystic Wolio team has a better exit than they had last time, but it doesn't look like they're going to make the gap up into turn 12 quite yet. Might still make the move. They dart towards the outside of turn 12. GLS PXN remains king of the position as we see those brakes lighting up. Mr. Wolio team might try to get him back around on turn 13, but it will not stick for them. Turn 14, though, they got him.
Yeah, it looks like they've used the traffic car there for help, but now there's a second car, and they go back past into turn 15. What a move that was. They've used the cards correctly as the Kisha to Mafia car just stopped in front of the Mystic Wolio team, trying to let them pass, and that helped the JSPXN car going back round. We saw the down under being happening twice through those sections of corners, helping for the Mystic Wolio team, but the JSPXN just played everything correctly into the turn 15, and this shows that they're back up ahead. Mystic Wolio team is heating up in their car. They had the chance there to go past, and they want to go past. They have to see a chance again, as this time it doesn't look like there's much of a traffic ahead anymore. And oh, the Mystic Wolio team is getting too hot into the S's, nearly losing the car there. That loses them a little bit of time to the GLS-PXN Racing Team car.
It does lose them a bit of time. They have been faster through these S's, so I'm wondering what their strategy is for passing.
Blue flag.
Maybe they could hold back and try to pass in towards turn number 1 and try to get a lead back through the S's where they have been better, as we see them move on to the back stretch. Once again, Mystic Wolio has the slipstream. They got a fairly decent exit out of turn 11. We'll see if they try to make the move into turn 12. Looks like they're going to try to make the same thing happen again. Dart towards the outside, maybe move towards the inside. The move to defend from the GLS PXN team, and it looks like Mystic Wolio team is going to get them better on turn 13 potentially, but the inside line belongs to GLS PXN. Mystic Wolio team continuing to follow through this complex in towards turn 15 now. I have to stay behind, and the next opportunity should be turn number 1 as GLS PXN Rating pulls the gap a little bit longer.
As they went past the GT3 of the One Vision Endurance car there, we saw that the Mystic Wolio team wanted to dart again on the outside there, what they've done last lap, but they couldn't as the GT3 was in the way. So they tried to do like a fake down the inside, which didn't quite work, so they had to stick behind. So as the time is ticking down, 5 hours 40 minutes left in this session, there is still quite a bit of time, but if they want to get past and want to have a bit of clean air later on, now's the move. Now's the time, as it looks like pace-wise they're both equal here on this track. You know, if the overtakes moves off the Mystic Wolio team, it doesn't look like they're gaining too much time. Last lap was a 54.2 from the PXN Racing Team. Wow, a 54.2 for Mystic Wolio, but now they're gaining to a pack of GT3s, which stops a bit of the PXN on their tracks, which gains the Mystic Wolio team a lot of time. And now through turn 11, the PXN team going for the overtake to the GT3, which makes them lock up and now gets a greater run. Maybe the Mystic Wolio team into the back straight, down into towards turn 12.
Yeah.
Yes?
GLS PXN had a much better exit on turn 11, so I don't think Mr. Wolio will be able to make a move here. They still got plenty of slipstream, but they move towards the outside, just opting for a different line into turn number 11. They might make the wraparound, actually, but once again, turn number 13 favors that GLS PXN car quite heavily. Mystic Wolio can't make the move stick once again.
It looks like these two are fighting for the death here around this track. For the past couple laps, they've been trying to get past the Mystic Wolio team, but the GLS PXN is having some great defenses through here. We just saw nearly an overtake opportunity into turn 12, which they took, but it didn't quite work out. It's into turn 13. They went way too wide, which cost them that position again. And now they're following each other again very closely onto the main straight with a few GT3s here and there scattered. But there's also a lapped LMDH. I believe that's a Park Motorsport car, if I'm not mistaken. But now through turn 1, lock up again from the GLS-PXN Racing Team car. But now there's a Mystic Rojo car. There's a Mystic Rojo car blocking the GLS-PXN car. And now through the S's, look how much of a greater line the Mystic Rojo team has. It just exit off the S's. Now up the hill through turn 8 and 9. Who gets a better run from these two into turn 10 and 11? Last time we saw them going side by side. Look at the back there. I think I see them going side by side into turn 11 now. Who's going to be braver on the brakes? It does look like no one is going to back out, and both going equal into the corner. Now side by side onto the main straight. Is the GLS-PXN going to take the slipstream from the Corleone car up ahead? Which might help them greatly here into turn 12, but they're still side by side onto the back straight. And now into turn 12 still. Who's going to be braver on those brakes? Pushing a little wide does the Mystic Rojo team to the PXN, but still side by side. Now turn 13 this time. The Mystic Rojo team doesn't go too wide, and they're still side by side. Nearly a whole sector have been going side by side, and not to turn 15. This is where it's make it or break it. And it looks like the Mystic Rojo team is just slightly ahead, but the PXN team just doesn't back out. And now through the complex of the right-hander, they go past. Again, the PXN goes past the Rojo team and gets back ahead into turn 19.
What a battle this has been over these last few laps, and pretty much since we've started the final 6 hours of the 12 hours of COTA. It's like, well, y'all doesn't like making these moves in a turn number 1. I think that this is a bit of a strategy mistake for them, as they have been faster through these S's, but what do I know? GLS-PXN, though, they've been fighting tooth and nail to maintain this lead over Mystic Rojo. We've seen traffic play a part in this battle. We've seen various different lines, different strategies for the overtakes from Mystic Rojo team. The complex following turn 12 just has been very, very difficult for Mystic Rojo to maintain a proper line through compared to the GLS-PXN team, who just seems to have better lines and better positioning through those corners as we see them once again move onto the backstretch. And Mystic Rojo team seems to have gotten the worst exit on turn 11 once again, but they have that slipstream to their advantage. We'll see if they make a move towards turn 12, but they are pretty far behind now.
As we go now into the complex again that you just said, after turn 12, these challenging right and left handers that follow each other so closely. You don't know where the car goes here as it goes uphill and downhill each time through different corners. And now through turn 15, I see there's some traffic ahead in front of the Cologne. I believe that's the other Rojo racing car, if I'm not mistaken, in front of these teams. So we're gonna see how they handle each other now this time through this. We saw last time with the HS transmission, the Mystic Rojo team goes hard on the sausage curb, but catches the car out of turn 19. And now into the final corner, there's a couple of GT3s there as well, which doesn't help these two in a battle, but they're also up ahead, the other LMDH trying to go past these cars. And it does not look like they're having a fun time going through these GT3s. The Mystic Rojo team gets a bit blocked by the purple GT3, and now into this S's they go again, the complex of turn 3, 4, 5, and 6. Difficult corners. I said, oh, nearly losing the rear does the Mystic Rojo team out of turn 5, but catches the car. But there you see the PXN team catching a lot of time. Understeer for the Mystic Rojo team, having to cut the corner. This cost them a lot of time, and then they're out of the second now.
Yeah, GLS-PXN just fortunate for them. Mystic Rojo having trouble with the traffic, and the ended up making quite a few mistakes through the S's. GLS PXN just staying steadfast. Now sole possession of 4th place and pretty comfortably as Mr. Oil continues to lose time to these GT3s. Looking a little bit further back into GT3, Racing.pl up against One Vision Endurance at the moment. The Mercedes staying in the lead versus the, I believe that's a Lamborghini. Am I not mistaken? I might be. It is a Lamborghini. Hey, I'm right. I recognize cars.
The difference between these two cars is the 3 cars between the Lexus, the Mercedes, and the Lamborghini. This time we see a battle between the Mercedes and Lamborghini. Last time in Istanbul, we only saw the OC Racing Lamborghini fighting a bit, while there wasn't quite of a change of cars going of a grid. But then in the back, you see the third GT3, the Lexus.
In blue flag.
As the 899 has blue flags. I don't quite remember which car that is. That's a Keisha Tamarfa Capone car, the number 10, the plate P10 LMDH getting shown the blue flags. I believe that's for the Mr. Quaho Racing battle, as that battle has gone back up in its heat, being about 1.5 seconds. It catch a little, but it looks like they've lost a bit of time there. But now Ice again. Back on the GT3s here between the SOL Racing, the One Vision team versus the yellow Lamborghini. Which car is more set up for these complex of corners? We know the Mercedes is more stable according to the drivers, but the Lamborghini is more aggressive and has a bit of that straight line speed advantage as well. So who can get the best of their car in this battle? So that's what I like between different companies of the in the GT3s. When the battle like this happens, you can just see how different the drivers struggle with their car. And now onto the main straight we go. The Lamborghini has lost out a little from last lap, so they have to catch something here. But I believe they're struggling a little with the dirty air here, as last time going through turn 1 they had slight contact here.
The hairpin ahead of back straight.
And we move into the S's. These GT3s, quite a bit less aero dependent, a bit more mechanical grip through the S's. They're able to follow each other a bit more closely, although the Lamborghini does tend to struggle a bit in these corners, following just due to the nature of the different cars in the GT3 class. As we make our way in towards the turn 11 complex and onto the back straight, we'll see the Lamborghini straight line speed begin to take effect, and see if he can make the move in towards turn 12. So make our way onto turn 11. Some passing traffic from the hypercars, and the Lamborghini has the cheeky move towards the inside of the Mercedes. They're onto the back straight once again, and this Lamborghini going to try to make use of that better straight line speed and the draft. Going in towards turn 12. We'll see if he can make the move. Darts towards the inside, but the Mercedes not giving him an inch. They make contact, bumping side by side, but the Lamborghini still has the better line and is later on the brakes in towards turn 12. Maybe a snapback coming in from the Mercedes AMG as he looks towards turn 13. They make contact once again. Turn 14, the Mercedes in the lead at the moment. The One Vision Endurance car staying ahead of the Racing.pl, but they continue to move through the complex in towards that final right-hander, moving in towards turn 18. And the Lamborghini stays behind. I mean, that was a bit of a contact between these GT3s. And I might be American and rubbing maybe racing around these parts, but that is still very scary to watch.
On the back straight, these two just were not giving each other any room into the turn 12 braking zone. The Mercedes pushing them onto the AstroTurf on the left, and just both keeping their foot planted, looking to get the advantage into turn 12, and that just in the turn it resulted in twice touching there, but doesn't look quite that both of them lost it. And then the move from the Mercedes back into turn 13, that was a risky one, but it counted in the end in their favor. But now again into the next lap we are here around the S's. You see the Lamborghini taking a bit of a different line, more of an inside, taking more of that sausage curb. Looks like the Lamborghini is able to take that, while the Mercedes is avoiding those. but maybe this time the Lamborghini has a better move here into turn 10, gets a better run and stays in the slipstream. And now into the braking zone of turn 11, the Lamborghini was already looking for a move, but the Mercedes does not leave them any space, but down the inside they go. Are we gonna see a down under move from the Mercedes? No, we don't, but they stick it back in the slipstream. And now back onto the main straight, where maybe the Lamborghini can respond and do the same thing the Mercedes did last lap. And looks like with the slipstream, Mercedes just not catching quite enough. They are similar on speed. And now into the braking zone of turn 12, the Mercedes is looking for that inside move, and they've done it back. They've sent it back into the inside and sticked it back into that P4 in the GT3 class, and now into the complex of 13, and here 14, and now 15, and the Mercedes the Lamborghini braces the braking zone and hits the Mercedes out of the way. Big contact.
Oh no, the Lamborghini just a little bit too late on the brakes, or perhaps the Mercedes just a little bit too early. I wasn't able to see what exactly happened there, but either way, ends up spinning the Mercedes right back around. Not the way you want to see one of those battles ending. We'll see what Race Direction has to say about that incident. But for the moment, the Lamborghini of RolioRacing.pl stays ahead of the One Vision Endurance Mercedes AMG and moves into third place in the class.
Alright, so I believe we're gonna have an interview later on by a driver that actually is driving in the number 98 entry. That's gonna be later on. So we're gonna see maybe a special interview there. So can't wait to see that. But now eyes again on the race here. Now we see the Mystic Royal team catching it back onto the PXN car. They've been trying to do that for the couple past of laps, as it happened a little before, where the mistake that cost the Mystic Royal team about 1.5 seconds. It looks like they're catching back up. It looks like they are with the pace there up there to catch back, but it looks like just the defensive work from the PXN car just great here, and it just shows that even if you are lacking a little bit in the pace department, just defending can still manage to get hold you that position.
And meanwhile, as they've been battling it out, they've ended up losing quite a lot of time to the third place Apex 1 entry, the number 61. When they were starting this battle, it was closer to about 37 seconds behind. When the battle was going at full swing, it was around 44 seconds. Now they've made it back down to 42 seconds difference, but still, they just battling each other has made it very, very easy for the number 61 entry to stay quite far in the lead in that third place position. Dual SPXN though, making it pretty quick out of turn 12. They have been better in sector 3, I will say, versus the Mystic Loyal team, who seems to have sector 1 down, as GLS PXN Racing pulls a bit more of a gap.
It looks like these two are just similar on pace. I'm gonna look at the live timing, the timings now. The Mystic Photo team's last lap was a 52.4. Wow. And now I see it. The last lap of a GLS PXN racing car was with 53.4. That's about 1 second slower for that GLS PXN. I believe there's also dependent of a bit of traffic there, meaning that the GLS, oh, the ball goes straight into the GT3. Oh my days, that just happened so quickly. I nearly missed it, but it looks like the Mystic Royal team stays on the tracks, but that red Mercedes, I believe that was
Squadra Corsa over Crest back.
That was, I believe, the FNL RT Mercedes just getting punted nearly out of the way by the Mystic Royal team. Wow, that's a bit of a hard contact there into turn 1. Hopefully, I believe I saw the Mercedes staying also straight there, but that's a lot of contact damage between these two. But I was talking about the lap difference between the PXN Racing and the Mystic Royal. Again, after crossing the line, the Mystic Royal team gained another 10th to them with a 53.0, while the PXN had a 53.1. But now, eyes ahead, it was the AOT Elma car that got hit, and this how helps the Gridwire Tigers, I believe behind those are. Now that's a the Keisha to Mafia Lexus wanting to get past. I believe this is for blue flags here, but wow, the Elmer car getting hit hard out the way, and the Keisha to Mafia Lexus braking way later and avoiding that car into the braking zone. Nice overtake there, but that was not for position. But it's nice seeing that even if it's with lapping, that these drivers go all in and fight it out, duke it out in the ring here, even if it's not for position. And now we see the Lexus having a bit of issues there, having to avoid that LMDH, giving back the position to that Mercedes, which confuses me a little here, but back onto the battle for P5.
Mr. finally in a position to maybe make something happen on this next lap. We are 5 hours, 25 minutes from the end of the race as Mr. team. Bit of a worse exit on turn number 1 as they move into the S's. This is where they had been gaining time previously, even with the dirty air. We see the differences in the lines between these two cars. A little bit more curb being taken by the Mystic Royal team compared to GLS PXN, making their way in towards turn number 10 and 11.
Now into turn 10, we said it. We see these two. The Mystic Royal team, I believe, now struggling a little bit more with damage that we saw before. It doesn't look like it's losing them too much time, as now my eyes are still on that lap times. As last lap for the PXM was a 54.0 and 53.7 for the World Mystic Royal. So they are still up there on pace, and now in the slipstream into turn 12, they are slightly gaining, edging their way closer to that P4 in the class and also overall. So they're getting closer to that podium position, which at the end might even help them out. I don't remember how it was at the start, but this can be something here. We've got information when we joined from that the information here between these two cars, the battle has been going on for quite some time. It was from Casper, I believe, who's told us that these two have been duking it out for quite some time now, and it was, as I see, even with mistakes happening here and there, these two just stay together for the most of time. But I believe now the Mystic Royal team is losing out a little again, going under the over the 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, that damage from colliding with the Mercedes AMG may have been part of it, but also just like they had to really push their tires these last couple laps to make up for their mistake in the S's earlier on in the battles. We see the 175 entry actually moving slower than the GT3s in the backstretch. Not exactly sure what was going on there, but it did not look particularly good for them. As we look at OC Racing X Lifeless up against Race Spot Emeritus. 28th position overall. The battle between the Lamborghini in the back, and I was not able to see which car this was from the outside. It's either Mercedes or a Lexus. I think this is a Lexus.
It was a Mercedes.
21.
Oh, there's contact!
Oh,
no, the Jones car, the OC Racing car is round! Oh, I'm so sorry for interrupting you there. What was that? I just saw. Maybe they've locked the race into turn 19, but what has happened there? Maybe they've got shocked by that LMDH and spun around, and that loses them the battle with that Ford P28
that was
overall.
the leader. That's the overall leader, the 51 Apex 1, making that contact with both of the GT3s going through traffic.
That's not something we want to see here, as it looks like the Apex 1 car here is really aggressive with the GT3s.
Blue flag.
As Ron GP gets a blue flag here, I believe this is a second race overall in Project Endurance. Last race was an exchange team, as another team had to jump out, and now it looks like they're racing here again, which is that shows how great it is for these teams to have a chance in this Project Endurance Championship. But now eyes on the Apex 1, we just saw next time after in turn 2, nearly hitting his second GT3. They do not want to lose any time to the AOT Turtle Beach car, who is 2 minutes behind. I believe a pit stop behind. Look at the tire situation. They are on the same pit stop strategy, but maybe not on the same driver change strategy. So maybe they want to gain as much as time as possible to that AOT Turtle Beach car, which results maybe even in a position change if they lose too much time, as we know that the AOT Turtle Beach and the Apex 151 car have been for the longest of times in a battle, switching P1s together. I believe the Turtle Beach car getting close to that in Germany.
Sorry,
in
99
Hockenheim.
blue flag. Yes, thank you.
As the 99 car gets a blue flag, I believe that's the OC Racing car, the GT3. No, that's the LMDH OC Racing, X-Lopen, getting the blue flags. That's the second car. That's the second livery of them. I believe they have a name for that, which I always forget. I believe it was Josh was for the Lamborghini information for the viewers, and for that LMDH, if I remember, it was it was a lizard, but I forgot the name, so I will keep you updated there when I remember it.
Once again, battle between Mystic William and GLS PXN, and they go side by side into turn 20. Mystic William actually making the move stick. That was very sudden. Sector 3 has been favoring the GLS PXN car this entire time, and Mystic William team is leading to turn number 1, but towards the inside goes GLS PXN. They're not giving each other an inch and a little bit of a spin, and they get spun around by the GT3 behind. Another crash trying to re-enter onto the track. So much contact. And that's the FNL RT Mercedes.
Yellow flag in the
back
SS.
into the grass and
Green
coming
flag,
back
sector
around.
one, like turn
Really messy move from GLS PXN, trying to move on the Mystic William
Green
team into
flag
turn
in the
number
SS.
1. They both get spun around for it. Mystic William maintains the position, but my, oh my, that was a risky move from GLS PXN with all those GT3s present, and they ended up getting punished for it.
Yeah, I see then another GT3 as well spun, but now we are on both the Braun GP Endurance going for that move. But that lap, turn 1 incident, we saw that once happening in Istanbul last race. It like turn 2 where LMDH was just too hot with the GT3, and that caused a massive pileup and a big switch in positions as well. But that means the Project A car now is from a 10-second gap down to a 2/10 gap to the PXN car. Looks like the PXN car is struggling a little. There's the OC Racing car as well, the Lopen car behind them. Now for P5 overall in the LMDH, because the Project A gets a great chance here for the battle, but PXN is starting to gain a groove feel again after that big turn 1 incident. Will the black Project A car have a chance here? But it looks like they have slightly bit more advantage. Now the PXN car goes for the pit lane. I believe they're for a damage repair.
They got damage.
Oh wow, that was a turn 1 which you don't wanna see again.
I mean, that was. I mean, GLS PXN perhaps thought that they could just make the move back around turn 1, maintain the lead into the S's, and stay ahead of the Mystic William team, but those GT3s just getting a little bit in the way as there was slight contact going into turn number 1 between the cars, and them slowing down ended up getting spun around by the GT3s behind them. As we see further back Park Motorsport, who we're with, as well as Braun GP Endurance, with the Donut Media sticker on their livery. Big fan of that YouTube channel, so I will happily go and
sorry,
endorse that.
my mistake, sorry.
Going to make this battle happen. Side by side, the two cars onto the back straight.
Side by side here into turn 12. The cars here, the Lamborghini, the Mercedes versus the Lexus going into turn 12. The Mercedes gets a better braking point here. I believe that's the difference between these two companies here, between these two manufacturers. The Lexus is having a little bit of more issues on the braking, but I believe the Lexus is more stable altogether than the Mercedes. More easier to drive. The Park Motorsport car wanted to keep up with that yellow Mercedes up ahead, the Bronze GP Endurance, and that was a great move from them, I might say. Under braking, easy to lose it, but it looks like they've made it past it there. And now with 5 hours 15 minutes remaining, nearly 1 hour into our stint, and I must say this 1 hour has been action-packed from start to end, and I can't wait to look for the next 2 hours that we're gonna be here, and we will join you then again later in the final 2 hours as the Lexus pushing the LMDH nearly into the wall. They did not want to let them pass by any means. But now that's a
they lose a
different
position
car
for
going
it too.
past.
The Strefa Racing
99
Mercedes
blue
ended
flag.
up getting ahead. Or perhaps that was blue flags, I'm not exactly sure. No, that was
They have unlapped themselves,
Maybe
it
the wrong
looks
car.
like, but that was...
yeah, that was an unlap.
But that was the GT3 going a bit too hard for the defense to that LMDH, and that could have ended again in a heartache, as moments like those can end in a big crash. But I see some pit stops still. The GLX and the PXN car still in. That damage repair might take a little bit longer, or maybe even they're going for the driver changes. If they have the chance, they can take that. Apex 161 entry also in. I don't remember quite what they were. I believe they were in P3 if I'm not mistaken. Now they dropped down to around P7, maybe even P8, while Tsukisha Kaponka goes past. And also the Rojo Racing PL car, we saw them battling the 665 entry a little, but now with the race spots Emerito's car, oh, the OC Racing car got past. The OC Racing car was fighting them before they spun it, but now they go past. What has happened there? We have missed that. Now it looks like the race spot car here has to catch back. The Emerito's car has to catch back to the Jaws Lamborghini here. Last time in Istanbul, we got great racing from this Lamborghini, and this time I see again they're back onto the cameras, and looks like they want to extend the gap to that race spot cars. I want to know what happened between these two, as before the crash something has happened. As a bit early on the brakes by the Lamborghini, the PMO car nearly going past there. That's for unlapping for lapping purposes here. So the Lamborghini maybe wanted to let them pass without losing too much time, but the PMO did not quite take that, which in result cost them time to that race spot with the Meritos cars in the back there, which see them, the following Mercedes there, not the second following Mercedes there. They're catching a little bit. There they are now, and now through turn 10, the PMO Endurance car is for unlapping reasons, and it doesn't quite look like they're managing to go past here.
Yeah, they're trying to get around on the backstretch and unlap themselves on turn 12, perhaps. As the Racebot Emerito's car now 3 seconds behind that OC Racing X Lifeless. And
Alright,
I think
so
for the
I believe
for the first time since we got our stint started, we don't have any battles going on.
I mean, the cars here now have calmed down a little with the battling. I believe 12 hours of a race, really. You don't want to be constant in a battle, even if it's between teams, but in a 12-hour race, there are always stints where nothing not quite exciting happens, but doesn't mean that still strategies can happen. So I believe Apex 1 car, I believe I saw them at the start of our stint, back down in P5, but now they're back up in the lead of the GT3s, back to where I'm confident to see them, as they've won 3 out of 4 races this season. I believe they're going for the 5th one this race here, so this is something great from the Mercedes, from the Apex 1 number 1 entry.
And of course, repping that Mercedes AMG. COTA's a bit of an interesting track. Now, as an American, this is one of many tracks in the US that host quite a few different series of races. My question to you is, there are 2 FIA Grade 1 circuits in the US that are permanent racetracks. One is Circuit of the Americas. Do you know what the other one is?
Ooh, that's a bit difficult. I believe there was Indianapolis, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct. It is the Indianapolis Road Course, which is still an FIA Grade 1 circuit, even though we haven't held a Grand Prix there in quite some time after the 2005 USGP fiasco. And following that, we see a bit of battling to maintain a lap or to stay ahead on their current lap. But yes, it is the Indianapolis Road Course, which previously had only been really hosting IMSA and IndyCar rounds, but recently has been added to the NASCAR Cup schedule, which has been very, very fun to watch as those Cup cars are going around the prestigious Indianapolis circuit. We see the overall leader, the 51 Apex 1 entry, in the pits now, which does mean on the same pit strategy being AOT Turtle Beach, who is in second place. We'll see them come in shortly, as well as most of these LMDHs.
I believe we're gonna have an interview here in 45 minutes from the Keisha to Martha Capone 899 entry. I can tell you which driver it will also be. It will be there will be David Couture in that LMDH. I believe he will not be driving, but we're gonna have an interview from him in 45 minutes. So can't wait to see that. I have some questions already ready for him. But now eyes on the race here. I believe we're starting to see some GT3 starting to bunch up again. Look at here, a 5-car train. But I don't believe this is all for position, as we see. Look at here, the Park Motorsport car being 1 minute behind the Mercedes Racing Green car. And here the FLNL RT getting past there for blue flags. But here now this is for battle here for P30, the Park Motorsport versus Strafer Racing. We saw the Park Motorsport having a bit of an issue here. Now into turn 11, going for the move down the inside goes the second pub with 709 entry. And now side by side, we saw this once, but this time backing out. Dusk, the P31 car, the Strafer Racing team. I'm sorry I missed that race direction, but I believe it was for blue flags. But now the Strafer car going for the slip of the LMDH.
Somewhere on the track.
And now I was for yellow flag, and now down the inside goes the Strafer car. And in the back, we see an Lamborghini going wide, and this gives the position to the Strafer Mercedes, to the Park Motorsport car for P30 overall, which is about P13 in GT3s. And now, can the Lexus do something? We know the difference in cars. We know the Mercedes is the most balanced out of the all, the easiest to drive, to say, but it looks like the Lexus just cannot quite keep it in the complex of 16, 17, 18. And on to turn 19, it looks like the gap is about even in a second. Here's the Mercedes really spins it round.
Oversteer. Yeah, just a snap of oversteer off of turn 19 into turn 20. These tires seem to be screaming. Let me check how long it's been for the Strafer Racing car. Strafer Racing, they're on 29 lap old tires. Whoa. They need to come into the pits pretty quickly, as Parks Motorsport is on 17 lap old tires, so that would explain the snappiness of that car.
We know that a stint can last to about 35 laps, so they're getting close to the end of theirs, but obviously at near the end of a stint. These cars have a lot of fuel in them. And those tires
So-
are meant to last as long as ever.
So something that hasn't been noted yet, but we probably should, is that AOT Turtle Beach also took their pit around the same time as the Apex 1. Apex 1 took a long pit stop. AOT Turtle Beach did not do a driver change, so they were on a short pit stop. So now they have the overall lead of the race. They're up about 50 seconds over the Apex 1 entry, but their tires are 3 laps older as Apex 1, even though they pitted first, ended up coming back onto the track quite a bit later.
As I believe we're gonna have an interview right now. I don't know yet which driver, but it's gonna be now. But obviously, I'm still have my eyes on this battle here. I believe that's the Lexus versus the Mercedes. The Motor Reporter 24 versus the FNL. The FNL car last race in Istanbul had a great race, but this time battling the Lexus here, and now into the final corner. The Mercedes is so close together. They're making contact. I want to say they were so close to contact, and they finally made it. And now side by side onto the main straight. Which car has the straight line speed advantage? The Lexus or maybe the Mercedes? We'll see it now. Both are on par, but I believe the Lexus just a few kilometers an hour faster. And now into the first corner. The side by side still, but the Mercedes goes past with a little bit of argy-bargy, with a little bit of getting the elbows out, and they got past. And now that is the SD1 Vision LMDH wanted to go past, but just doesn't quite, as the Lexus just goes sliding around the track. So the One Vision has to find a way past later on. And now they finally do it. And now we're gonna maybe see some battles between these GT3s calm down a little, as the Lexus has lost out to the FNL Field Live car, and it looks like they nearly wanted to have a move down the inside of that. The LMDH is a second LMDH, just goes too deep into turn 11.
But yes, we are about to have an interview with David Krutel of the number 899 Kisitia Mafia Corleone entry. We're about to bring him on as talk a bit about how they're doing in the race, among other things, such as season and all that.
So we're gonna have to wait for him a bit, as he's not in the channel that he has to be for an interview. Maybe he'll be there as soon as possible, but till then we will still have our eyes on this race here, as I believe I'm looking at the timings for P7 overall, the GLS PXM Racing versus Project A. Team, the gap is jumping around 2 seconds to 1.3, and now I believe we've finally been joined by David Krutel. Say hello.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. So you're in the 899 Kisitia Mafia Capone car, am I correct here?
Yeah, 899.
How is that race going on for you so far? We're about over halfway, and you are still in P6, which is a great result so far. How would you say is the race going on so far?
I mean, like, considering that we were starting from pole, it's not really great so far. I had really bad team. I had 2 big stunts with GT cloud, so we're trying to make up the time. So yeah, but right now our motivation is not just like finish on the top, but more enjoy it, have more fun, because yeah, we are not right now considering ourselves any winning chance. So yeah, we're trying to enjoy it.
That's the spirit, isn't it? When racing, you not only for the winning mindset, but also the mindset of just having fun, which in a 12-hour race is really important, as you don't want to just be stressed out,
8
not
to
even
0, 24 blue
through.
flags with 1-7.
And now you said you started on pole position, a bit of a bad stint, has lost you a few couple of positions, but you know, it's racing, anything can happen. And P6 right now, With your cars, we've seen some cars going for Sector 1. Too much on curves, but also avoiding them. Could you say, is your car also more set up to get those curves or more to avoid set curves? Because I'm more interested in seeing that in the car setup-wise.
I mean, we are trying to take as much curves as we can, because that way we can gain a lot of time in Sector 1. But sometimes we have to be really cautious about it, because sometimes it's really, I feel, quite random. Sometimes the curves in Sector 1 can blow you up in the air. So, you know, we're trying to not push 100%, but trying to use them, but not at all. I mean, not like on quali laps. So yeah, we are trying to maximize track limit.
Right, one last question, as now that we are about, we just passed the 5 hour mark till before the end of the race. Are there going to be one last driver change between your team, or are we going to see more, or maybe even none, as the race, near the end of the race is getting closer? Is there going to be something there for you?
No, I will not be driving for now. We have left only right now one long stop, so considering right now our position, we will have only one driver change, and the last stint will be like 2.5 hours, because of my damage in the middle of stint. I had to pit earlier and use the long stops, so we had to reschedule our things quite a bit. So yeah, only one more driver will step up. But it's like 10 minutes ago our first driver stepped in, so I think it will be like 2 hours. So.
All right, that was all from my side. Finnick, do you have anything?
I'm just here to enjoy the race, and good luck to you and your team moving forward.
Thank you. And see you later, I hope on the finish.
We wish you all the best and good luck for the rest of the 4 hours and 58 minutes. Hope to see some good battles from your car. Goodbye.
Hi, see ya.
Alright, that was the driver in a team driver of the 899 Keisha Tomafe Kaponka. Sad to hear that they started out on pole position and lost out a few positions due to some bad stints. But maybe later on we will see maybe that Keisha Tomafe Kaponka back up as they're catching to their sister team, the Keisha Tomafe Corleone car. I believe that was down to 11 seconds even for a split second. There we are, 11.7. So that's something we might see not so far later on. But also eyes back on the P7 battle here between the GLS PXM racing into Project A car. 2 turns this in between these two LMDHs. We saw them being close together once, now this is the second time. And I just like seeing how nice they are battling out. This 161 NUS of 32. The PXN sadly with a bad start, with a bad crash into turn 1 and a long stoppage had to take. Now they are back together and onto the back straight. Now they are. Come on. What can we see between these two?
GLS PXN, of course, having to take the pit stop earlier to deal with the damage done to their car by an earlier incident when they're up against the Mystic Woyol team. As 51 Apex 1 entry did go into the pits, so now as we take a look, where did the 61? Why is the 61 in the pits? Hold up, I'm very confused by this now.
I believe the
Something must have happened with the timing.
The long stop. The 61 is still in there from their long stop we saw from before. As now the each car goes in. That's something we don't see often. 8 laps on those tires and they're going back into the pit lane. What has happened there? Are they taking a drive-through? Are they going for a stop? What is going on? It looks like it is for a drive-through.
It's a drive-through,
which is gonna lose them a lot of time. That's
well, 4
something...
minutes up on the Sim Racing Dream Team and number 16 entry, but I believe that entry hasn't taken a pit yet. I'm taking a look. No, 2 laps since their most recent pit. So Yeah, the only hypercar that hasn't taken a pit stop on this cycle yet has been the Kisitiya Mafia Capone 899 entry, and the 133
709
entry
blue flag.
is 18 laps on their tires. They're on a different strategy, as well as the 175 entry.
All right, so this seems maybe I need an update on Rojo Racing PL. They've been now overtaken by a GT3 as well. Are they out of this race? Are they having issues? Maybe we'll need to get an update on that. Well, also you're right with the Apex 1. They've been quite in there for some time now. That's something we want to see. But now here we see the two GT3 side by side. The race spot. Abby Brates, I believe that was. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. And versus the purple Mercedes there off the Strafer Racing the second time. But this is not for position. They are unlapping themselves, but in position-wise, it is for 29th here and the 30th position car. But they have to get past and do it in the lap later after they've unlapped themselves. And there they go, very late on the race. So you're going to see them go straight on. That's not the breaking point I was about to say. And they've completely gone off there. They've rejoined. Something probably got too carried away looking at the red Mercedes that they've not concentrated on a braking spot. But Finnick, do you know what happened to the Rojo Racing team there, the 665 entry?
I did not see. I apologize for that, but I might say this is a very light red Mercedes. Some might say it's a pink Mercedes.
24 blue flag.
It's a bit too far-fetched, I must say.
No, look! Oh, come on! The pink Mercedes Racing Point? No, never.
Oh, that's
race spot's a similar name.
Wait, we are having some different issues here. I'm sorry, we're having some different issues here. The race spot Emirates just stopped before the pit entry. What has happened there? But nice, that joke went completely over my head with that.
Oh my! No, my Formula One joke. Oh my god. Okay,
it went
it's fine.
Straight over my head. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we have some purple cars. We can maybe make that joke with different Mercedes, as we have, you know, the Sabrato's car. That's a purple car.
Project A.
We saw them before behind.
Make the move on GLS PXN finally.
After a long time of battling, there they've gone past. I believe they also took some traffic in their advantage. And they've now finally gone past. PXN is not having the greatest stints they ever wanted. But maybe later on, 4 hours 50 minutes left, you can always take it back, as anything can happen in that time. As I must say myself, last time in Istanbul, took just one little crash. It was a pile-up, but one crash took everything to shuffle the entire grid to the core. And so we must see what the Jealous PXN can do here. Drop down to P8 after having a battle for P4, which is kind of sad to see, but look at the timing sheets otherwise. I see a battle for P3 starting to build up here. There's the Keisha Tamar for Corleone versus Apex 1. Maybe the camera will pan to there soon, but also with these gaps and these cars, any big gap between the GT3's 2 seconds might not be the same as 2 seconds between the LMDHs, as speed counts towards the gaps, but also looking at gaps, the GLS PXN car is starting to catch a little to the Project A car. Might have done a little bit of a mistake through the S's there.
Who is that car? I believe trying to unlap himself over the GLS PXN.
That's the AOT Turtle Beach car. Lapping them.
Lapping them. Sorry, the other way around.
And now, look at times. Maybe sooner or later we'll see the battle between P3 and the LMDH class. As the gap there is to 3 seconds. Let me look at the strategies. It does look like the Keisha Tamar for Corleone car is in a similar strategy, only about 6 laps the pit stops between them. but 2 to 3 seconds. I believe the tires, as I've seen with paces, the tires will go more in the Corleone favor, as 9 laps is where the tires really are in the green spot, in the good zone, and this might help the Corleone car for now until the Apex 1 goes into that stint. And now that we see this, the battle for Apex 1, who was in the lead, they were gonna have to now look a bit behind and maybe not lose too much time, as I believe now we've lost the Warhol Racing PL LMDH. They've completely gone off the face of the universe, and with that I mean the timing boards to the left. I think they're completely DNF'd, while the Apex 1 car's still in there in the pit stop. So we have lost the Warhol Racing team. There we see them, P26. Now with the battle for P4, the camera's now on the Corleone car, following a GT3 there, I believe I've seen, and now we're gonna have the battles here for P3. Now after the scoring, we're gonna see that LMDH up ahead. There it is. That's the car for P3. That's the Apex 151 entry. 3 seconds east to it. It jumps around maybe in the first sector. They do gain a bit of time, but with the obviously there's a different setup work and different bravery of the cars. We might see them gaining more times here and there, but also losing more times. As we heard from the sister team, the Capone car, that they are more here to have fun, but also not to make too many mistakes, which might also have a little bit of a hit on the times. As you see here, through sector 1, the Keisha Tamarfa Corleone car has catched the second. The Apex 1 car really not being their strong point there. But I've just heard, I believe we're gonna have a different interview later on, after the next interview of the 99 entry. So 99, I'm sorry, I meant the 97 entry. And now and the 98 entry, I'm missing the numbers here. The 98 entry, and after that we're gonna have a different interview. So we're gonna have some interviews in the ours stint. I've heard there have been some funny and good interviews before ours. So I hope we can keep up that theme of these interviews. But now eyes on the team Delta Infinite, the 34 position overall, 820 entry. I believe behind them is the PMO Endurance Red with about 4-second gap to them. So we might see something there as Apex 1 goes into the pit lane after driver swap. There they are. Now they've gone back up to the P1. So they've gone down for driver swap. So we're going to see where they come out to. Cubic System, as I have to be honest, I haven't seen much from Cubic System this race, my stint. But last time Cubic System was fighting for P1 against Apex 1 number 1 entry, and we might see here there's a different car now as well in the pit lane. I believe that's the I cannot quite, that's the SOL, that's the One Vision Endurance car in the pit lane, that the 275. Now it's a moveset, the Sim Racing Dream entry in the pit lane there. I apologize there. So now that's something we're gonna look out for. And P2 entry now, the number 16, a Sharka Sim Racing Dream Team. Also not much seen from them my stint here, but they've been keeping their heads down, getting some positions. Another P2 after a bit of pit stop switching. In about 10 laps, we're gonna cross the line for lap 200. We're gonna cross the line for lap 200. Maybe we'll see AOT Turtle Beach do it, and maybe see another team do it. But I don't know what's quite happening between the Keisha Tamarfa Corleone car and the Apex 1 here. As they do catch, now they're waving for a moment under the 1 second gap. But oh no, there's contact! The Apex 1 being a bit too confident with their GT3 and having a bit of contact. This will gain a lot of time for the Keisha Tamarfa Corleone car. Back there, now they're about a second Last time round it was 3 seconds, so that's cost them 2 seconds from the Apex one. So now, the later on this battle goes, we might see this Corleone car catching more and more with this livery, the Tiger livery between the Apex one and the black-white striped car. And now into the main straight they are, 1.5 seconds this time. Last time round it was 3.2. Now into turn 1, goes a bit wide, the Apex 1 car around the outside of the green FNL Mercedes. Into turn 2 and now into this SS section. Now the Corleone car is starting to have a bit of traffic here. The FNL car not letting them quite pass. The Corleone car having to find a way past around the outside. As up ahead we see the Apex 1 car also having to find a way around the outside of that Mercedes over there. But now Apex 1 having 2 GT3s up ahead, while the Corleone car only has 1 in between them. And now Apex 1 gone cleanly through them, but now the Mercedes there wants to have a move down towards turn 11. Doesn't quite manage. I believe that's the PMO racing team that versus the One Vision Endurance that not quite for position, but the FNL car, which was before, is for position there. And this has lost Keisha Tamafa Corleone about 1.5 seconds. So this battle is gonna calm down, cool down a little in the next few corners, or maybe even the next lap. And now I've missed it. The timing clock was about the 4 minutes 44 seconds. 4 hours 44 minutes and 44 seconds. I have missed that, but that must have been quite a funny look. As I'm sorry if I'm the only one talking right now. For a split seconds, Finnick is gone, but now he's back. So Finnick, this was here between the Corleone car. Do you think we'll see maybe an overtake between these two?
We'll see. Looking at that previous battle, it does seem like the Corleone car is making a couple more mistakes than the 51 entry, but basically anything goes, as we've seen. It just takes one mistake from the leading car for the car behind to get ahead, or it takes one mistake from the car behind to end up pulling themselves out of contention. As they move into the S's, the Casita Mafia Corleone entry not having the best of time following the Apex 1, but are making up some time as we head in through turns 8 and 9 and towards turn 10.
Yellow in the S's.
Half a second between these two cars. I did not understand what the race direction said there. That was a bit too fast even for me, but a yellow flag, a green flag that was, so there was a yellow flag before, and now these two are as close as ever onto the back straight. The Apex 1, while we're saying mistakes, Apex 1 has done a mistake into turn 1, locking the front, going very deep there. Now look how much the Corleone car is catching, nearly going into the back of the Apex 1 car, looking maybe for the down under move from going from outside to inside. Doesn't quite manage, but there are now GT3s up ahead. Is the Corleone car maybe going to take this as an advantage? Or maybe is the Apex 1 car going to take them as more of a poster towards these two, towards this battle? But it looks like the Apex 1 car has gone past. Oh no, the red car nearly goes into the Corleone car. That was, I believe, the red Race Spot Academy car, if I'm not wrong. It's Elmer, OYT Elmer car nearly going into the Corleone car.
Every time we see that, Move Center Sim Racing Dream 275 entry spun out, making their way back on to the field. Park Motorsport was behind them, and in fact behind Racebot Amaritos and lots of other cars right now. At the wrong look at my timing sheet. My apologies.
For anyone wondering, same link as before.
See a battle right now between Lamborghini and Lexus. Lamborghini up ahead, that being the 20 entry, up against Cassia Mafia. That Lexus trying to battle it out.
Ooh, bit of a mistake there from the Kisha to Mafia car. Now we see that is...
Car
Oh,
20
careful,
blue flag.
boys. That's
Thank you.
close into the final corner. That gives the upper hand to the Kisha to Mafia car and goes past in the final corner. And the Squadra courses looks like having some issues here with their car. They're not quite got their car handling like they wanted. Now, now that the Kisha to Mafia car has passed, up ahead is also for the next position soon. That led GT3 up there going out of turn 2. That's the next position for them. That is, I believe, for P29, if I'm not mistaken. But up here, ice again for P3. What is going to happen here between the Corleone and the Apex 1 car?
TZT Mafia Corleone. They've made up quite a lot of the gap over that previous lap, but we saw a better exit on turn 20 by Apex 1. On the outside of turn number 1 goes the TZT Mafia Corleone entry, but they're not able to make that move happen as Apex 1 once again gets a better exit on these corns going into the S's.
Looks like the Kisha to Mafia car just trying to stay behind in the S's here to the Apex 1 car. And now through the next couple of corners into turn 10 they go. The Apex 1 car is a bit further ahead. With that sector 1, it looks like Apex 1 finally has the hang of those tires, as before we saw the Kisha to Mafia catch about a second through sector 1. This time not anymore, but now there are 2 GT3s up ahead as well, which are maybe gonna be in the way for the Kisha to Mafia Corleone car if they don't get past soon enough, but it looks just about to be able to manage it about the Corleone car.
Very late on the brakes. Actually a better exit coming out of the KCT Mafia Corleone car to make our way into the Sector 3 complex.
These two have been following each other for quite some laps now. After the pit stop of Apex 1, it looks like the driver in there, I believe there was even for a driver swap, that driver in there needing to get a bit of the hang of the car while it happened with the Kisha to Mafia Corleone driver. Already having that hang, already having that advantage. As what has happened here, there's a lot of cars bunched up on the main straight. Now side by side goes the FNL with the One Vision Endurance into turn 12. Later on the brakes is the green Mercedes, but back there's 2 other Mercedes that want to be involved, but the One Vision goes back down the inside of the green FNL car.
794 blue flag.
And as there are also blue flags wave for other cars across the track, but
217 and 222, just for your information.
those are these 2 cars that are getting shown the blue flag, so they're gonna have to do something here. One car goes past, then the next, there's still one car stuck behind. That is LMDH, I believe that is the PXN car stuck, and it doesn't go past, and now there's braking, everything is happening, and the FNO car goes into pit lane, and the PXN car nearly goes into the back of the GT3.
That was a late move on the pit lane for a blue flag. They really impeded that LMDH car that was behind them. That is not what you want to see. KCT Mafia Corleone, though, making moves on turn 11, I believe this is. That wasn't turn 11, that was turn 1. Up against Apex 1, and they're able to get that lead. Going into the S's.
So now the Kisha to Mafia Corleone car is finally passed, as we just hit. There's still blue flags being shown to that group we've just been following.
I had the wrong part of the track. That was out of turn 12, excuse me.
So that was out of turn 12, that overtake. And now Apex 1 is losing ground as well, which does not sound good, as Apex 1 car was leading and now have lost their edge over those competitiveness, and they're gonna have to look something up. We know the Apex 1 car is a bit better on the straights if they can keep behind the Corleone car for sector 1. Oh, Corleone car losing a rear little out of turn 1, catches it, but if they manage to stay close enough out of into turn 11, they might have a chance to get that position back, as look how much curb they take. We heard that they want to take such curb, but the curbs are so unpredictable. One time you can take them normally, the next time you might see a car flying off into the distance, but this time it looks like everyone managed to stay alive out of those sausage curbs.
Yeah, Apex won much worse through the S's there. We saw them go wide on quite a few of those turns. Might be able to make it back up on turn 11 with the GT3s, making it a bit difficult for the KCT Mafia Corleone car, but at the moment they are just going down the back stretch, and it looks like Apex 1 won't be able to make up the gap going into turn 12.
Ooh, maybe going into the back of them. Now we got name tags as well. That's the first I've ever seen in Project Endurance. That's nice to see, but now into turn 12, out of turn 12, it looks like Apex 1 has catch a lot of time. We saw, that was what I've meant. You saw out of sector 1 how much time they've lost. But now on the straight, they're back in the rear diffuser of the Keisha Tomato Corleone car. And now back onto the twisty part of the track, and it looks like they're losing out a little again. It just shows that maybe they've gone for a more aggressive straight line speed setup. Going for more durability on the straights than maybe some handling in the corners, which in result translates to them gaining as much time as possible in the straights. But then sector 1 and 3 are where they lose out, and when I look at the timing sheets, it just shows that it doesn't really mean much, as the timings are 151.4 for the Keisha Corleone versus 151.6 for the Apex 1.
So that 0.2 seconds a lap, not what you want to see. When you were ahead, now you're behind. You're not able to make up the gap lap over lap. The 61 entry, I mean, they seem to be pretty much off the timing boards as well. They're all the way down to 25th overall. I'm wondering what exactly happened, or if they DNF this race, much like some of the other LMDHs that we've seen. Either way, Apex 1, 51 entry, last one of their team in contention, as KCT Mafia Corleone stays in the lead ahead of the 51 entry.
Yeah, these two are so close together. It just doesn't mean these two are also straight, same on pace. It doesn't look like, it looks like just the following car always has just that slightly bit upper hand on the COTA track here. And it just shows that even if you're struggling through corners, if you're the following car, that slipstream, that suck that you get, that suction that you get from the car up ahead, just gains you so much time that even if you're the defending car, you have to work some 200% just to keep the car behind, which makes it even more impressive what the PXN car has been doing before. And now through the sector 1 complex again we go. This is where Apex 1 loses a lot of time. It's now 1.9 tenths, 0.9 tenths, 9 tenths gap between these two, but this time it looks like Keisha to Mafia has done a mistake, as it gone down to 7 tenths now between these two.
Making our way through turn 10 as AOT Turtle Beach in first place, taking another pit stop. 20 lap old tires, but I mean, they have 4 minutes of advantage right now over the number 16 entry, so they could even do a driver swap here and still end up first overall.
Blue flag.
See a blue flag for OC Racing X Lopen.
That's something you don't want to see. Lopen is just having a bit of issues here. There we are. That's what I mean with the blue flags. There we have the Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team wanting to get past it. There we go. The Lopen car finally goes out of the way. Just enough to let them pass, but back in the slipstream goes the OC Racing Lopen car. Nearly going into the back of them as well. That was really close, but looks like OC Racing is still having the greatest of races there. The Kisha Tarafa Corleone car is in the pit lane now as well. This is going to be a great impact for the battle. This is interesting as they're also only on 20 lap old tires. We saw a team going for about 33 laps per tire. I believe that was the PXN car that once was on 33 lap old tires, but this time I believe the pit window just is open for the cars around 20 laps. So now looking at the tires with 2 Apex 1, they're only 15. So this is where the difference comes in between the pit stops. Apex 1 is back into P3. AFC Turtle Beach is out. That was just a short stop. They did not take a long one.
Nope, yeah, they just wanted to take short stop for tires. I mean, that's a bit interesting on strategy, but I think maybe they've decided that having fresher tires is better for a longer period of the race or more often, just to maintain their lead, as they're no longer fighting with really either of the Apex 1 entries for possession of first place.
As you said it like about half an hour ago, the race has calmed down a little. This is the second time now we are not having a lot of battles on track, but I've seen there has been 3 cars next to each other, about a second gap to them, as that's the Strafer and the Squadra Corsa racing team that about 2 tenths from each other for P28. That's a golden position, I must say. Every battle between the GT3s has been for that golden P28 position. And now we've seen again between the Squadra Corsa racing car, which is about I believe that's on the back straight. They are out of the back straight, so maybe we'll see the camera zoom go to them soon. But here it is. They've gone wide. The different team has gone wide. The Sim Racing Dream Team has gone wide out of turn 11, having to go under the brakes. I believe penalties are worth a lot here. As in the back we see the Squadra Corsa versus... Yeah, that is it. That's the Squadra Corsa racing team versus the Strafer racing team right behind them. That's the battle. That's the contact for the battle. The Lamborghini is off. And the Mercedes is off. That's the battle I've been talking about. That's the Strafer versus the Squadra Corsa. That's the contact into turn 11, 12, and wow, that's just... What has happened there? The Mercedes just gone into the back of them, I believe missing the braking point or something similar. And both of them have gone off, but the Strafer racing team has gone earlier back on the track. Wow, what a crash that was. That was spectacular, I must say.
Yeah, it just seems like it just seems like battling it out for so long may have taken its toll fatigue-wise on these drivers. We have a bit of a break in the action. Oh, I say that. PMO Endurance Team Red up against Race Squad Hameritos right ahead of them.
That is,
or Team Delta Infinite, excuse me. Wrong one.
Green flag, green
That's
flag.
quite of a funny thing to say. As talking about no battles and jumping to a battle, here we are in the final sector complex. There's an LMDH going on the outside there. I believe that's a Corleone car going past. No, there's a Team Delta Infinite LMDH car that's gone past there. Was that a Corleone? Oh, that is a Corleone. Oh, there was a Corleone. And now down the inside goes a PMO. A racing team, anyone's Team Red car off the Team Delta Infinite. That was a nice clean overtake. Not much struggle there. But now comes the struggle as the Team Delta Infinite has jumped immediately into the slipstream. Are we gonna maybe see a late lunge into turn 1? No, we're not. We're seeing they're following each other.
Yeah, just trying to stay a reasonable distance behind. Once again, GT3s a bit less downforce dependent in these. Ooh.
That's the
I was about to say
over.
have a bit more mechanical grip in the S's, a bit less downforce dependent, can hold their lines a bit nicer up against each other, but it looks like Team Delta Infinite unable to make much happen there as OC Racing X Lifeless spins and comes back on the track. I love this livery. The Shark OC Racing Lamborghini. The Jaws livery is so good.
They have called it Jaws, and they also have a name for the 99 car, but that's the one that just does not come to mind. If I'll figure that out, I will say that, but I just can't remember what that was, the name. I believe it was...
If I may ask, what's your favorite racing livery of all time?
In Project Endurance or altogether?
Anywhere.
Oh, that's the question that once has been asked by Reese before, and I responded with the F1 Benetton, but after having a close thought about that again, I must say GT3s have been all over the years, always bringing some great liveries all together with the GTEs as well. But I must say the Porsche, the Jaws here we see here, but the real life Porsche that has the T-Rex, that I must say that's also my favorite. That's why I must say Benetton with the mouth or the T-Rex livery of the Porsche. Those are my favorite, as they imitate animals, which these cars are animals. They are furious, and now here's a move center sim racing versus One Vision Endurance into turn 11, side by side. I apologize to cutting this conversation short as there's an overtake going on. Side by side, and the move sim racing green GT3 gone past.
But they're making them maybe the no U movement on turn 12. They have the slipstream, but with the LMDH making the pass, it looks like Move Center Sim Racing Green will hold onto the position. My favorite livery of all time has to be the Lancia Delta Martini and Rossi livery.
Well, classic. Well, if you go with those, I must say the Stratos. I like.
You like this? You like the Stratos more than the Delta? The
Alitalia.
I understand why, but at the same time, like, I'm just a sucker for Group B. You know, just like the Delta, the Quattro, like those are such iconic cars for me.
Talk about the Quattro, the latest Quattro of the electric Quattro. I like the black, white, and red they've done there. But I'm sorry again. I'd love to keep this conversation going, but there's a different battle going on now between the AFT Turtle Beach GT3 and the Rojo Racing PL GT3, the Lamborghini versus Mercedes. We've seen this Lamborghini has gone for some moves, opportunistic moves this race, and now they're the ones who have to defend now their position. But AFT Turtle Beach, you've seen it, they have what it takes to battle with top team cars, and World Racing Team is nothing less to say. The 666 entry. I will not say those numbers individually, as that will say something different. But here, there's no LMDH. That's a PXM car between those two. But it looks like the Mercedes losing out in Sector 1.
I think there's a missed opportunity if you have a 666 entry to make an Iron Maiden livery. Just me. Number of the Beast. Great song. No? Okay, well.
That could.
Somebody who's watching appreciates metal, alright?
Yeah, I mean, some references
my jokes just aren't landing at all. AOT Turtle Beach making up the gap again on the Wallgo Racing.pl 666 entry is further up the grid, 11 and 12. OC Racing has Lopen making the moves potentially on the 133. Gennady, I don't know how to pronounce that name at all. I apologize.
That's a German team.
Aha.
As I finally figured out the name of the Lopen car, it is Snappy, as now we're on board with Snappy to Gnado Bauelemente, which is quite a funny name, as that sounds more of a construction name, more than a racing name, but each to their own. And now the battle for P11 in the LMDH class. There's a GT3, the Kisha Mafia Lexus, holding a little the P11, the number 133 entry. Now the Snappy is so close to get. We might see a move, and now the Keisha Chewbacca is holding them both up, and they have to do a move into turn 11. And they've done it side by side. Careful that there's no contact. Now there's a different LMDH as well close to them, and they've done it side by side. Now we've seen this
trying to lap
once.
them. I believe that's AOT Turtle Beach trying to lap them right now as the battle continues to go on between OC Racing, X Lopen, and Ganadio. OC Racing, X Lopen getting the better of turn 12. AOT Turtle Beach just trying to let them make their battle happen, but he's able to get ahead of the 133 entry and is going to try and make the move on OC Racing, X Lopen so as to not impede their racing quite as heavily.
Yeah,
we have an interview coming in very soon.
I must say, for the interview, I would wait for this battle to be over, but this battle is, I think, so interesting that if we have an interview, we might miss out how the end of this will go. But talk about the end, Lopen goes into the pit lane there, the OC Racing Snappy car goes in. So that's the end of their battle, but wow, that was nearly catastrophic into turn 12, as that could have ended one of three ways, which two of those are catastrophic. But now we are ready for the interview of the driver who is in the car. And that's a drive-through for OC Racing. That's just a drive-through, and still that means the battle is over for them. Not too much time lost to the cars, so they might have a chance later on. But now we're ready for the second interview of our stint. That's gonna be Taron in the 97 car.
98. OC Racing X Lifeless.
98. Oh, it's a Lifeless Racing. Oh, we're gonna have cameras for them as well.
It is OC Racing X Lifeless. I believe both he and Bryant Perez, the same Jaws livery car, have signed up for interviews. So we'll have Taron in a second. Either way, we're seeing AOT Turtle Beach 91 entries just make quick work of his classmates, of basically everybody. Completely uncontested. 6 lap old tires. The car behind him, the 16 entry Sim Racing Dream Team, 22 lap old tires as well. So he's on better pit strategy, or is ahead in the pit strategy compared to the cars behind. Grant you, he's still 4 hours 17 minutes into the race, but AOT Turtle Beach, with the falling out of both of the Apex 1 entries from the top spots, seems to be in position as the race approaches 2/3 of the way through.
So we have to. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is finally the race 80-bit which have been waiting for. Last time in Istanbul they had the chance, but then had to retire for different reasons. And now we are here talking about the pit strategies behind. The P2 Sim Racing Dream Team has 23 lap all tires, which is already over the lap. No, we know 21 for P3, the Apex 1, 22 for P4, the Mystic Vohol team, and 26 for Project A. So this is interesting to see that from P2 to P5, but everyone is gonna go into the pits as soon as they can, but also dependent on the battles they are on. So that's gonna be soon, but we're gonna finally, with Taron, we're gonna see some camera work from him as well, but only on the straights, as he is the driver of that 98 car right now, the Jaws car. So we're gonna be able to see him soon. Until he is in here, we will keep going, talk about the battles, but it will not take long until he joins us in the commentary booth. Or the camera will join us.
And
the battles have quite calmed down here again, so that's gonna be great for us for the commentary, for the interview. But talking about here, 2 hours nearly into our stint, 1 hour 45 minutes into our stint, I must say, with only 2 empty spots in the battles, I must say it's been interesting to see. This is what I've been hoping for yesterday. I would have been there for qualifying, which I sadly couldn't be there, but this is what I've been hoping for yesterday, seeing that the battles will go on even later on, as we've finally been joined here by Taron. Say hello, Taron. I heard you're in the car here.
Hello, I am indeed in the car right now.
You are in the Jaws car, if I'm not wrong.
That's right. The OC Racing X lifeless car.
Do you have a reason why it's called Jaws? Like I've heard from Viggo, which is also a driver of the OC Racing team, calling that. Is there a reason why it's called Jaws, except the livery maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it is mostly because of the livery. You'll have to ask the livery maker then, but I'm pretty sure it's mostly because of the livery. We have the shark livery on this Lamborghini, and also the crocodile livery on our hypercar, so I think it's mostly because of the livery.
I heard the hypercar is called Snappy, if I'm not mistaken, so 2 nice names. I believe you're the only team with names for their cars, so that's great to see. But I've heard you're in the car and you turn on your camera here on the straight, as you've done now. Yep. There you are. Hello. So I have some questions. You are right now not quite up there in the battle, but P32 overall. Is this the position you're maybe looking for later on?
We are obviously looking for the highest possible position. Right now, I personally have some issues with my frame rate. Currently, I am actually driving with 24 FPS, so that's why I am pretty inconsistent right now in terms of lap times.
24 FPS is not as good as you might hope for, but it doesn't look like you're losing too much time. Looking at your lap times, it does look like you're still up there on pace. P32 overall with 2.208. It looks like you're about as the same as Racebot Emmy Ritos, up in P25, but upon your opponents up ahead, you may be a bit slower, but you know, doesn't mean that you're out of the battle yet. As you said, you're aiming for the highest position here. And now, this is it for the race. 4 hours 30 minutes left in the clock. Do you guys still have a long stop yet in your strategy?
Yeah, we do have long stops. Not only one. I think we need to do, if I'm not wrong, 2 more long stops. I'm just not pretty sure right now. I'll have to look that up after my sim. But yeah.
So about two more long stops. You'll be able to see that number later on, but this means your battle is still on for maybe up positions, maybe in lower positions, but OC Racing here, you are having a great race. The battles you've just shown us have been excellent, but are there any we've seen with other GT3s taking alternative lines through Sector 1? Is your team, is your car able to take those sausage curbs in that S's in Sector 1, or do you also have to take the alternative line to avoid those curbs?
I mean, obviously those sausage curbs are kind of deadly if you hit them just a tiny bit wrong. So we tend to not hit them. It is possible, but if you do like one slight mistake while hitting them, you spin around. That happened to me, I think 4 laps ago. So we just aim to not hit them.
That is all from me. Is there anything from you, Phoenix, still?
No.
Any questions you have?
Good luck moving forward in the rest of the race, and hope to see you come back for interviews later in the season.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So have a good rest of your race. Good luck. We'll be dragging you out, as you obviously are not able to do that. And have fun, and we hope for you to have good races, as there he goes. And now that we've seen what the inside of what the driver feels during the race, as right as he goes away, he's having some issues with LNDHs. That's something to see. That now we saw how much he concentrated he is while driving the car. Imagine doing this for about 12 hours, even with some stints where you're not in the car for about. So I believe each driver does about 3 to 4 hours. Imagine doing that for 3 to 4 hours. I'm gonna be exhausted after that.
Oh, I would be completely exhausted too. That's lots of respect to people who can do these endurance type races, even in sim racing, with just the force feedback wheel. It can be very exhausting. But even more respect, obviously, to the people who can do these IRL, and the people who can do both, such as Jimmy Broadbent and his team that competed in the Nürburgring 24-hour race recently. That was a interesting race, to say the least, with the fog rolling in and getting. 24 hours in quotes there. That race ended very early.
That was, I must say, one of the special one-offs, but Ice back on this race here, as I believe we've lost audio. I can't hear any audio in the race, but now that we're here, the belts have still calmed down. There's the audio back, and now we are on board with the Team Delta Infinite. 1 minute respectfully between all of the cars from P8 to P10, but that is different. I think that's the Petronas Synthium team behind them, wanting to unlap themselves from the Team Delta Infinite LNDH, which might as well be counted towards as well later on. We heard that many teams still have a long stop left. I apologize, we've missed the 200th lap. That's wow, I've missed it. How can we miss that?
It's interviews, partially, but also just. Oh yeah, there's also the red flag, which changes the lap number slightly.
After the red flag, the restart of the session. So we're about 208 laps into this session, minus those laps that happened before the red flag. So I was about to say 200 laps in the past, I believe, 10 and a half hours, as it started at 11:30 and 10:30, 10 hours 30 minutes in the session, the second race start. So we might be even about the 300 laps here, but it doesn't matter, as it's still a huge number. 208 laps, 209 laps in these cars is quite a bit, I must say. As look at the timings, you see a battle for P28. Squadra Corsa Lamborghini versus the PMO Team Red car. If we'll be able to see, there's also here a battle between the second Lamborghini, the Voho Racing PL car, versus the ART Turtle Beach car. These two have been battling for about half an hour now, if I'm not mistaken.
As we take a look further back on the PMO Endurance Team Red, making the move into turn 1 over the Lamborghini. Mercedes staying ahead into the S's.
One that I've been talking about before. As it looks like the Lamborghini losing out the position there. This is the Squadra Corsa Racing Lamborghini. Looks like they're still struggling a little with their car. Maybe better than we've seen before, but it just doesn't look like they've got the hang of that Lamborghini this race, as it probably also happens. There's a yellow in the S's. That might be big.
Green flag.
That is something that might be later on, but the yellows in the S's is something you don't want to see, as that's the most difficult part of staying on there, trying to avoid a car that's spun around there as well. That's not something you want to see. But now we are close to a different car here. That is a different Mercedes there. That is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Motor Reporter Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken. No, this is what am I saying? That is the One Vision, Schalke One Vision Endurance team there. They're gonna unlap themselves the PMO into COTA course if they get past here. But eyes also on the Woche Racing PL Lamborghini versus the Woche versus the AOT Turtle Mercedes we saw before. They are close by as well, so we might see something happen there as well. There we go.
AOT Turtle Beach. Behind on turn number 11, the straight line speed does favor that Lamborghini with the slipperier frame. But, and in fact, there's some LMDH traffic moving through on the backstretch. AOT Turtle Beach actually loses a lot on that straight and gets split by, I believe that's an Apex 1 entry, the number 51 Apex 1 entry. In the two GT3s, as it were.
That is here the battle as well. The car that gotten past that is the Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team car that overtook those GT3s as well. So we have two different battles, basically at the same part of the track that's going on here. If Apex 1 maybe catches, that's going to be P2 overall. Maybe closing the battle to AOT Turtle Beach, as this looks like the race where AOT Turtle Beach might have finally the upper hand. I believe they've won China, Shanghai, if I'm not wrong. This might be the second time they get that top step off the podium. If they keep everything clean right now as it is. But I is also behind, as Cubic System right now is the leader of the GT3 class. Apex 1, the number 1 entry, after their long stop is about 2 laps behind the Cubic System team, which might result in those two gonna be being in a battle later on. As we saw the Lamborghini that's drifting through the S's. Ooh.
And a bit more drifting in the AOT Turtle Beach Mercedes. Snap of oversteer as they make their way in towards turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, that's now something important and interesting to see, as tire wear is a huge problem with these cars. And I'm talking about tire wear, 28 laps on the AOT Turtle Beach car. That may explain that drift that we've seen, while the Woche Racing only has 16. That's about half the tire life between the two, and looking like that AOT Turtle Beach car is losing a lot of time. Probably this tire wear kicking in with that sector 1 slide, with those lockups as well. Those are not as healthy as we might. But if those keep happening, about 20 laps in of those tires, you will feel such big vibrations on your wheel that you might not even be able to keep this wheel straight. As now they unlap them, they lap a Lexus there, the Park Motorsport car. And AOT Turtle maybe gonna look for a pit stop sooner or later.
We are on board with Park Motorsport 997 entry. A bit of a no man's land situation. 20 seconds behind AOT Elmar and 51 seconds out of Kissithia Mafia. Oh, sorry. No, they are not 21 seconds out of that. I misread the timing sheets. Still.
Last place in the GT3s.
Yeah.
Looks like they're not having the greatest race they want, but maybe they've already taken out of the long stops. We're not sure about that, but ooh, that's not the line you want to take through there. That nearly ended in more heartache, but maybe with all the long stops completed later on, we might see this team jump up the order a little, as we heard, for example, the OC Racing has 2 long stops. That's about, what can I say, about 5 minutes of stops still in the strategy, which in the end might result that this Park Motorsport car might jump up a little, but looking like they're about 5 to 6 minutes behind the Braun GP Endurance car, so that's something also kind of worthy look out for. As Project A finally into the pit lane after, I believe that's 30 plus laps of tires. Mystic Warhol up ahead. P4 is on 31 old tires, so they're gonna also jump soon in the pit lane. I said before, I believe the pit stop range starts at 20, but dependent on setup and battles, you might be able to extend that for a few more laps, maybe 10 laps, as Mystic Warhol is showing us.
We take a look with one of those race bot cards. Race bot Emeritos coming into the pits, and they will follow further back OC Racing X Lifeless. Meanwhile, in a battle with PMO Endurance Team Red, we see some damage on the windshield from the PMO car. They snap under and over through turn 1 and fall back. Lose 2 seconds to OC Racing X Lifeless there.
I believe if you have windshield damage, that means red damage at the front, which means they have no front end, and it shows. Look how much they're fighting that. They're snapping constantly, about 5 times through one left-hander. That was crazy to see, and now the lap just started, so they're gonna have to fight with that. There's just OC Racing is round. Lopen is round, and that is also big, as now I believe the concentration, as you said before, the fatigue is kicking in. Now that was it for that, but now here's a battle for P6 as well. Keisha Mafia Capone versus Project A. Project A just exiting the pit, so their tires are maybe not in the window yet, and they're still probably cold and not in that rubber window that they wanted. As look at the back, the Mercedes nearly going into the back of that LMDH.
Yeah, OC Racing X Lifeless gotta get out of the way for these LMDHs as they move through the rest of the lap. Finally do Project Day, staying ahead though.
775 blue flag.
5 car. I believe that is the Keisha to Mafia Lexus getting blue flags there. But now Keisha to Mafia Capone catching a little to Project A. Obviously, I believe that was just a tire change, not driver change. So the driver in there still, the experience that they've gotten from before, they are still driving here. Just gonna look out, maybe getting those tires as soon as possible in that window, which looks like it's not quite yet after 2 laps being out. The Keisha to Mafia Capone car just having a bit of a more upper edge here, but as I said before, the following car on COTA here has just that upper hand, as they can just follow each movement the car up ahead does, and also gain and also win advantages on each mistake that the car up ahead does, as Project A there nearly sideways through, I believe that's turn 8. That was close. Project A catches it though, so they're still up ahead. But now with the slipstream through the back straight, we're gonna maybe see the Capone car do something here.
Making them around the back straight through turn 11. Project A getting the better exit of turn 11 though. So KCT Mafia Capone gonna have to make that up with the slipstream. Heading into turn number 12, make the early move towards the inside. In fact, trying to use the GT3s to their advantage. Very, very late on the brakes, but Project A stays in the lead for the time being, and those GT3s split the difference.
That was very close, nearly. There was about a hair between the two LMDHs, nearly contact, but nice driving from both of them. This just shows us how skilled these drivers are, being able to avoid contact like that. As Petroleum Symphony SD team, it's crazy to see that they're down in P11, as usually I've seen them in the earlier races being up there for podium battles as well. This time doesn't quite look like it, but now we see a switch up as Mystic Warhol team. This is, I think, the first time they're up there in the P5 battle, even P4. So that's nice to see. Project A's first appearance here as well. So this is interesting to see as how many new teams this late in the season, 5 races in, This new appearances happening here and there. Bron GP second appearance
Yellow
here
in the
as well.
S's.
Yellow in the S's. Then we
Green
are
flag.
here. Who has spun it? Green now. The camera also wanted to see what has happened. The green one, the camera also wanted to see who has spun it, but it didn't look like they recovered it quicker than the camera could find. But that was interesting to see that nearly there for the overtake. And now back onto the Kisha to Martha Kaponka.
Bit of a worse line heading on to the straightaway. Once again, Product Egg pulls way in the lead. And there isn't a whole lot for Kaziti and Mafia Capone to look for going in towards turn 12.
Now we see the Capone car close and losing a little bit of time to the project. I was about to say closing in, but it doesn't look like yet. But Capone car having a bit of issues with traffic here and there. Now behind that looks like the Apex 1 entry, the 51 car. Wanting to get past as soon as well. Bless you. And now the lap, the cubic system car, which went into the pit lane. We've missed that. So Apex 1 number 1 entry is up ahead of them, and FNL for the first time ever leading the Project Endurance GT3 class here. So that's something to say. Whoa, the Brown GP nearly making contact with I believe that was not the Mythic or the Apex 1 class, no, that was the PXN car. He spun it.
Ooh,
He spun it.
You know, these cars are better race cars than they are lawnmowers.
Well, depends how you take them. But yeah, that it was a spin from the Mercedes there. And oh, I think I saw a different Mercedes there flying through there, sliding through that corner. The Braun GP was a lawnmower before out of the S's, but now they lost time to. I say lost time, but that is not for position here. But they got catched by this Mercedes here now in the back straight. Yeah, the Braun GP is not having the best races that they wanted last time on. They were about fighting for P5 overall, maybe even P3, but this time down in P31, I believe they are overall. And that's contact. Oh, that Mercedes was way too hot into the braking zone.
Yeah, that's the Race Spot Academy car, actually. Trying to lap the trailing Mercedes. Just a little bit hot on the brakes. They're currently sitting in P4 overall. 4 or 5 seconds behind Cubic System, but the longer they stay behind the
Yellow turn 1,
Mercedes
yellow
in
turn
front
1.
of them, the worse it's going to be.
Yellow turn 1. Who is that? That is.
Oh, and there it is.
Ooh, that's
ST1 Vision
Vision
Esports.
That's how is they?
Oh, and they were last place
way?
in their class anyways. They're facing the wrong way.
That's
I'll see if I can find reverse, but this might have to bring out a full course yellow.
Have they beached it?
17, can you get back onto the track? Can you get back on the track?
It looks like they beached it. They're not moving. They are moving their wheels, but doesn't look like the car is moving. That's it. But
And
that's
we have a beached car. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, race to forget for SD1 Vision Esports.
If not, back on pit,
Unfortunately for them.
They're not putting any inputs anymore. Did the setup turn off, or did they go off there? It looks like they're stopped.
Nope.
They've left. They've left. They're gone. That's
They're
it.
out of
They're
the
out of the
session.
race.
Green flag turn 1.
Wow, that was. So that was interesting to see. Maybe they've put it there, and because I saw the trail, I believe there was on purpose parking the car over there, as that's a really weird way to spin around into there. And that's it. They're gone. That's the second retirement, I think, from the 17. Last race and Istanbul, they also left. They also had a DNF after a crash, I believe it was. So it's the second DNF back-to-back for the SC1 Vision Esports car, which is sad to see, as I know they have the pace. They had it last time, and this time it looked like less of position-wise, but any position really counts in races like these. But it looks like the SC1 Vision hasn't been able to finish this one as well. But sad to see, with 3 hours 50 minutes left in the session, that's not much left, and that's just sad to see that something like that can just happen from a moment to another. About 8 hours into the race, and then you just have an incident like that. That's sad to see. But now, battle for P29.
PMO Endurance Team Red trying to get over that overcrest car. Once again, as we've seen, they have that damage to the front of their car. They've been losing a lot of positions throughout this race just due to that damage. They haven't gone in to fix it quite yet.
And they're still not going. They are following that Squadra Corsa Lamborghini up ahead. We saw after the incident that the car just had no front end, but it looks like this time they're managing to keep the car facing the right way, and not with many issues. As looking at the wheel inputs there, look how clean that it still is. It's not snapping anymore, so I believe
this is now a three-way battle. Look, OC Racing X Lifeless is only half a second up. So as we take a look, all of these GT3s are on the same lap. So in the lead of this battle for 28th place, OC Racing X Lifeless, Squadra Corsa Overcrest makes the passes. Front end is lost from the Jaws Lamborghini, and they might actually lose this one as well to the PMO Endurance Team Red, making their way in towards turn number 11 through turn 10. Jaws Lamborghini has the inside line. They go a bit wide though on turn 11. And the OC Racing X Lifeless Lamborghini now behind PMO Endurance Team Red. Squadra Corsa Overcrest now is that 28th position, but the straight line speed favors the Lamborghini. They're going to be able to make this back up on the straightaway in towards turn number 12, but the inside line belongs to that Mercedes. Both of them break about the same. Side by side they go. The Lamborghini has the better run into turn number 13, though, as the Mercedes goes on the outside. In comes Jaws. They make slight contact in towards turn 14 now. The Lamborghini staying side by side with the Mercedes, but it looks like they've just missed out. And they've lost 2 positions now. OC Racing X Lifeless have to be punishing themselves severely for that mistake.
That was out of turn 6, a mistake from Lifeless here, from OC Racing Lifeless. We've already heard that the driver in there is having issues with the frame rate, only driving with 25. And they said that's the reason why mistakes like those are happening. And that shows that even with a corner that way, not many mistakes we've seen happen can just happen from a moment to another. But nice save from them when that happened. They hold the brakes nice and early for the car to gain the grip quickly, but that meant 2 positions lost, and that's 1 Mercedes passed. That was the Lamborghini. That's what of course the Lamborghini passed early on, and then a great battle with. I believe that was with the second Mercedes, with the...
That was PMO Endurance Team Red.
The PMO Endurance, yeah, with the PMO Endurance Team Red car. That was a great battle, but now we have here the battle with AOT Turtle Beach on a different car bed, finally. Not a Lamborghini anymore, this time it's a Mercedes there in the division. And that is a Rivals Racing Team, the first time we've seen from them today, if I'm not mistaken.
AOT Turtle Beach, staying cool as a cucumber in the virtual reality that is Assetto Corsa. As AOT Turtle Beach not making the move on turn 1, they decided to keep the following on the number 83 entry in towards the S's. As we see, they're taking pretty similar lines, but slightly more inside line coming in from the 41 entry, and they're making up a lot of time, nearly colliding with the rear end out of turn 9.
Yeah, this battle
Awesome.
here really is cooking here by the AFC Turtle Beach first fighting. I believe
Trying to make
it
the
was
outside of turn 10. Outside of turn 10, they're going to look for the inside of turn 11. Take the brakes a little bit earlier than Rivals Racing Team. Instead, deciding they want to make the move on turn 12. The better exit, though, belongs to the Mercedes further ahead. Once again, the slipstream on the backstretch is so important. AOT Turtle Beach on Rivals Racing Team. Unfortunately, they've lost a lot of the slipstream. They won't be able to make the move on turn 12. They looked really good off turn 10, but they just couldn't make it stick. And now they'll remain behind for the remainder of Sector 3.
We have seen opportunistic moves into Sector 3 here. As we've seen again, the AFC Turtle Beach takes it. As I said, they take it into turn 15 and they manage to go past on the inside of the Rivals Racing Team here. Nice braking from them. They had all the control into their corner and they've managed to take that advantage of the they've taken that overtake while the Rivals Racing Team was just not expecting it. And that just shows how fast the position change can happen. And now AFC Turtle Beach's next car up ahead is the Motor Reporter 24 car, which is about 7 seconds ahead. That was the Lexus up ahead going up the hill into turn 1. That's the next car in their mirrors, but before they look at that, they're also seen in their virtual mirrors, because the Rivals Racing Team is still there for the battle, but it looks like into turn 1 they've missed out on, as the one GT3 is stopping them and the LMDH has stopped them from getting that overtake. So they are now more than a second behind, and that means that this battle is going to be over for now. But that's the Team Red racing car there. I noticed it by that is not it, because the front window is still intact, and that was the Apex. That was not the Apex one. That was a over One Vision anyone's car. And that was the Elma car. I keep mistaking them because they're both red in the front. Careful, then maybe into the back of that LMDH there into turn 11. The Apex 1 car getting past, lapping the Mr. Rohoki. And now we're on with the Braun GP car. I believe they are in no sort of battle here. Just 2 seconds with the Team Delta Infinite. We've seen that overtake happen about half an hour to 15 minutes ago. Is Team Delta Infinite gonna fight that back, as they're only 1.5 seconds behind the Braun GP Endurance car? But I must say, the Team Delta Infinite livery is really spectacular. The neon green on that black really screams that they are energetic here. Also with that riding, it's just a different approach to what everyone else has gone, and I quite like that.
Some might say they're monstrously energetic.
Yeah, today your humor has been 200% Finnick, and I love that energy.
Look, I can't not make a bad joke when it's like come on. Look at the fun. It is 100% taking inspiration from a certain green and black energy drink brand.
You might say a monstrous energy drink, Cam.
Oh my, I've already said that joke. You can't just turn it back around on me like that. That's not allowed.
Oh, well, that's it. Wow. That was now here the number 20 squad, of course, trying to lap the 666 Warhol racing car into turn 12, and have finally done it in turn 15. Obviously, any time lost behind a car, not quite what you want, but they've gone past quite fast. And this might help Warhol Racing with a bit of a slipstream effect here, as they can catch a bit of time. But Jealous PXN just entered the pits, and Apex 1, I believe, not long ago has gone also in the pits. Look at the tires already here, and it doesn't look like they're on old tires. They are just on, 3-lap tires, so they've gone only 3 laps before in the pit lane. So they're on fresh tires, but still 4 minutes behind the AOT Turtle Beach car, who's on 5 old laps tires. That is interesting to see, as ART Turtle Beach has such a big advantage. They could, I believe, for 4 minutes take 2 long stops and still be good for a P1 here. If I'm not wrong, I believe a long stop costing you about 250 seconds, which is, doing the math, 3.5 minutes. Now that I think about it, only 1 long stop in there. But 200 seconds is a long stop, so that will be able, that's still inside of those 4 minutes, and that's interesting to see that ART Turtle Beach has such a big advantage.
Yeah, they've just been, I mean, we've seen they've made quick work going through traffic lap after lap. They had a 3-minute advantage over the 51 car, now they're 4 minutes ahead. As you take a look, GLS PXN Racing, LMDH team, which we haven't actually seen a whole lot of. We've been talking a lot about their GT3 squad in the pits now. And we're now on board with Braun GP Endurance.
Yeah, now through the final complex here. Interesting to see. And now I can immediately recognize this car. It's the PMO Endurance Team Red with the broken windshield still going for the overtake. What has happened here? They've just been led past. Do they not know? Do they not realize? That is for position, I believe, no?
That is for
there's a
position.
teammate. Those are teammates. There's a teammate. It's a PMO Team Blue. If I'm not mistaken here, getting past. If it's not wrong, if I cannot quite see it here. Let me open up my. It is the PMO Endurance. No, it was a Move Center.
No, it was Center Sim Racing Dream. Yeah,
what has
and on top of that, OC Racing X Lifeless got ahead of PMO Red. So I'm wondering if that was the spin that we heard of earlier on, was the PMO Red team letting OC Racing Lifeless back ahead of them.
Green flag.
We see the battle continue out of turn 20. PMO Team Racing Red getting the better run on the front stretch.
I believe that looked like some strategy call, letting them pass at the end of at the back straight. So looks like this blue lab Mercedes here is more set up for corners, and seeing that getting past just before that complex, helping them go through those, maybe having that overtake nearly into turn 19 and 20, which didn't quite work out as they lost the rear. And now through the S's, just see how much they're fighting their cars on the curbs. That was what we heard, a bad hit off the curb, as you saw the wheel snapping the opposite side for a split second. Great reactions from those drivers here, but now it looks like this Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team is just not being able to catch the PMO Endurance Team Red, as with whatever reason they just have let them pass.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Move Center Sim Racing Dream has just been losing time to PMO Endurance Racing. Even on this backstretch, they just don't have nearly enough of the slipstream. They're about a second down. Unfortunately, unlike Formula 1, there's no DRS, so no active aero, unfortunately, for the trailing Mercedes as they continue to work their way in through Sector 3. PMO Endurance Racing Red staying quite comfortably ahead. They have lost about half a second through Sector 3, so I may have spoken a little bit too soon as the red car continues to move through the turn 18 complex in towards turns 19 and 20.
I believe, did the PMO, no, that's the PMO Team Racing Team, it's not the one with damage, I believe it was it? Wait,
no, it is them. It is them.
They fixed it. They fixed it. I still don't see any damage anymore on their windshield.
No, I definitely see damage on their windshield.
Yeah, I just have not seen it for a corner. There we go. There it is. On board with them now. Yeah, interesting to see with that much damage that to be able to have quite the pace. And look in the mirror. I see no cars, but I believe there it is now. That's the Move Center Sim Racing Dream team behind them, which are 4th position still, but Still interesting to see that 2 laps ago they just let them by on the straight like that. That's interesting to see. Maybe some strategy call, or maybe penalty, or maybe just team play. Maybe wanting to get the slipstream and catching the car that's up ahead. We might never know. It will come out later. But for now, that was just what we saw, and they stopped catching to that PMO team.
So we're seeing elsewhere on the timer sheets. Really, nowhere else has been, or nowhere else is even all that close. So as we can sit back and take a breather a bit, I would say this is a great time for an interview, but we don't have one lined up right now, which is very sad. Unfortunate, even.
I believe we're gonna have another one, a Project A driver. If I believe that may be coming.
Interestingly, SD1 Vision Esports reconnected to the server, but they have been DNF'd. They are just sitting in pits. I think they're trying to make, or no, they're just sitting on the timer sheets right now, even though it says they're in the pits. You see them currently disconnected in the timesheets, but they completed 207 laps. The current leader of GT3 completed 202, so that is why you still see them on the timesheet, as we're still about 9 laps away from the back marker of GT3 passing them, and they'll be moved off.
Alright, so
Kisita Mafia on Rivals Racing Team now. A little bit of a lockup from the leading Mercedes, and that Lexus behind. One of the less popular cars in the class. The Mercedes seems to be the pick for most of the drivers. Taking a bit of sausage curb through the S's is that Lexus. Mercedes stays out ahead. Making our way through the remainder of the S's. Kisita Mafia might be trying to make a move around turn 11 as we head through. See a couple of LMDHs behind them. Now the GT3s are going to have to make their way out, but Kisita Mafia goes around the outside of turn number 10. They're going to try to keep the line through turn number 11, using the LMDHs to their advantage. They end up losing out just barely. But now the slipstream has been completely broken, and the Lexus has a slipstream on the LMDH ahead. So they're going to end up ahead into turn number 12, as so barely. The inside line seems to be a bit of a curse as they're able to make it back around on turn 13. We'll see how it goes side by side. And Kisita Mafia ends up losing out on the position, has to follow through turn number 13, but they're not going to give it up quite yet. They go around the inside, turn number 13, they stay around the inside, and they split the difference with an LMDH, but we see behind them, Rivals Racing Team, they don't want to give this up quite yet. Right behind, once again, on Kisita Mafia.
Wow, what a battle this has been. On the back straight into turn 11 with the LMDHs going inside and outside with the contact then as well. With the Kisita Mafia getting the position, losing the position on the backside and then getting it back into turn 13. Mr. Mercedes gonna have a work here again. The Rivals Racing Team slipstream back on the Lexus, where the Lexus looks like has just a bit of that straight lane speed advantage to the Mercedes. We saw it before. And now here into turn 1, they take more of a defensive line, the Kisita Mafia Lexus. Get a bit of a alternative line into turn 1, which lost them out a little. But let's see which car handles the S's better. Now the Lexus going through it first. Catching a bit of curb, jumping out a little, but doesn't quite look like losing time. But the Mercedes having to cut the corner a little. Losing a little bit more time.
Bad line from the Mercedes, they've lost a lot of time.
But that's a bad line from the Lexus now into turn 8 now, and now 9. That gains time again to the Mercedes here. And the Mercedes wins it! The Mercedes has lost it! Into turn 9! That's interesting, that's crazy! And now they've lost about 5 seconds and have damage. Doesn't look like they've got too much damage, but They spun it round, and that's
That
the
looks like they
battle
were hit
over.
from behind. Were they hit from one of the GT3s that passed them on the end there? Because that didn't look like he lost it. That looked like something bumped him. Right? It was sausage curbs. It could have been sausage curbs.
I believe I saw them losing the rear at the exit, and oh, no, that's the key. South African Capone car spun around as well, but with the car before, with the rivals car, I believe they started losing the rear, counter snap, but turned too much and then snapped it into a different direction, which then lost them the complete grip off the tires. But that's a mistake which counts so much in these final 3.5 hours of this race. And interesting to see with mistakes like these, that means the battle is getting closer to the end later on the race. They have to push now as much as possible if they want to have their position. One long stop left for that team, I believe, but long stop still playing a big role.
Long stop's definitely still playing a big role, as strategy so important in these endurance races, especially when we have these short long stop rules to make sure everything's fair while driver changes happen. We have about 20 minutes left in our stint, and then Luca and myself will be going on a break while Race Direction ends up taking the commentary booth for an hour, and then we'll be back for the final 2 hours and 10 minutes-ish of this 12 hours of Circuit of the Americas. Number 1 Apex 1 entry in the pits now, about 3 minutes behind F&L RT. I believe this is them taking their long stop, if I'm not mistaken, as they fall behind Cubic System as well.
Must say, with the F&L team, there are 32 laps on those tires. I believe they'll stop getting closer as well. But that's something I'm gonna point out. Cubic Systems and Apex 1 have been battling this out for quite some time now, switching positions left and right. I don't know which one started ahead first, but this battle, we have to look out for it at the end as we take the final shift of this race. So I'm gonna have an eye out for that before the end of the race, but I believe these battles here going crazy as now we're on board with the OC Racing camera on the OC Racing left with KPM Endurance Team Red with the broken windshield. You said it before, the OC Racing team got past there, but they catch back up, and now they go into the pit lane with the tires. I believe the OC Racing has gotten
33 laps.
Yeah, 33 laps on those tires, so that's about the end of their stint anyway. So let's see, maybe this undercut, I'd say, is gonna work against the PMO car.
We shall see. Of course, pit stops less interesting in Assetto Corsa than in than in real life, just because you don't get to see the tires being frantically changed. You just have to imagine it in your head. Kiseta Mafia, though, 24th place overall, 775. Rivals Racing got past them once again, so they've continued this battle after Rivals end up falling behind into the inside of turn number 1. Kiseta Mafia maintains the lead going into the S's, but we see behind them the Mercedes does not want to give up the position. They nearly went the outside of the first S. Instead, they're going to try to maintain right behind the Lexus. Moving around. Rivals Racing Team Mercedes has been battling out against this Lexus for a long time. We saw them get ahead once again as they make their way around turn 9 and in towards turn 10. The Lexus still maintains the lead. We know it's faster on the straights between the two setups that they have. And it looks like they actually got the better run out of turn number 10 as well, so there won't be much of a threat with this LMDH splitting the entrance into turn number 11 from the Rivals Racing Team onto Kiseta Mafia, as they should be able to pull ahead ever so slightly. Looking a bit further back,
it's getting darker,
Park
so remember
Motorsport
to turn your headlights on.
Getting lapped by the Mystic Woyal team, LMDH.
Yeah, and the LMDH, I must say, for the last hour, I haven't seen the battles there anymore. But I believe with Kisha Tamafi Kaponka gone into the pit lane, we might see there later on a battle with the Corleone sister team. But for now in the LMDH, the positions have stabilized, while in the GT3s it's gone all hell loose, as they've been switching left, right, and center between pit stops and everything around there, with also on-track battles being quite going on for like the past 2 to 3 hours, I believe. Every time it went quiet, the next thing that happened was always a GT3 battle, and now we're looking at P2 right now in the GT3, the Cubic System team, as FNL goes into pit lane now. As I said before, they were quite long on those tires, so they've gone in. So Cubic System, if they don't go in now, will overtake them and go for the lead of the GT3 pack. Back, more in the back, Squadra Corsa is starting to catch the Rivals Racing team. No, Rivals Racing is losing to the Kisha Traffic. I'm sorry. They were about a second, but now are above the 2-second mark. And Move Center Sim Racing is about 1.5 seconds to the car ahead as well. So maybe if a slight mistake will happen, we'll see the battles between those two teams, those two packs. But as far as I believe now, it calmed down a little again. And now with the pit stops happening, we will see some switches going on again. And FNL, I believe, has gone for the driver switch. As I say, Cubic System gone past. Cubic System was about 2 minutes behind, so Cubic System was still behind, I'm sorry. So we gotta see for the lead of the GT3 how fast FNL are in this pit stop.
We'll see how fast they are. They also, their race right now is with Apex One, who took a long stop as well. They were out ahead of Apex One quite handily before Apex One took their pit stop first. However, it really depends on how Apex One is done going through traffic. We see they're less than a minute behind AOT Turtle Beach, who's currently sitting in 19th position, but has yet to take a stop. As once again, we see Kisita Mafia Capone still in the pit lane, so it looks like they're in a long stop or driver swap as well as the Apex One number 51 entry behind AOT Turtle Beach, but they are realistically on similar strategies as AOT Turtle Beach is one more long stop to take compared to the rest of these Le Mans Daytona hypercar prototypes.
So we see now an overtake through the S's between the LMDH overtaking the GT3, and this is now we're starting to see the time of day changing. I believe near the end of the race it will be sunset or even dawn, so the sun might start to be an issue here. It's going onto the main straight. We'll see the sun blinding the drivers now here, as thankfully for the settings we have here, it's not blinding us, but depending on what the drivers are using, the sun might be a big challenge now through the final sector, as it's right there in front of them. And I must say, this looks beautifully done. This looks so beautiful going with side here, overtaking the GT3s, and with the LMDH is getting closer to each other. Even if it's off for position here, the Apex One car it's about 4 minutes behind the AOT Turtle Beach, but still P2 overall. Great driving from all of our drivers, must say. Even with the small mistakes happening here and there, they've been all on the A game today, and that's just so beautiful to see how great they've been taking this challenge around COTA here today.
So, I'm American, obviously, so I know COTA and stuff, but I have not visited COTA. I have been to Austin though, and I have to ask you: have you been to the States at all?
I have not.
You haven't? Oh, that's really unfortunate, because COTA is in the city of Austin in Texas, which is actually a really neat city. There are a lot of cool things about them, including some very old light towers that date back into the, I believe, late 19th, early 20th century, which are these gigantic towers. They look like radio towers, but they have really big, bright lights on them, and that was how they used to light up the city of Austin before grid electricity hit the area. So, interesting thing about the city where COTA is located. Also, there's some very good barbecue in Austin, Texas, as in a lot of Texas and a lot of the Southeast. So, worth making a visit if you have the opportunity to. As the other big tower in Austin, obviously, is the timing tower here at COTA.
I heard the story about the light tower. I had that in history, as that's quite an historic part of America as well. Interesting to say it's here in Austin, and maybe even if the you see, I heard stories about that having heard a few people who lived near it giving them headaches while it lit it up, but. There's a big story about that. If you're interested to see that, there's still a huge story about that. But we into America maybe later. But I'm more focused on the European Union, as that's where I live. And being in Germany here, I can say the same thing. Same stuff about Germany. There's good stuff here as well. But if ever America is a good spot, there's a car gone off. Wow, what happened there? There's a car gone off turn 1. That's a great racing team. Gone out of the pit lane, straight through. Were there brake issues? What has happened there?
I think they just didn't have temp in their tires and they tried taking the turn a little bit too quickly.
Corner. Green in both situations.
And there's a yellow on turn 19 as well.
Oh. What
we can see. Looks like it's cleared. Based on the timing sheets I'm looking at, but.
Oh, grid has gone off again.
Right out of the pits. I mean, you have to respect the tire temps. Yeah, you don't got them tire blankets going on. This is real racing. That's not real racing. I mean, the racing is real. It's sim racing though. Either ways, unfortunately, not enough heat in the tires. Not going to be grippy enough, and you end up losing it into turn number 1. As Schalke One Vision Endurance also in the pits right now. Kisita Mafia Corleone is now in their pits as well, going to end up sitting right around where Kisita Mafia Capone is later on, as we're on board with Wheel Racing PL 666 entry, about 1 minute behind Cubic System, who is currently leading on the GT3 system, but has yet to take their pit stop, as FNL RT are your effective first place after the pit cycle, who are currently sitting ahead of your effective second place Apex One, who are almost a minute behind FNL RT as it stands.
Nice as well on Apex One, as they are, I believe, on net P1 after the pit stops. If Cubic System might get a good stop, they might stay up as well for the battle, but Apex One, number 1 entry is the car we have to fix. That's OC Racing X Lifeless round after P8 turn 18. Oh, that's a big incident from them.
I mean, we were hearing about those FPS issues. I could not imagine
98.
Playing any sim racing game at less than 60 FPS, let alone less than 30. So I have much respect for keeping on racing despite those FPS issues, and I really hope they're able to get them fixed before the next race, as they'd made some good moves earlier on in the race, making the battle between them and PMO Endurance Team Red. As we're continuing with the GT3 pit cycles.
In racing,
FNL RT are your... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, with racing altogether, issues can appear anywhere. In real life, you obviously have the mechanical issues that you can have with tires issues, brake issues, engine issues. But in sim racing, it's not like all those issues will go away, as you can always have rig issues where real life wheel might have issues, or maybe even simulation issues where with the FPS dropping to about 25 frames, or even starters lag, stuff like that can be translated as to stuff that can happen in real life with other things. So in racing altogether, there's always some problems that can appear, which can always impact your driving.
So, I would like to ask you, what are your favorite, as we still have no battles going on at the present, and I'm going to keep on going with my off-topic conversation topics because they're fun. What are your favorite racing cars of all time? Can be any series.
That's a question I haven't heard. I must say, GT3s are the funnest to drive, as they just have the extra challenge, and obviously all the cars being basically in spec. So I must say that is fun. But if everything goes right, open wheel can. If you hit the setup correctly, open wheel can be the funnest with Formula 2.
I specifically meant to ask, what is your favorite individual car that has raced?
Green flag.
Ah. Wow, okay.
Oh, we see
That's
Grid
a
Racing
Grid
back
Racing
on the
car?
side once again.
Staying there, letting all the cars pass. Fastest team on the grid, it says it's on the car.
Alright, continue. Favorite racing car. Favorite racing car.
Favorite racing car. Wait. Alright, favorite racing. Now you put me on the spotlight here. Favorite racing car. Difficult. Favorite racing car.
It could be from any series. It could be, you know, a Pikes Peak car for all I care. Just, what do you got? AOT Turtle Beach in the pits. This is probably going to be a long pit stop and a driver change for them.
Well, I must say my favorite racing car ever has to be just how the Audi GT3, the 2018 GT3 car drives. I must say that has to be my favorite car, racing car to drive. As Grid Racing is stopped off the side of the road, and they're not rejoining. Are they gone? Is that it? Are they out? They has shown us issues. And
Yellow
that's it.
entry to the back straight.
Oh, they started moving
Might be trying
again.
to make a rejoin.
Are they having issues with the setup? They're not pressing any pedals. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Green.
Losing grip and they're back on the track.
Big problem.
They've been having a lot of problems, Grid Racing. No, my favorite racing car of all time is the Mazda 787B.
Well,
I
haven't thought about the 90s Le Mans. Well, if we go with that, I must say the Minolta Toyota has to take the cake.
Okay. No, I just love my Wankel engines. Dorito, car that I really want to at some point own an RX-7 or an RX-8.
Just to feel the engine.
Just to feel the. I mean, the thing revs so freaking high because you basically get 3 revolutions of the drive shaft per 1 revolution of the Dorito, right? So I know it's the rotor. I call it the Dorito
you have
anyway.
the money to keep that engine running, as you know. I heard they're expensive for that car. Just the repairs are not cheap. But going back onto the race here, we have a battle here for P16 between AOT Turtle Beach and FNL RT. After they've pitted, they've come out right behind AOT Turtle Beach for P3 in the GT3 class. That's an OC Racing going hard into nearly the back of the FNL 222 entry. That was very close, and they just not managed to get past. But that's the OC Racing car wanted to get past this group of cars as fast as possible, and there they are now. And close again, losing the position to FNL again. What's OC Racing X Lopen doing here? Obviously, as LMDH drivers, you have to be careful with how you situate your car and how to drive it. Once it's not always the best wanting to go as soon as possible past GT3s. It's always smart to also stay behind, as the Open just showed us what happens if we don't have any patience. As now FNL, great run out of the final corner, onto the main straight, side by side nearly, going up the hill now. Who's gonna have the better break? The FNL, the AOT Turtle Beach let them past here, and the AOT Turtle and the FNL is passed. Nice overtake from them.
I think AOT Turtle Beach realized that this isn't their race. They have much older tires. They're on a different pit strategy than FNL RT, who currently, after taking a long stop, is trying to make their way back up the GT3 class and reclaim what is likely a first place for them. Currently, they're in net first place, Apex 1 in net second, but Cubic System has yet to pit for their long stop, and those are looking like your top three at the moment. That said, I will note that WarriorRacing.pl is only on 9-lap old tires, so with a bit of pit strategy finagling, they might actually be in the running for a podium position after the pit cycles are all said and done. We are about to be finished with our first stint as commentators. We will have the race direction and some of the stewards on the commentary booth for an hour, and then we'll return for the final 2 hours of the race. That said, as things have really kind of started to wind down through the midsection of the race, I'm interested to see where you think the battles are going to be when we return from our break.
I'm going to have to say, for the GT3 lead, I believe we're going to have a great battle between the Cubic System Apex 1. And also, as I was about to say, AOT Turtle Beach and Apex 1 might give us a battle, which looks like they're only 40 seconds apart, so that's going to be something we're going to maybe come back to. And also, Finnick, before we go, I want to ask you, what has your favorite part of this race been in these 3 hours we've been commentating so far?
I'd have to be that opening stretch, opening hour and a half, where we had basically 3 or 4 battles going on at the same time between different LMDHs and GT3s, and I'm excited to see how the race shapes up in the final couple of hours. But as the stewards have joined the call, it is time for us to go on our break. So you can enjoy the stewards commentary over the next hour, but until we return, my name has been Finnick, that's been Lucas and Torby, and we'll see you around.
Hello, welcome. Okay, my start will be interrupted. Yellow flag at the exit of the SS. Green flag, green flag. Yeah, so that is how the next 1 hour will be looking like. Sometimes during commentary, we'll have to mute ourselves to tell our drivers what's going on the circuit. This is the first time we have race direction work in the commentary booth and also in not our native language, so this could be interesting. I'm Kamil Struzik, CEO of Project Endurance, also today's main race director. Oh my goodness me.
Yes, and I'm
Backstraight
Wojciech
yellow flag,
Ściński,
backstraight yellow flag.
and I'm Pastor Steward, so you will have a short introduction how our job looks every day on the races.
Green flag, green flag. Yeah, we had a big spin. We'll have another perspective on what is going on the track. We are both on the server, so we can see in the real time what is also going on. Slavek went to take a little break for himself, I think. So we'll have this back straight shot for a moment. Oh, he is back, so we can observe what's going on the track. Yeah, you will have an insider of how stewards work looks like in Project Endurance. Yeah, I'm maybe I'm sorry, the main race director, so I'm the main person looking onto the circuit and notifying drivers what is going on, yellow flags, blue flags, penalties and stuff like that. Wojtek, on the other hand, is the main steward. So he is the one responsible for creating the documents with our decisions. He will also be giving you information about penalties. We will have a bit of... oh, that's another spin. But they are back on the circuit, so no need to get the yellow flag out there. So yeah, this is not going to be a standard commentary, as we have a lot of other stuff to do in the meantime. Yellow flag in the SS. That is going to happen a lot, especially on this circuit. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, he rejoined safely, fortunately. Green flag. So yeah, a bit of interruptions will be happening, unfortunately, but that's how it is. The boys, the Fennig and Luca need to take a break. I didn't want them to make 6-hour-long stint, so they will have 3+2 with 1 hour break in the middle. So their throats can have a little rest, the vocal cords. Wojtek is now preparing the decisions documents. We have reviewed some incidents, actually all of them were reported around...
incidents, to be honest.
Yes, so we had a little break for 4 hours, I think, because I was alone on race direction, so I wasn't able to investigate any report, but we catch up to it, and now we are following that, making the decisions, and they will be published in a moment, so you may hear some decisions on the race direction graphic on the right hand side, and I will announce to the teams what is going on in terms of penalties. Golden hour above the Circuit of the Americas, 8 p.m. Above, not above, around the circuit. In the time I checked, what is the sunset moment for today in Austin, and this will be in 18 minutes, 20 past 8. So 18 minutes until that. It's starting to get darker. On my screen it's a bit darker than on the stream. That's because our streamer is using more fancy preset. I'm using more so-called potato mode, so I have less details and stuff like that. Yeah. Not much going on the track at the moment. We had a few moments when our commentators have had a lot to commentate on. So much fighting, so much great battles, huge collisions. We had 3 of them, if I remember correctly, throughout the race. So a lot of going on in that race. I'm really happy about that after the problematic start with the red flag. On our technical side, we had many issues. Wait a second. Mouse. Car 891 blue flag. Yeah, this is also commended. It's happening frequently, especially after. Oh my god, I'm not the best with maths. 9 hours of the race. After 9 hours of running, we have a lot of blue flags. The differences are quite big, as you can see on the leaderboard. 3 minutes, 1 minute, 32 minutes between GT3, T1 and last hypercar. We had a lot of issues for hypercar drivers, with 2 crews didn't even starting the race, and they withdrew from participating, crews number 71 and 157, and 7 DNFs. We started with 20, now 13, also one with a huge gap, 1 minute for Motorsport behind P12. And also something is going on with car number 1, penultimate corner, but they managed to get back on the circuit safely with no interruptions. So yeah, we have a more quiet moment on the track. Maybe when night falls completely and the track is covered by the dark, and only drivers' headlights will be lighting the circuit, we'll have more so-called dim on the track.
Yeah, I'm just uploading next incident note, so in a few minutes I will give you information about first penalty after our break.
Yep. So you will also hear how it looks like. What's that penalty? Is that drive-through and stop-and-go stuff? Because stop-and-go and drive-through is the stuff we announce because it has to be served during the race. Time penalties are added, of course, to the ending time, so no need to announce them. Just posting the document with mention of the crew that reported and also got reported that received the penalty. But with the drive-through and stop-and-go penalties, also Wojtek needs to let me know which crew receives what type of what type of penalty, because I need to apply that to the server, so the crew is actually able to serve that and continue the race, try to regain that lost time. First decision is note number 16. What's this penalty?
Yeah, this penalty, it's 3 penalty points and 10 seconds penalty for car number 899 Kiciata Mafia Capone. It's incident between them and car number 997 Park Motorsport.
Yeah, that was a multi-class collision because 997 is a GT3 car, and of course Kiciata Mafia Capone is hypercar. We tend to be more strict with those multi-class collisions, as of course it is faster classes' responsibility to do that safely. If they fail to do so, they will be penalized, of course. And yeah, that's something we are more strict with rather than with normal collisions between class, like fighting for position and stuff like that. Like usually, blue flags are stricter in terms of penalties. We can see Squatter Corsa over crest, number 20 Lamborghini. During the long stop, we had them on our screen a few moments back. And yeah, they will drop some places, of course, because of that. Right now, it's very hard to tell which position is that in GT3, as a lot of we have more GT3s than and then hypercars, and also we had many DNFs by hypercars. So we have P14 to P25, as I mentioned. I'm not the best with math, but I think it's P11 for now, of course, because that's the 4-minute long stop. So they will lose a bit of my. Oh my god, my tongue is not working too well today. 9 hours ahead of PC. Maybe you will forgive me. Yeah, 4 minutes in the pit lane, so they will lose more time. Start finish straight, a lot of cars passing by. Also, car number 16, Ścigałka Sim Racing Dream Team. The crew that contains of some Project Endurance champions from Season 2. Back then, Ścigałka teams entered Project Endurance for the first time. There was a big boom of Project Endurance popularity, and they dominated, especially the LMP2 class, not existing at the moment, but back then it was one of 3 classes in Project Endurance, and they dominated. With their 3 teams, there was a situation once that they got full podium in the class, the first situation in the history that happened back then, a long time ago. Actually, it's more than a year, nearly 2, I guess. So yeah, that's a big break.
Camille, I have information for you. I have prepared just the penalty with stop and go penalty. So let's get prepared and we can add it to the server.
Okay, amount of stop and go?
Stop and go 15 seconds for car number 709. It's
Okay,
Racing Team.
SG 15, yeah?
Yes, of course. Car number 709.
Yes.
It's incident note number 17.
Okay, posted already?
Of course.
Okay, so now I'm muting myself in the live stream. 15 seconds stop and go for car number 709, Straffa Racing Team. For unsafe rejoin, that's incident note number 17. I'm back from my command, and yeah, the penalty got assigned to the server. They have now 10 laps to dive into the pit lane and serve that penalty, have that cleared. They are at the moment in P27 overall, in Sector 1 right now. Let's see if they will pit this lap, or maybe they will save that for later. As I mentioned, they have 10 laps to do so.
Yes, that incident was about 4 hours later, before, of course, because we had some break. But to be honest, the situation was quite big because Straffa Racing just rejoined very unsafe. They were hit by one hypercar, and then they hit also one GT3. So
One GT3.
That was a collision between 3 cars.
Yeah, 3 cars involved in that collision, caused by not the best rejoin maneuver by 709, so that's why this kind of penalty is given. Of course, there will be a lot of calculating for us after the race when we have to open up. I mean, no, not open up, because we have, like, for us, for stewards, file with all the penalties. So we will have to sum that up from that Excel sheet and yeah, add that to already existing penalty points. Of course, exceeding penalty points limits. Wait a second. Yellow flag in the SS. Green flag. Yeah, that's a bit awkward, but sorry, that's what my work is. I have to tell people what's going on, and to be fair with you, you don't want to hear me twice in a moment, twice at once. You would hear me if I wouldn't mute myself. We have a report, so if you could add the teams to that ticket. And another
Okay,
blue
just
flag. Blue flag, car number 1. Yeah, we changed the format of reports. They used to be public, but after a lot of dramas happening in the thread under those reports, we decided to keep them private. Only the crew reporting and reported has the access to get created by the reporting crew, and then they can have a discussion about the incident, show their evidence, POVs, etc. So it's better for us, and we don't have to worry about the mess, about the dramas, about someone insulting one another. So yeah, that's a big positive for us.
Okay, so Kamil, I have another stop and go penalty.
Okay. Wait a second, one more blue flag, I think. 175 blue flag.
Okay, the penalty is stop and go 15 seconds.
I know. What's that for? Oh my god.
Yes.
It's 665, so yes, they are not driving
Yes,
anymore.
665 hypercar.
They are not
Just,
driving anymore. They are DNF, so we can change that to grid drop, I think.
Okay, no problem.
42 blue flag. A lot of those happening right now. We did a quick consulting with one another, with each other, in our DMs about penalty size. We'll hear that in a moment when it becomes official.
Okay, so the penalty for incident number 18 will be 8 penalty points and 10 positions grid drop in next race in which they will compete.
Yellow in the S's. Yep, that's a big penalty, but that was a big incident. Also, we had crew involved in that. Unfortunately, doing Guan Yu Zhou from 2022 British Grand Prix. But yeah, it's unfortunately only game. They had group what they had, so.
Anyway, if you can, Kamil, just look on 997 cut.
Just to summarize to you, and one crew had their long stops reset by some strange reason, and they have 2 out of 5 instead of 5 out of 5. It's very, very strange. Yeah. Honestly, I haven't seen anything like that ever in my AC career, and I have no idea what to do with that. Instructions given to the team. Yeah, back to let's say commentating, race directoring, stewarding, whatever you want to call it. We'll have a fight between 98 and 24 in in a moment. I think the gap is 1 second, something about that. That for P29 overall. Not sure which position in GT3, as I mentioned for the third time. I'm not the best with maths. Oh my god. Yellow in the S's. This is happening a lot. Green flag. Yellow in the S's is something that will cause nightmares for drivers in the next few nights. For me also. Just to let you know, I'm sitting here from the beginning of the race, so oh, not good with maths. As I mentioned, 9.5 hours ago, and actually a bit earlier, as I had to set up the server and stuff like that. So around 12 already. I had my PC watching the race, run into circles. So I know what our streamer, Sławek, is experiencing. That's not the most pleasurable thing. We've got that verdict posted about Voil Racing colliding with 203.10, 10 place grid drop as mentioned before. They are of course not driving anymore, so no reason to give them time penalty or stop go or drive through, as of course they won't be able to save that.
Okay, we have next incident, which is no further action from our side because the project A number 161 didn't give us any description and evidence on the report, so
we are just rejecting that on the formal side because we have nothing to work with, to be honest, as there's no video, no clip from that moment, so yeah, nothing to work with, unfortunately. That's the moment that it is officially known as sunset. 20 past 8. So we have another car off in the S, but fortunately they managed to get back on the track pretty quickly. Oh yeah. That's good, one less command for me. Some cars in the pit lane, including the GT3 class leader. Also, I think we've lost number 1, Apex 1, after that little spin going into the back straight. They have not rejoined the server for a long time. I think
yes, Camille, you just said that we have sunset, so I have a little information. After 3 races in the season, the crew which was reported mostly is 28 Sunset Outrun, which didn't compete in race number 3 because they have season ban. So no one just came to them with amount of reports.
Yeah, maybe someone will catch up to them after this round. We haven't counted that yet, but we will see after the round. Those are, of course, just the fun facts. No fun facts on the stream today, as we honestly didn't have any idea what to put into those fun facts. But yeah, we can see now us getting onto the main start-finish straight. That was so incredible. That was so intelligent. We have only one start-finish straight here, of course. So I just combined terms main straight and start-finish straight. Ignore that. I'm a bit tired. Now we jump on board with 32 GLS Paxson Racing, the crew that lost a lot of time before the red flag, as we had issue with them, and then with 217 Sigałka, One Vision Endurance. When we triggered full course yellow, after we ended that, they had full course yellow continue on their screen for another 30 seconds. So we decided to red flag the race and do a little restart, let's say. And they actually gained a lot with that. Now, 731 Mystic Voil team rejoined the track after pitting, and they are just 2 seconds behind Project A with number 161. We could have a fight here, and it's for P4. Actually, P2 and P1 P2 and P3 in hypercars are in the pit lane. I think car number 16 is doing the long stop, and the gap is less than 4 minutes with Project A. So there is a chance that this could be a fight for the podium between 161 and 731. Of course, if the battle even happens. We'll see that in a moment. They just got on the back straight. We also see on our screen, sorry for ignoring what's going on the screen, but I have a wider view as I'm on the server too. For P28 overall, Brown GP with number 24 defending against OC Racing, number 98, Sebastian Duran, I think. Behind the wheel as we have Italian flag out there. He's Mexican, but I think he has it set to Italy, if I remember correctly from the previous rounds. So that's Sebastian Duran. I think that's the main driver, the quickest one in that crew, so they are in full attack mode. Let's see, we earlier heard, of course, Taron Schivel from that crew interview while driving. Now we have an attack into turn 1, going down the inside. Oh, we have a yellow flag in the S's, but the crew that spawned managed to get back on the track. Meanwhile, 24 managed to regain that place. So, not the best move, dive on. Oh my god, what I'm saying. Done by 98 as they managed to lose that place again with blue flag 49. Yep, had to do that again. 24 against 98. Still the same, still continuing, but this fight will be interrupted in a moment as I can see in car 996 Motor Reporter 24PL 24.PL XCODNF Racing Team. That's the longest name on the grid, I think. Of course, it's shortened on the server to fit into the leaderboard, but they are in P17. This fight is for P28, so we will have a blue flag there. Also, Mystic Voil cashed up to Project A, so we will have a fight here. Wait a second. 98 and 24 blue flag. Yep, this also had to happen eventually. Yeah. Trying to cut through the traffic of GT3s, of course they have to overtake them safely. I am not going to call for blues right here, out there in that situation. The performance gap is too big to do that. I would be dead if I had to call every single multi-class lapping as a blue flag on the team spec. So yeah,
are you ready?
fights. Yes, I am ready all the time, mate.
Okay, so prepare stop and go 10 seconds penalty for car number 794.
794.
794, stop and go 10. Number 20.
794, sub 10? 10 seconds stop and go?
Stop and go 10, yes.
Okay, happy. Waiting for you to
Okay,
post it.
published.
10 seconds stop and go penalty for 794 for causing a collision incident note number 20. Oh, they are DNF. That's unfortunate because you didn't assign the penalty, so unfortunate.
Yeah, there is lots of DNFs, so it's hard to remember each crew.
changing the verdict to grid drop or just they get away with it?
I think it's good to change this to I don't know.
Grid drop.
I have no
3,
idea at
5,
this moment.
3-5 maybe.
Of course,
We'll see. We'll consult
of
each other.
course it will be of course grid drop, but I'm not sure how many positions of this grid drop. So I have to think, compare it to another incidents, and I will give you a proposition on the
I just mentioned on the decisions channel that there will be a correction to that that incident notice. We just realized 794 is also DNF'd, same as car number 1. They are not on the server for a few minutes. There is maybe a little bit of understatement, but yeah, they dropped back all the way to the back of GT3s. So that's race over for car number 1. "24 Brown GP blue flag." They are not listening. It's the 4th time happening with them, actually, so that's not nice, but they eventually let 996 past. I get frustrated when this happens. When I'm doing a command with blue flag and someone is not listening, and then it ends up with a crash. So, yeah, I don't feel well with situations like that, so I try to avoid them, of course.
Okay, so the verdict is changed to 5 positions of grid drop penalty for car number 794.
As they of course DNF'd. So it will transfer to the next round. Oh, 891 in the last corner, but he managed to get up the racing line, so no need to call for the yellows. By the way, I haven't noticed that, but 731 passed, got past 161, so Mystic Royal team is now ahead of Project A. I missed that personally. Maybe it was on the stream, but of course we are focused also on different stuff, so that's why. Suppose we are there, but it's working on the other stuff. Race direction tends to be quite occupied during the race, so males generally are not the best with doing many things at the same time. Females are better in that, I think. You have a wife, so you could confirm that my girlfriend is good with that. Better than me, surely. I don't know if that's the case for you.
Yeah, and I just posted next incident note. It's
Didn't listen.
nothing, just an incident.
Nothing, just an incident, yeah. Hello, Game Structure on the chat. How are you, mate?
Yeah, if someone in chat has any questions to ask, how it looks, how we are doing, our job. You can just ask. We will try to answer your questions.
Yeah. If you just tuned in, that's race director speaking, and the second guy talking is main steward of this race. So yeah, we are main people responsible for this racing event taking place. So I think we are the best people to ask anything about the series, about the race by itself, stuff like that. Aaron back after his stint. He of course was here during his stint. We could see him driving. He is now in the chat, so surely he's not in the car anymore. Driver, of course, of 98. We are doing well, but getting a bit tired as it will be nearly 10 hours of the race, and for example myself, I'm sitting there for the entire time, maybe 5 minutes of breaks in total to just go to the toilet or eat something. So I'm a bit tired, 2.5 hours left, so a bit to go, but compared to what we had, it's quite peaceful at the moment. Glad you found about our league and stayed with us for the race. Next race, just to let you know, will take place in August. The 6 hours of Portimao will be this little summer holiday round, ending the summer break, and then we'll have a big finale, 24 hours of Daytona during the last weekend of September. So this will be a big one. My sleep schedule is crying just thinking about that, so we'll see how this one turns out.
Yeah, this race will be really hard also for all stewards, because we will have to judge everyone for whole day. So I think night will be really hard for all stewards.
Yeah, but during Spa you were doing well, if I remember correctly. I went to sleep for 2 hours around 1 AM, came back around 3, 4, something like that, and you made a lot of decisions actually. So you did well, but of course you need people available for that. Unfortunately for this round, the attendance is quite poor inside the stewarding area, let's say. So yeah. Also, we have a freeway fight in GT3. 98 and 24 catched up to Overcrest, the car number 20. That will be fight for P27. So turning from two-way fight to three-way fight. Let's see how this one turns out.
Yeah, meanwhile we have next penalty. It's penalty for car number 997 Park Motorsport. It's 3 penalty points and 10 seconds time penalty.
So of course no announcing that via TeamSpeak, no putting the penalty into the server. No need to do that anymore. With this kind of penalty, of course. The teams are still notified about the penalty on our Discord server. If you are not there yet, then we highly encourage you to join. Our Discord server link is in the description. About bringing a team, actually, there will be a possibility to bring a team during 24 hours of Daytona. Wait a second, I have a phone call coming, so okay. I will have a little break. Sorry.
We have another penalty. It's 4 penalty points and 15 seconds for car number 891. It's Kichata Mafia Corleone. It was a multi-class collision. Okay, sorry for the break. I'm just looking for our chat, so you'll give me a second. Now, okay, sorry. Yellow flag in DSS. Green from green. I'm just checking pings on OC Racing. We'll have quite big ping. It's 250 ping. So please try to do something. Okay, so we have a little break from Kamil. We have Strefa Racing off the track. I will try to figure out where now they are, because it's really hard to do everything a lot alone. So it's here. Okay, now it's clear. So we are just going back to the racing. Really sorry for no information, but as I said, I'm doing lots of things at the same moment, so we have to wait for Kamil, and it will be really easier. But I'm looking on the track, and now we have nothing interesting. So if someone has another questions for me, I'm just waiting for you. I will try to answer your questions. We had just some lapping on FLRT, which are on the second position. They're losing only less than 9 seconds to Voyal Racing. I'm really interested how many long stops guys have, because I don't have time to check it, and I'm not sure if all crews makes their driver list with all long stops, so I'm not sure. Don't want to give you bad information, so we have just to wait and look if they will try to pass Voyal Racing in the race. I'm looking for one car at this moment. Okay, I just found car number 891 has at this moment 4 minutes difference between them and the second crew. I think they are maybe with less long stops than 51, but it can be really making strange, because you know, on the previous race, car number maybe also 91, I will check it, just had also 2 minutes of gap for the car behind, so it can be really confusing. Yes, and Sławomir is showing us really nice landmarks from COTA. This tower looks really perfect in this time. Oh, and you can see my car in pit lane. there was a swap in car number 83, so they are doing long stop at this moment. Also in pit we have Voil Racing, and FLRT is now a leader of the race. And I think it's a long stop from Voil Racing because they are just staying for a long time. So, as I said, it should be easy way for FLRT to win this race. But you know, we have lots of time of the race still. It's over 2 hours, so I think first round of previous season just showed us that you can be thinking about a win if you have 2 hours to end of the race, because in last part you can just lose everything with just one collision. And also information from Racing Direction, car number 891 did receive a penalty for cutting. Okay, we have a little fight. OC Racing is trying to overtake Brown GP Endurance. It's only 3 tenths of gap between these cars, and I think we will have overtake. We have 2 wide, maybe 3 wide, because we have a slower car in front of them. I think car number 2, it's Race Spot. Oh yeah, we have a collision. What happened to Brown GP? No, they are going still on the track. So much fortune just on their side, so they can try to get their position back. I'm just thinking if they will try to make a report from that situation, because that was really quite big impact, sorry, but they have lots of okay, we have also 775 of the truck in the SS. Sorry, yellow flag in the SS. Green. Okay, and I'm back. I'm just thinking what happened to 775 in this SS, because I didn't notice if they were in just some fight with another car, maybe some lapping. Hard to say at this moment. They are just lapping by 2 hypercars, and if I will just try to figure out who's behind them at this moment, if there is a PMO or another crew. So anyway, it will be perfect if we can see Brown GP at this moment, because I saw that they are really, oh thank you, they are really close to OC Racing, but they have also a race spot 46. Okay, but OC Racing is in front of them. They are not lapped, so they are trying to unlap themselves at this moment. It's really interesting, to be honest, because we can see that OC Racing and Brown GP are really faster at this moment than Racepot Emeritus, but Racepot Emeritus don't have to let them pass at this moment. They have to overtake the car in front of them and make at least 0.8 seconds of gap in one lap to make the safe gap. If they will not do that, they will have to give back the position to Emeritus. So it's really interesting. Now we have OC Racing in the pit lane, and they just disappeared. If I yes, we have swap, so it will be a long stop from them, and we will just see when the long stop next will be from the Brown GP side. Also, PMO is quite close to Kichata Mafia 775. At this moment we have Foil. Okay, it's Kichata Mafia, and behind them is 49 PMO Red. So I think in maybe 2 laps we will have some trying to pass them. So it will be really interesting fight between these cars, because PMO is a Mercedes, if I'm not, if I'm right, and we have Lexus in front. Welcome back, Camille. So I give you a microphone back and go to my work with incidents.
Yep, what's going on the track, because I'm not up to date. 49 behind 775.
Yeah, we had a
GT3
collision between OC Racing and Brown GP.
Yeah, they were fighting a lot.
Yeah, but
OC now in the
any...
pits doing...
Yes, and also 775 is in the pit at this moment.
Yep, they are pitting now, so the fight is also over. No fighting on the track right now, so brief break for us at the moment. 203 noted what we put in our verdict.
Yeah, and what's interesting, it's not long stop from Kichata Mafia. The driver is still in
that's nice. That's nice. Putting
yes.
Putting Project Endurance logo on the steering wheel. That's nice. We appreciate that. .891 has served the drive-through penalty in the meantime, so Beta Mafias in the pit lane. 2 out of 3 cars from that organization. 2 hours and 12 minutes till the end. Full night at the moment on that circuit, so it won't be getting any brighter on the circuit. Maybe because of the stronger headlights. That would be the only way. But yeah, night is fully on the track.
A little lock up from GLS.
Yep, mistakes don't go around. .820 with a long stop, performed after using back to pits.
Yeah, FLRT in pit stop, so I'm just thinking if it's long stop or just short stop, only for fuel and tires.
But the motor reporter will still pass them, because they are leaving the last corner, so they will get ahead of FNL still. Happening just right now, so 996 into the lead of GT3 class. I think Cubic System is 1 long stop ahead of the other crews.
Yes, it was interesting. The leader is a Lexus, which was really blamed for the pace. Lots of crews said that Lexus is not good car to drive in the races, but at this moment I think these blames were just bad, because Lexus is not as bad as they said. You can just try to win with Lexus.
Yeah, stand up and deal with it. Let's put that in. That blue flag 98. And now Lex is performing the lapping. Great job by 98. Also racing also to let them by, let them through. Hold them safely. That's what I like in those races. What is happening on the track at the moment? I'm observing the circuit. Maybe some teams have blue flags. I'm trying to catch those situations, just to not force teams to ping me 700 times to put the blue flag on some crew. Oh, we had a mistake by second place in hypercar, 51 Apex 1. They were quali bound, by the way, so they were starting from the back of the grid. 4-minute gap. That is the difference between P1 and P2, so a huge difference. Our quali bound crews performing. Also racing is Leppen with 99. That's number P11. 17 is DNF'd. After that, going off in turn 1. And Apex 1 with P2, as mentioned just a few moments ago. Oh,
and
cool.
our stint is
Yellow in the
coming to
penultimate
the
corner.
end. So in few minutes we will have also swap of commentators. So I hope you just enjoyed our job on this last hour, and we are going back to our work in full
In
focus on race directing in silent, and I just can give you any information. I'm preparing next incident note. It will be a penalty for car number 666 Voyal Racing PL. It will be 2 penalty points and 5 seconds time penalty.
Okay, so that's the news that we are going to live with. I hope Luca and Finnick enjoy the break and can bring the best level commentary. Of course, the quality of these guys is all the time on top level. I hope you will enjoy the commentary for the next 2 hours. Have fun, guys. With me was Wojciech Czyński, head steward of Project Endurance. Myself was CEO of the league, Kamil Struzik. See you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Welcome all, and welcome back to the Project Endurance 12 hours of Circuit of the Americas. My name is Finnick. I'm joined by Luca Santorbi, and we are here and we are commentating for the last 2 hours and 6 minutes of this 12-hour race. Hopefully you enjoyed your time listening to Race Direction and Race Control do their commentary, but you're stuck with us again. Luca, how are you feeling after your break?
I feel amazing and back up to energy for the final 2 hours, as we might need them, as obviously in racing the final 2 hours can be the most exciting or maybe even the most boring, depending on what type of racing we have. But I believe in endurance, the final 2 hours are always the most exciting one, as I heard while we were gone, Apex 1 #1 entry has retired from this race. So that's something sadly that we missed, which, to be honest, I would have loved to be here while that happened. So that means Cubic System has now a comfortable lead towards the GT3 pack. And talk about leading, ALT Turtle Beach, our leaders in LMDH, now finally has now gone into the pit lane. So we may have a battle for 91 versus 51 entry at the end of this, at the final 2 hours of this race. So Finnick, I'm ready to see that unraveling.
I'm ready for it as well. I mean, this race has quite a few DNFs that I think were a bit unexpected. The #1 Apex 1 in the GT3 class, obviously, but also the 61 Apex 1 in the LMDH class. Both of those DNFing, meaning that we're going to see some potentially new faces atop the podium, or on the podium in general. As we were mentioning, AOT Turtle Beach versus Apex 1, that is your strategy battle at the moment at the top of the LMDH category, as Cubic System currently has yet to pit on 16-lap-old tires, is in the mix with Warrior Racing PL 666 entry and the 222 FNL RT.
Talk about strategies here in the final 2 hours. I believe with the driver swaps it's still the same as how we left it off. So I believe that now, if anything has changed, I believe there's 3 driver changes per team that you have to do. And with 12 hours, if you count that, I believe it's about 3 hours per person, or 3.5. I can't math. It's 4 hours per person. And if we do this correctly, about everyone does 4 hours. But seeing as we're 2 hours left and there's still a driver swap for a lot of those teams, I believe some drivers have gone up and beyond their times, and this is gonna be interesting to see who they let on the car for the final 2 hours of this race, as with the final 2 hours being, I believe, also the most challenging ones, as it's getting darker here in COTA. Lights are out, lights are shining on the asphalt, and COTA doesn't really have all the track lights that they have, maybe on the corners, but on the straights, here you see it now. It's unlit, and you can only see the cars lighting up the track, as that's, I believe, a LMDH following another one very closely by. But I must say, something I saw a team that's done it special is the Infinite Team Delta GT3 car, which has a light up LEDs on the livery. I believe that green lights up.
Yeah, pretty interesting what you can do in Assetto Corsa now with custom liveries and all that stuff. Of course, Assetto Corsa has a long and storied history of a lot of things, and we have Assetto Corsa 2 coming sometime in the future, so hopefully it's a true successor, unlike what happened with R-Factor 2, and we get some top... that's right, it's getting called Assetto Corsa Evo. So I'm excited. I wonder if they're going to be able to get any of the mod support ported over, although it's probably going to be on a completely different engine, so might not be, but you know, I'm excited for it. I think a lot of other people are excited for it, as we've been Assetto Corsa has been kind of the gold standard for sim racing for self-hosted events since it was originally released all the way back in 2014. It is 10 years old, almost. Really 3.5, is released in December, but
yes,
either way.
Assetto Corsa. I hope Evolution also has the mods. Here's an overtake for P24 overall, the number 24 Braun GP versus I can't really see the car here. I believe it's
Kizia
Mafia
Mafia.
Lexus in the final sector here, following each other closely. I believe also with the lighting here, some drivers might get blinded, but I believe the Lexus has the best lighting out of everyone. There goes out of the way. The Braun GP at the final corner. What has happened there? That's a weird overtake. Has he gone to the pit lane? He's gone. He's gone to pits.
He went to the pit lane.
Wow, that was a late entry. A really late entry.
Very late pit entry.
Okay, so
but
that was an overtake for P24. Sorry?
So as we started the race, I might say we only have 31 entries still out and racing, as 12 hours of racing does take its toll. Mistakes do happen, as well as other forms of equipment failures and the like. Run JP Endurance is back out on track, so that may have been a drive-through.
It started out with 46 teams here. 22 hypercars, 24 GT3s. So interesting to see.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a war of attrition.
10
Sorry, go ahead.
crews. That's something I missed out on. It was a 10 reserves crews. So in hypercars, Kirita Racing Esports, Gnado Bauelemente, the P12 LMDA. Then we have Project A, Metoda and Agloda, who I believe isn't here anymore in the race. And in the GT3s, we have Braun GP Endurance as a substitute, Sim Racing Fanatics Endurance, Rival Racing Team, PMO Indian Team Red, Park Motorsports, Drafer Racing Team, SD1 Vision Esport, and then we have the ones who got the quali ban, the SD1 Vision Esports, the 17, the 51 Apex 1, the 99 OC Racing X Open. Those teams had a quali ban, and this number 157 Pro Endurance team withdrew from the quali, but they took part in this race. So a bit of stuff happening also before said race, and also with the reserve crews. It's interesting to see, just quite nice to see that if someone jumps out, there's always a reserve to jump in.
Yeah, and this is the second longest race on the Project Endurance calendar. Obviously, 12 hours of COTA, and the next one is the 6 hours of Portimao, which is sitting August 17th and 18th, and then all the way in September. 24 hours of Daytona for the 27th through the 29th, starting with that qualifying on the 27th. So, very... kind of a first stress test for a lot of these teams, as it's 3 hours longer than the next longest race, being 9 hours of Istanbul, which was the last race. So
9 hours was always already back then the longest of the season, so now we go with 12 hours. Then the teams have also a little bit of a breathing room. Also, the next one being in August, 2 months from here. And then in September, that's again, I believe, in a month away. That's a little less time to prepare for the 24 hours of Daytona. So if we need to practice for the 24 hours, that's going to be a lot of stress. Also, with only 4 drivers per car, having to split that towards 24 hours, dependence also on where on the world you come from. It's obviously timings for us. For me right now it's 9 p.m. For you, Finnick, I believe it's somewhere midday right now.
it's 3:12 p.m. for me right now. Yes.
Yeah. But that's also a bit of a stress in the 24 hours of Daytona, where some drivers start out at like midnight, but some also start at like 10 a.m. So it's something that we have to. That's also gonna look out for the 24 hours.
Well, on top of the vision becoming a challenging point in the nighttime, you also have to think about the tracks starting to cool down, as COTA is a very large track, and even with what started out as 46 cars on the circuit, we have withered our way down, and things get a bit more difficult to control even after things have been rubbered in. So we'll see how things continue, as we are 1 hour 56 minutes away from the final lap of the race. FNL RT was on the bumper of Loya Racing PL 666 entry for a second there, and then got split by some LMDHs and fell back about 2 seconds. Otherwise, not seeing anyone really close to anybody else on the track at the moment, as we are, of course, in these later hours. A bit of contact, though, between the Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team and one of the GT3s.
If you have issues seeing in the dark, this car might help you see a bit better, as it's a glow-in-the-dark type of thing. And to be honest, as you said, interesting to see what you can always bring in a Assetto Corsa. And here you just see, looking at the car, just so bright. If you lap someone, you already know that you won't be missed visual-wise in the mirrors, as you're literally the glow-in-the-dark situation. That's something to see. But also, Finny, question: if you race for this long, what would you do to keep your attention span for as high as possible for 12 hours? As we just after 3 hours needed a break. What would you, as a driver or as just a team member of the 12 hours team, would do? What would you do?
So, I think I'm a bit of a weird case because I actually like doing long drives, IRL. So really just kind of, and like I'm able to keep my focus for them. So really it's just kind of, and I like grinding in video games. So this is a very similar thing. For me, it's just like have the right kind of music playing, just be like, nothing that's going to grab your attention or anything like that, but just something that kind of relaxes you, keeps you focused, and just keep on going. Like, you get into a rhythm, right, of like you're constantly thinking, you know, about the next turn or whatever, but like eventually you're starting to be able to feel things out quite a bit. And you have to remain vigilant, obviously, so that you don't lose the car, but I think it becomes easier over time. From like a mental perspective, it's the physical exhaustion to me that gets to be a bit much. You know, legs falling asleep, arms getting tired from dealing with force feedback, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Music is for me what keeps my attention still attached to what I'm doing. I believe I must say when I'm at work and stuff like that, if I don't have music, I feel like I work less concentrated as when I have music. And it's in driving and something where you always have to have 100% attention to anything: mirrors, corners, speed, and everything around the car. I believe music is the best thing, but also if I'm driving at long race like these, I'd always love to have someone talking to me to keep me also my head in the game as like a teammate or anything like that. If I start driving solo, I think that's also where my attention will start to drop. And I believe all of these drivers have their teammate talking to them at all times. I don't think there's one that drives solo, so that's something that's good there.
See, with me, I'm kind of weird in that if I'm talking to somebody actively, it distracts me, quite honestly. So like having somebody in call relaying strategy and being like, okay, this is where you need to take the pit, or, you know, discussing small things about the race, I think that's totally something that like I can do to maintain focus. But normally if I want to maintain focus, I don't want somebody talking to me unless I absolutely have to be. And I'm not sure about, you know, the individual drivers in any given scenario, right? Every team's going to have their own different way of doing comms.
Yes, yeah. We've also with messages and all of that. That I believe is the worst you can sadly do with messages, as you have to also fully avert your attention to said message. But I believe none is driving like this. But if they are, I hope that they know when to check, as there are always drivers who, when you get a message, you like, immediately focus to that, even if you're in a situation where losing your attention is not quite what you want. But yeah, that's something with drivers like these, after 10 hours plus racing, you would start to feel your rhythm, as you said. Like each corner just feels more and more easier to do without even thinking. You'll start doing stuff like that. And also when you get in traffic, you already know after a few hours what to do and how to react. And that's, I think, also a big help for the LMDH as well. While you lap someone, you start to acknowledge how each GT3 drives after lapping them like 5 times. You already know, okay, he's gonna stay on the right, he's gonna go to the left there. That's something after long races that you just start to see a pattern starting to create. As obviously humans are the most something that is the most random out of the world, as anything has a pattern, but us humans are the most random being that can happen, that you can do. And but we are so easily adaptive that even after 10 hours you start to feel a pattern is starting to start to happen. And with racing, where you have to keep constant anything, that's where the patterns started to come as obvious as day and night.
And it is a beautiful night in simulated Austin, Texas right now. Not in the real Austin, Texas. It's still it's like 2:20 p.m. in Austin, but simulated Austin is a beautiful night. And Assetto Corsa, I mean, part of it is just the genre. Racing games tend to age decently well. But Assetto Corsa, especially with these mods that we have running, does look quite a bit better than a 10-year-old game should, I think. Especially with these lighting effects for the nighttime race.
These cars feel as realistic as they can. They look as realistic. If you go to an untrained eye, people might confuse this to actually real life. As I actually did ask a few people that I know. I asked about some feedback of the race, and they're like, "Is this real life?" And if I hadn't told them, they would have actually mistaken it. And I can see how you mistake such a good simulation, also such good races with real drivers in those cars. How you can confuse this to real life, but. I would say now ice back to the race as we've gone off topic for quite some while now. FNL has started catch again too. Warhol Racing here to the Lamborghini. Great race from them, I believe. I'd say they were down to P20 or even 25, I believe, at some point during our commentary, and now they're back up to P2 or in GT3 class. If they keep the FNL team behind. But I believe that's the Park Motorsport up ahead, holding the Mercedes up a little. The 3 cars that we have in today's GT3 classes, we also have an Audi. We also have Audis driving, but not today, as we don't have any entrance with the Audi. But here we go. Now we see the FNL
Lamborghini, Mercedes, and
to
Lexus. Lamborghini, Mercedes, and Lexus are what we have at the moment. I mean, Audi and Lamborghini are both owned by the same company, right? So. Same car, right? Right?
No, Lamborghini.
They're both owned by Volkswagen.
Audi is Volkswagen.
Lamborghini's also owned by Lamborghini and Audi are both owned by Volkswagen. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
As is Porsche. Audi is owned by Volkswagen. This is 100% true. I've owned an Audi.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, then. But I believe the cars do handle it different, because I believe when
they're definitely very different cars. It was supposed to be a bit of a joke, but it's interesting because a lot of the modern top-of-the-line Audis share and Porsches share powertrains with the Lamborghinis and vice versa, which is streamline your production. Volkswagen.
No, Ford parts.
Something like that.
If you look at your Aventador, you see some Ford parts, as like I believe the blinkers are from Ford, from like a Ford car, which you can just buy for like £20 if you want. But that obviously you see some companies cheaping out at some parts, knowing that they're owned by the same company. You can fuse them together, as you said, with Audi and Lamborghini having a few similar parts together. But yeah, now with the Mercedes being close as ever to the Warhol Racing .pl car. Into the turn 14 and 15 complex they are now. You see the different line. The Mercedes takes more of an inside line there, while the Lamborghini goes more for a wider, better exit line. through then the turn 16 to 18 complex, which is this right-hander here. I like how in Istanbul it was just a turn. It was just turn 18, even though it was a couple corners. But here in COTA, it's 3 different corners.
Well, it's interesting.
Tracks make it.
Herman Tilke designed both tracks, and the corners are the COTA corner may be a ripoff of the Istanbul corner, but yeah, the turn naming not up to Herman Tilke, and instead we get 3 corners out of it in COTA versus just 1 at Istanbul Park.
I apologize, I believe I just saw for a second. My brain just thought the FNL just overtook, but no, they're still close by together. What do you think you see the Lamborghini catch more time to the Mercedes? I believe the Lamborghini is just in the middle part, but I believe I might be wrong. Oh, there's a mistake from the Lamborghini. That's it, the FNL is going side by side now through turn 10. And he's gone past.
Well, the Lamborghini is faster through the straight, so we'll see how they go in through turn 11. And in fact, a bit of contact between the Mercedes and the LMDH ahead. Lamborghini is a bit faster on the straights. We'll see if they decide to go for the inside or outside move into turn number 12. Defending the inside is the Mercedes. The Lamborghini might be forced outside. Still going to try to squeeze on the inside of turn number 12, though. We've seen the outside corner be better into turn number 13. But instead, the Lamborghini actually maintains the outside line through the exit of turn number 12. Inside of turn number 13 now has the advantage. But turn number 14, they're still going to be side by side. And the Mercedes is trying to eke back the lead. As we look on board, Mercedes ends up just barely ahead as we're into the 16, 17, 18 complex. Very, very dicey there, but the Lamborghini unable to get back the lead that was lost to the mistake in Sector 1.
Yeah, these two have been juking it out for the past couple laps between the FNL catching slowly. You just saw the timing dropping lower and lower, and as a Mercedes, you just feel the pressure getting closer and closer. And once the Mercedes was right up on that gearbox, you just felt the pressure hit that point where the driver couldn't handle it anymore. And out of turn 8, you just saw the mistake which cost that position. And just as you said, little mistakes like those cost you as much as from a position to an entire race. And in that moment, it was a position that cost them, just that slight mistake, which if you do it normally in a race, you just feel like, I just lost like a few tenths, like 2 to 3 tenths, nothing big. But when you're in a battle like this, each tenth counts, even each hundredth counts. So you just don't want to do mistakes like these. But now we're gonna see, now that the Lamborghini is attacking car here, how the tables can be turned here around to the Mercedes. As obviously now the pressure switches side, and now it's on the Mercedes side. And obviously we saw here in COTA the past couple of hours, every time the attacking car had the upper hand, as you can read your opponent just way better being the car behind than being the defensive car. But obviously depending also on how your skill level is, you can be better in defending than racing. And as GLS PXN showed us the first hour, we commentated, was the best defense I must say I've ever seen from GLS PXN. How they grabbed that great defense too. I believe that was the Kisha to Mafia car that attacked them, and it was for about 10 to 20 minutes where they just kept defending, even though they knew they didn't have the pace advantage. And that just shows in COTA just how many different attributes you need to have. How many attributes you need to have to just have a position. As obviously when you go to a person who doesn't know racing, you tell them I race, what they think of is you just press some pedals and turn the wheel. But once you get into the gritty and itty details of racing, you'll notice there's way more than just pressing some pedals and turning the wheel. And that just shows us how much multitasking these drivers do in those cars.
Yeah, it's a very difficult balancing act, and obviously you have to be thinking about things like tires, things like not only tire wear, but just kind of like, here's where my tires are at right now, here's where I need them to be. And pit strategy, where is your race, right? Because you're not going to necessarily have to fight for every position if you're on different race strategies and different pit strategies. And speaking of GLS PXN and Kisita Mafia, Corleone
Yellow in the SS.
creeping up on GLS PXN right now as we see Racepot and Maritos off track ever so slightly, but they're able to get back on and back to green flags. So we haven't seen a real battle in the LMDH category for a while, but now that we are into the closing hours of the race, some of these cars are going to start jockeying for position up against each other. Obviously, GLS PXN versus Mystic Woyol, we saw that earlier in the race, and it was a very good defense from GLS PXN, but Mystic Woyol eventually got the better of them. This time around, they have to defend against Kisita Mafia Corleone, as they ended up disjointed from their teammates in Capone earlier on.
Yeah, with the Capone, I believe it was the Capone car that we interviewed earlier, and they said that they started out on pole position and dropped down. Now they're back at P5. Great recovery from them, I must say. I believe they went even down to P8, so that's great race from them. Even, but that just shows us what a bad stint can do to your race. But oh, what's that? That was the Team Delta Infinite nearly brake checking the GLS PXN car. That was not something the PXN car wanted to see, and now the Kisita Mafia Capone car is about 3 tenths behind, which now earns them the right to maybe have a dive bomb opportunity. Yes, there goes to Team Delta Infinite. Are they having issues? What's happening? Final corner, they had issues, and now in the first corner they go completely off. That's something you don't want to see, but now that earns the Kisita Mafia Corleone car a bit of a chance here to the PXN car, but now it looks like they lost this, now down to 1 second the gap again. I believe there's been a mistake from them. So what has happened there? I believe there's a GT3 behind, in between them.
Yeah, Kisita Mafia Corleone. Yeah, they've started falling actually significantly further behind GLS PXN, as they just ended up on the wrong end of the stick of the GT3 train. Should make up some time on the straights. He's got a bit of slipstream from the GT3's up ahead, but still, battling in traffic, not the most fun thing in the world if you are a prototype driver, as those GT3s, you know, they're trying to get out of the way, but they've got their own race to deal with while you're racing somebody else. Now he's brought it back within a second, but as the timing goes every which way, we see on board with Kisita Mafia Corleone, he's about to get lapped by sister teammate in Kisita Mafia Capone.
Yeah, it's just how much it shows the different cars, and also there's a Corleone car going into the pit lane, so that's gonna be a next pit stop. I believe 2 more to
28
go.
28 laps on those tires, so it makes sense for him to go on the pit cycle. Other LMDHs to pit. Apex 1, 51 entries on 31 laps. Number 16, Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team on 32 laps. Mystic Woyol Team on 33 laps. 24 laps for Kisita Mafia Capone, so they're not going to pit quite yet. And AOT Turtle Beach out in the lead is on 15-lap-old tires at the moment. So the only team currently on fresh tires is Project A, so we'll see after the pit cycle of positions 2 through 4 where things will end up. As we saw, Kisita Mafia Corleone now on fresh tires. GLS PXN Racing 13 laps on their current tires, so they are quite a ways until they're going to pit.
Talking about pit stops, with 1 hour 36 minutes remaining, for the people who are pitting now, how many pit stops do you think they still have left in their stint if long stops don't count anymore, if they only have normal pit stops? I believe with 30 laps per tire, that's about what we say 1 minute 50, about that times 30. That's about half an hour to 25 minutes to even 40 minutes per stint. Do you think they'll do the 2-stopper or count that even up to a 3-stopper?
Well, I think 2 or 3. I think it depends on. I think it depends on if we're going to be able to remain clean throughout the rest of the race, right? Obviously, things can change quite handily if something happens out there on track, I think we're more likely to see 3-stoppers from a lot of these teams, but it could be. It could just be. I nix that. I think we actually are likely to see 2-stoppers. I'm gonna go say maybe 2 more stops for the LMDHs, because you're right. It's about like 1 minute 50 per. So you're looking at, we have an hour and a half left, 45 minutes per stint approximately. So yeah, 2 stops.
I believe the best strategy right now, the team with the best one, is the AOT Turtle Beach car, as they still have about a half an hour on those tires, so half an hour to 20 minutes on those tires. So they could really look at something. As here we see the Mr. World team going for the driver change. Quick one. That was really fast. The car already back onto the grid there. That's just 2 drivers. That's interesting. They just have 2 drivers in their team. Imagine driving 6 hours each, or maybe even 7, 5, depending on how you put it across. That's a lot of time. I believe my longest was about 5 hours, and I was completely destroyed after that. And for that team, they're gonna, if they don't find any drivers for the 24 hours, they're gonna have to split that 12 hours each, and that's not probably gonna be fun at all. Maybe not at once, maybe not doing this back to back, but 12 hours each, that's gonna be like an impressive feat for anyone. And I must say, teams that go for less drivers in that car, that's the most impressive I've ever seen. And we saw that they also have a good pace as well, so it's really interesting to see. I believe in at the start there was only 2 drivers in the OC Racing Open car, while they got podiums or even P4s. So that's just interesting to see how the drivers each split their stints for long races like these and still keep their pace up. As obviously one missed pit stop and your time is completely ruined, and even your race ruined. As look at the camera panning onto the tower there, that's beautiful to see. You said the name of it was the tower.
Well, I called it a timing tower, but I don't think that's actually a timing tower. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, maybe it is.
Up there are spots to watch, as that's just a spot for viewers to go up there. The timing tower.
No, it's just called the COTA tower. It's not actually a timing. So at oval circuits in the U.S., and the reason I called it a timing tower is because at oval circuits in the U.S. there is literally it is a pole with a bunch of 7-segment displays on it.
We have it in turn 11 here.
Do we have one?
Yeah, I think the camera's pointed. No, in turn 14, I believe. I'm sorry. There's a timing tower there. So this track.
Yeah. There's the timing tower. I was like, but that's the thing, is like, to me, it's like I see a tower at a racetrack, I only think of timing towers, right? Where it's like it's visible so everybody can see the order of the cars, as it were. It's especially helpful on oval tracks, especially shorter oval tracks, because there are a lot more lapped cars than you'll see on these longer circuits. Obviously, for 24-hour or for endurance races like this, you get a lot more lapped cars, right? But it's
it is the timing tower. You see it right there.
Yeah,
we have 2 even on this track, on the main straight and turn 14. I believe there are 2.
Yeah.
How many are there? I just saw 3 even. How many are there? That's a lot of timing towers.
There There are probably quite a lot because it's a big circuit and people are spectating from all over the place.
So here going down the main straight, there on the left is the first one. That's, I believe, what you talked about, timing tower. That one is one.
Yeah.
And I believe in each sector is one, if I'm not mistaken. So that's for sector 1. I believe from here you can obviously see the sector 3
Yeah,
one
we can see
over there.
the one. Yeah, we can see that one now on the left side.
I believe going up to.
Do the
sector
Assetto Corsa
2.
timing towers actually reflect the numbers of
They do.
the race cars on the track? They do? Okay.
They do. As I believe now going past the third one, if the camera switches to it, shows us that. We might even see the numbers and the timings on there that exactly we've been talking about here. I believe here in turn 11 is the third one on the inside. No, there's not. I've been mistaken with that one. But there are 2 on these tracks, on turn 1 and like sector 1 and in the third sector. So we're gonna go past it now in turn 12. The closer we'll get, the easier it is to see. While we're on board with the Rojo racing car, showing us a great lap around this beautiful track here in Texas, COTA, Austin, I'm sorry. As here on the inside, there it is, that's the second tower, 21 minutes, 32 seconds. That's a clock, that's a time, 21 minutes, 32. There we see the names of the drivers, the team names even, Beach, Apex 1, Team Sim Dream Team,
So
Capone, project.
I must correct a mistake. I thought timing towers were like a thing that was mostly at American oval tracks. It's actually all over the world. I don't know where I was going with that. Apologies. I may have disrespected tracks everywhere else. But
timing towers, I believe, are always on the main straight, as I've seen in the pit lane, but I believe COTA is the one that also has it in sector 3. So I believe that's actually for the COTA tower.
The reason I think of timing towers as like a US thing is that, like, as we see the ones in COTA, they only show the first 10 races, or the top 10 basically. But if you look at the timing tower at IMS at Indianapolis, let me see if I can find a picture of it. It's really tall, and it shows all 33 spots on the Indy 500. So that's why I'm thinking, like, oh, it's like this gigantic thing, and that's what I associate with it. Because if you look at the timing tower at Indy, it is the tallest thing. Well, not the tallest thing on the track. There's a set of suites that's a little bit taller, but you can see it has all, well, right there on start-finish line has, or on start-finish straight has a spot for all 33 drivers. I do intend to go to the Indy 500 at some point in my life. Indy 500. I was really upset this year because Pato O'Ward almost won, and then no, he didn't. It was sad. That was a very fun final couple of laps to the Indy 500 this year. Highly recommend watching if you haven't, even if you're not in oval racing.
Right, so going back to racing, I see from the timings that the LMDH classes have calmed a little again, but we see here basically the battle for P11, only a lap down. So if if Park Motorsports get past the team here, which they sadly did not after getting that corner cut, you saw them having to slow down to not receive a penalty. So that's how I believe it works here in Project Endurance. If you get a track warning, you have time to slow down to already take said penalty, or if you don't slow down, you get a partial penalty by I believe drive-through after 3 cuts, and the more you get, I believe with penalty points, I already had some disqualifications across the seasons, and even a full team disqualification after getting too many penalty points too early on and being disqualified from the entire championship. So penalty points being something that's really important in racing. and you don't want to catch those. It's not like golf where you want to. It's the same as golf. You don't want to have too many shots on your name. The same thing with penalty points. You don't want too many penalty points on your name, even if they're called points. Those are not the points you want to catch.
So, while we were talking about that, AOT Turtle Beach and Apex 1 actually pitted at the same time. So AOT Turtle Beach now synced up pit strategy-wise with the rest of the pack. The only one of this cycle of pit stops that hasn't pitted yet is the 899 Kisita Mafia Capone car, which just completed 30 laps on their tires. Further back, looks like Project A will inherit third place from Kisita Mafia Capone once they pit. However, they are on a bit of a longer pit strategy. They're on 9-lap-old tires, so still slightly desynced from the rest of the LMDHs, as Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team currently sitting a minute 20 behind Project A. And looks like if we do see a battle in LMDH towards the end, it's probably going to be between Mystic Loyal Team and GLS PXM Racing, as or maybe between Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team and Mystic Loyal Team for what'll be 4th or 5th place.
Yeah, with all these stops being basically synced up, the only 3 teams that are not quite in sync with the top 6 are 899, as you said. The Project A is just slightly above with 10 laps on those, and the GLS team is on 19. So that's whoa! What was that? Ooh, that was quite a brake check from that GT3 to the Apex 1 car. Nice avoidance skills from the 51.
So if you move further
entry.
down, Schalke 1 Vision Endurance is in a battle with Move Center Sim Racing Dream. 23rd place at the moment. I'm taking a look. This, I believe, is a pit strategy difference. Schalke 1 Vision Endurance on 20-lap-old tires, as Move Center Sim Racing Dream is on 5-lap. But they could go for a battle on that position if they so desire, as even on the worst tire, Schalke 1 Vision Endurance is pretty close to that 275 car. You're around with Race Spot Academy.
It's getting closer, yeah, with only 3 times separating these two, and a complete opposite pit strategy between them. There we are now on board with this battle. There we are on the side camera of the Schalke 1 Vision Endurance. Want to have a look on the outside maybe of turn 11, and they are side by side now. Great braking from both of them. There's an LMDH now following the 2, getting now past, but now with the slipstream effect down to turn 12. Who's gonna get the better run? I got my eyes also on the telemetry, so if
For
the camera switches away, I can still tell you what's happening.
and 161, and I advise to look into announcements.
It's now round the outside, they're trying it again later on the brakes, maybe with a down under move down to turn 12. The move center sim racing goes a bit wider, but we saw moves here happening down the inside, but this time we don't. The 1 Vision Endurance staying behind, wanting to maybe have a look later on in the lap. You know, still many mistakes that can happen throughout the lap here. And now into turn 15, both take the same line, same speeds as well. So not quite catching that, but they're about 2 tenths to 3 tenths next to each other. And onto the main straight, maybe we'll see the move happen if now no mistakes happen to the 2 of them. As this is a difficult corner here, the left-hander basically 90 degrees, but still fast. And now into the final corner, also very slower than you even expect. Who gets the better run onto the main straight? It is the 275 entry up ahead who got the better run, but the slipstream, and he's weaving on the straights, trying to break that slipstream. Maybe even warm up the tires, because that was not much of a braking slipstream weaving. Goes more defensive into the inside, into turn 1, but there's a lockup, there's an LMDH just trying to get past those 2 as soon as possible. As they do, there's a team out there for Infinite LMDH behind, going past 1, but having maybe issues with the second one. It goes past now, there are a bit issues as they have to cut the corner, and now through the S's we go. The move center Sim Racing Dream having a bit of an advantage here still. Now the LMDHs, again the Team Delta Infinite trying it for the second time to these GT3s. Who gets a better line? You see this how great the perfect lines they take And now the Team Delta Infinite goes around the outside of one, and now switches to the inside of turn 10 to the other. And there we go. Now it's finally passed. So now the GT3s are back to how they can go. And the Sim Racing Dream Team tries to send it down the inside of the Team Delta Infinite and nearly does it. It's contact on the exit. And that loses time to the Sim Racing Green Team car. And now the One Vision Endurance might have a better run into turn 12 of that, because that lost the Sim Racing Dream a lot of straight lane speed with that touch, with the Team Delta Infinite having to lose out a lot of speed as well. So now they are back about 3 times to each other.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why the LMDH darted to the left there after the turn was completed. Maybe he just didn't appreciate the GT3 trying to get ahead of him, as we actually see Move Center Sim Racing Dream just giving the position away to Schalke One Vision Endurance. I think they may have been served something from race direction for that, as they really just kind of gave up the position without a fight.
Yeah, so now look at the long stops to the cars. It doesn't seem to be updated. So maybe later on I might get updates on how many long stops each one has, but I also have some information on who's driving each car, but until now I believe it's not updated yet, so I'll keep that updated I'll keep you updated later on when I get news from that. But now back onto the battle here. I believe finally the One Vision Endurance is passed after a great battle between these two, but something that we gotta look out for is just later on with these two cars. They have been battling for on the Vision
Yellow on the exit of the
One
SS.
Vision Endurance. Oh, yellow flag, and that's a Team Delta Infinite spun out of turn
Green.
9. We saw that car lapping the GT3s we saw before. There they are now in the back. Team Delta Infinite obviously pushing a little too much, trying to get into the top 10 there. 33 seconds gap to 10th. But yeah, it's just interesting to see how much the drivers are still pushing after about 11 hours of driving, and even if not the same driver, just how much the team's strategy is to push in this long race.
This is I think Move Center Sim Racing Dream is still trying to maybe claw back the position. We saw them regain some time on Schalke One Vision Endurance, so we might see a bit more of that. But yeah, Team Delta Infinite, neither of their cars have been having particularly good races today, unfortunately for them. Sitting in P11 in LMDH, and then further down even in GT3. Yeah, they're sitting 30th overall, so second to last in GT3 right now. So not a great race for Team Delta Infinite in either category, but thus is the way of sim racing from time to time. We see Squadra Corse over crest, now about half second behind on race spot Emeritus. Lamborghini on Mercedes action.
That is them right in front of them into turn 1. Catching it out on the straight. I believe the race spots Emeritus had a bit of a bad entry into the main straight, which gained Lamborghini a lot of time. And also with the LMDH now having to give a bit of an opposite alternative line for the Mercedes, giving more time to the Lamborghini, and now they're having a move into turn the turn 8. That's not quite a move we've seen yet, and it looks like also it didn't quite work out. Now into turn 9 we go. That was turn 7, I'm sorry. Now we're on turn 10. Here we are. And the slipstream still turn 11. Obviously, turn 11 and 12 are the spots where you mostly see overtakes. It's just such a big corner. You have so much space to make a move. Now we see the Lamborghini sweet spot here with the straight line speed plus the slipstream. So we're gonna now look at the distance to the car up ahead. It will close maybe later the ending part of the straight. It's getting closer now. And are we gonna have a move maybe into turn 12? The Lamborghini is already having a look, showing himself in the mirrors, but not quite sure doing the move yet. A bit of an early downshift there, being early on those revs. But now turn 13, we saw moves here happening as well, but the Lamborghini just stays behind. And now into turn 14 and 15 complex. Here we are now. In this left-hander, two lines can be taken here. Obviously, the following car mostly takes more of an inside line to take as much track position as possible. But this time the Lamborghini just stayed behind, and I believe they just want to catch the car up ahead off guard. So when if a mistake happened off the Mercedes, the Lamborghini doesn't have to take
They
quite
might
on
look
the
for a
front
look
of
turn.
line.
They might be looking towards turn 1. Look how close they are going onto the main stretch right now. They see the LMDH behind as the Lamborghini claws ever closer onto the Mercedes. Mercedes going to get a bit of a slipstream from the passing LMDH car, but only for a little longer as Lamborghini decides not to make the move. Squadra Corsa over crest going to stay behind as we move into the S's now. Taking a bit of a wider line, maybe missed the apex ever slightly, but still keeping the Mercedes honest. Race spot Amoritos. They've been up and down the order quite a bit throughout today. The Squadra Corsa overcrest in that Lamborghini continues to move through. We're about to head towards turn 9 right now. They're going to keep each other honest onto the backstretch into turn 10. This is where we saw the Lamborghini try to make a move last turn. It did not work out for them. Instead, Squadra Corsa Overcrest going to bide their time, follow into turn number 11, try to get a better exit out onto the stretch. It looks like the Mercedes gets a slightly better exit, but only so much as the Lamborghini has the straight line speed and the draft advantage. Moving ahead down the backstretch. We see a move towards the inside of turn number 12. Does not look like it as the Lamborghini wasn't able to make up the time. Instead, no, lunges at the very end and they collide! Spun round, race spot Amoritos. It looked like he was just gonna let him go, but very late on the brakes, absolute lunge. There was no room on the inside of that turn. And thus, the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa Overcrest collides with race spot Amoritos and the Mercedes and ends up getting the position, but that does not feel good for this number 46 entry whatsoever.
Yeah, that was not quite the move you'd like to see into turn 12. Going a bit defensive, but the Lamborghini just slightly overshooting the corner and having nowhere to go except into the car, which then results into a bit of an incident. Luckily, the Mercedes spun around fast enough to not suffer too much time, but now they have to suffer with damage, both cars. And while this battle was happening, I had the eyes on the timing boards, and Cubic System has pitted and lost the lead to FNL and are about 10 seconds behind. So I believe with the GT3s, that's about one more stop to go for them. The last stint being a quick one, as that's about half of the stint the tires can do. But now we're here, battle for third overall for the podium in the LMDH between Project A and Keisha Tamafe Capone. Project A, obviously we know that they've pitted a bit earlier than the Keisha Tamafe. The Keisha Tamafe just haven't exited the pits this lap. So there's a bit of scrum with the LMDH, with the GT3s having contact with the OC Racing lifeless car into turn 11. That's lost Project A quite a bit of time, and now Project A has to look for a move into turn 12 to maybe have to push a little to gain back that time. And turn 12 is the time where mistakes happen the most. Like Keisha Tamafe just shows us with that lockup. Obviously, Project A has an advantage here as well, as the Keisha Tamafe has cold tires and need to get them into window, while Project A's tires are still in that green.
Yeah, 16 laps versus absolutely fresh tires. Project A obviously on a different pit strategy than the rest of everybody else, but they're going to keep on trying to fight for this podium position as they fall in behind a little bit as the tires start to get up to temp from Keisha Tamafe Capone. Project A now 2 seconds behind. Moving on to the front stretch. Now pulling within a second, potentially. And towards turn 1.
With these cars, obviously turn 1 damage. I believe none of these have damage from what I can tell. I haven't seen incidents from them happening, but Project A is 16 lap old tires, not 17. Obviously that's about halfway of what the tires can do, so that's still in that green. Tires might start to fall off at about lap 20, as that's where we saw in the middle of the stint, people pitting, and that's Keisha the Mafia. Capone car spun round, and that's a podium for Project A. That's a car they've been battling. I just missed that. It was probably off camera, and that's it. Project A has gone past. That was about turn 7 where that happened, and Project A can now look to maybe nurse the tires into the next stint, maybe to only have one more stop on their name. And if this goes on, the podium might be on their name today. And this being, and I say this being their first race, we've seen this before with Braun GP also in their first race getting a huge result. This being the first race here in Project Endurance, if they get a podium, that's already good for their name, and also just shows how much practice even the reserve teams do. And it's just great to see, even if the chances for a championship battle are gone, how much they push in a race to get maybe even a podium. And Project A shows us what's possible in COTA today.
Yeah, but they still have to go quite a few laps more on this stint and the next stint if they want to be able to split the difference and stay on the same pit cycle or with the same number of pit stops as the rest of the leaders. And, you know, we've seen cars go up to 33, 35 laps per tire. Going up to 40 laps is basically the ask almost for Project A, and it is a very tough ask. These tires fall off a cliff, it seems, and we see cars get really squirrely, and we'll see how level-headed or how cool-headed Project A's drivers can be heading into the final couple of stops. Should be about one more stop remaining for most of these LMDHs as they took stops a couple laps ago.
Well, now obviously last hour of this race coming in soon with 8 minutes, and gotta say, these drivers have been giving us more than 100% this race, and it's just nice to see with drivers suffering from FPS issues to car issues. It's just nice to see that everyone's been pushing till the end, as I believe we're now looking at Braun GP who's in the pit lane. And now this is sadly the car in last place, as there's always one that has to fill up that last spot. Park Motorsport, not Park Firma, that's something else. Park Motorsport car in last place, but obviously, as you said before, bad results can happen anytime. And for today, it sadly is the Park Motorsports team's day to get that bad result. But same thing to say as OC Racing is sadly in last place of the LMDH class. Obviously knowing that OC Racing has a pace to fight for podiums and even the win. Stuff like this can always happen, and it's just the nature of racing itself. Doesn't have to be endurance racing. It can any type of racing. It can always be one result where just one day we just don't feel your best, and it can always happen anytime, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talk about that, but also just 2 of the Apex 1 teams out just DNFing when they've been so consistently good all throughout this Project Endurance season. Although it does look like the 51 entry has the podium in the bag, sitting 3 minutes up on Project A and a total of 2 laps. They're on lap 300 right now. Project A 298 and AOT Turtle Beach 302. As we wind in towards the final hour, FNL RT currently sitting at the top of the GT3 class. Cubic System, though, has been making up time on FNL RT, now on fresh tires. FNL RT still to pit. 29 laps on those versus 3 laps on Cubic System, so Cubic System should gain back the lead when FNLRT makes their next pit stop.
Yeah,
And Warrior racing up PL also to take a pit stop.
FNL is having a mega race today. As here's an overtake for P26. I'm sorry that I wasn't even focused on that. That's OC Racing losing the position to PMO Endurance Team Red here, but now Lamborghini straight lane speed coming back to
inside of turn 12.
Fight them. Now side by side onto the back, straight into turn 12. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? It looks like the OC Racing is backing out. Not quite as confident as other drivers have been in this corner, and they give out to the position and give it to PMO Team Endurance Team Red, which is a shocker to see, as usually OC Racing is more of an aggressive team. Obviously, of that livery, you'd expect them to fight for most of the time, but I believe they're more focusing on bringing the car home safe. With just 1 hour remaining, you don't want to do anything erratic and crash out. And so they gave out the position to a PMO, Team Red.
Yeah, and they're just going to take a pit here as well. So I think that's why they gave the position. They were thinking to go on the pits on this lap anyways, and they just figured that they will be able to get the position back on the undercut. That's 31 laps on their tires going into the pits. PMO Team Red currently sitting on 13 laps. So, as we see, OC Racing Lifeless, it's a drive-through penalty. They're not even taking their pit stop there. I would have taken a pit on those tires and served the penalty that way, but unfortunately for them,
I believe you cannot do a pit stop under a drive-through penalty. So
oh,
even if
you can't just stop to take a however many seconds or whatever. That's unfortunate. All right.
For now,
because they do have to pit soon.
Racing's battle is over.
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate for them.
Eyes on our leading GT3 car here, FNLRT. Finnick has told us here that a pit stop is gonna be soon for this car, losing maybe them the lead. As they are, I have to say, they are right now faster than the Cubic System team right now. Last lap being 2:05.3, while the Cubic System did a 2:05.8, which is something noteworthy. But also after the pit stop of Cubic System, they were only about 6 seconds apart, and now they're 12 seconds. So this shows that maybe if a short stop happens for FNL, and they're only about a few seconds behind, they might have a shot here to fight Cubic Systems for the lead in this final hour. While also behind, we see some gaps closing in, with the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team being about 3 seconds behind, but the Kishita Mafia, to those two, only being 5 seconds, which before was above the 10-second mark. But at the front, something to note as well, the Kishita Mafia Caponca is catching to Project A again after the mistake they've done in Sector 1 during their last battle.
Yep, 16 lap fresher tires. We see a bit of a lockup happen from Project A, so Kishita Mafia Capone gonna continue to try to put the pressure on Project A at the moment, sitting 4.7, 4.9 seconds back. Project A, as you mentioned, very, very strong debut showing for this team, trying to make it onto the podium. They currently are sitting on very different pit strategy from Kishita Mafia Capone as their competition for third place, but also their tires are 6 to 7 laps older than the front runners in the dominant pit strategy of AOT Turtle Beach and Apex 1. So again, they're going to have to go a bit more extended on these stints. Kishita Mafia Capone, they can run fresh tires pretty much twice in order to try to regain this third position. So strategy is going to play a big role as we work our way into the final pit stop of the race in about 20 to 30 minutes.
It's sad to see that I've missed the 300th lap this time for this session, and I was looking out for that, but I guess the battle was a bit more exciting, as we're now 305 laps after the red flag, and this shows that just 12 hours, how many laps that is for such a long track as well. I believe, how long is COTA? About, it's a few good kilometers long, so, kilometers? Yeah, it's a few 5 kilometers, I believe, long, so 300 laps, that's about half 500 plus kilometers.
Green.
I think you mean 3.4 miles.
Yeah, it's America. How can I forget?
It is America. It's about 5.5 kilometers for those who don't speak freedom units. But
well, I don't
still
speak freedom units, sadly, so I gotta go with kilometers. That is about, with 306 laps in this session, about, how can you say, 300 times 5.5. Does anyone have a calculator out? Because I do not want to do that now in my head. But doing it in my head, I get about 1,500 kilometers. That's quite a bit of a distance. Yeah,
1650 kilometers-ish.
That's a bit of a distance they've been driving in these cars. That just shows how, in real life, these cars would also still look the same. That just shows how much the machinery is made out for. Drive this much with cars from the 60s and they would be just disintegrated at the end of this race. But nowadays, just looking at these cars, they are still looking top notch, and that's just interesting to see that how today's age, what technology we have and this machinery we have in today's age. It's so nice to see that these cars are beautifully made for races like these, and also the look. Some dig it, some don't. I do.
The thing is, like, I really like the Le Mans hypercars the first year because everyone looked kind of radically different from one another, which was kind of the whole point. And then as the years have gone by for the Le Mans hypercar and Le Mans Daytona hypercar standards, the cars keep on getting closer and closer to being kind of the same. Obviously, in Project Endurance, we're all running the exact same hypercar as a spec setup, but like things like the wingless Peugeot car for Le Mans, that just doesn't happen anymore. Unfortunately, I thought that was a really cool idea, just making all your downforce underbody, but it was not to be.
Bugatti Bolide, I believe, was also the most my favorite, as it looked more like a GT car in a endurance setting, in a Le Mans LMDH setting. That's with a different approach, and this is interesting to see. But now they're starting to look more and more like back with the LMP1s, just a bit different. That's just sad to see that just what regulations do to the cars, but. With the GTs, there's, we can luckily say different things as you take the road cars, and each road car, I have to say, just has to look different. And it just shows us how these cars look. And as a Team Delta Infinite goes into the pit lane for, I believe, their final stop in the GT3 class, let's see how if they actually keep it for the final one. And we passed the final hour mark, so that we missed, as we're missing any spectacular event timing-wise. And 57 minutes left on the clock. Now it's more of a sprint race. We're now closing in on more usual racing times. So now we might see the drivers push as it's the final stint or the final 2 stints of the race. So we're gonna look now what the timings will look. Fastest lap right now for the LMDH is a 1:49.7, but everyone is running around the 1:51 marks, while in the GTs the fastest lap is a I believe it was a 20. If I go to the Apex one, it was a 2:04.7. Let me see if that's still correct. The FNL did fastest lap 2:04.0. Actually, that's the fastest lap of the GTs. But right now they are not quite. They're not a lot off of that, as FNL last lap did a 2:04.6. So we might see now at in the next stint, in the final stint, some fastest lap come up again, as obviously in the final hours. And in the final hour is where you push,
So-
as it's the final stretch that you want to push it till the end.
AOT Turtle Beach decided to shorten that stint. This is going to be for the final stint of the race. I did a quick calculation. They're currently lapping 1:52.731 was their last lap. This would mean for this pit, this would be their final pit of the race, as they would need to go 30 laps pretty much exactly from this moment on in order to finish out the race. So we're going to see the Le Mans hypercars potentially have their previous stint shortened out and take their final stints now. The only car out of the hypercars top 5 that I see maybe could just go to the end of the race on their current tires is the 899 Casita Mafia Capone, currently on 9 laps, which means that they would be stretching out to about 40 on their current tires if they decide to go in the end of the race for it. Doubt they're going to do that, though, as they kind of just need to deal with Project A, but it could... Yeah, they're nowhere near Apex 1, so I do think that they're going to have to take a pit stop as well.
Yes, AOT Turtle Beach taking a long stop here, the final long stop, so that means the Apex 1 gap will dramatically decrease here. So you might have a battle, or maybe even a switch of positions for the LMDH lead, which AOT Turtle Beach have been keeping for about 4.5 hours now. Depending on where Apex 1 is, I can't really see that. I think they are on the main straight now. There they are, right in front of us. There they are, crossing the final lap now. If they do it 2 more times, they're in front of the AOT Turtle Beach car. But obviously, if the AOT Turtle Beach car is taking a long stop, talking about stops, Project A is gone in as well. So now this is now the battle between Casita Mafia Capone versus Project A. Who is a better strategy? As Casita Mafia Capone does a mistake through the S's, and this cost them just a few temps. Luckily, they weren't in no battle here, as obviously temps can cost you a position, but now the Project A, I think, goes just for a short stop. No, they're going for a long stop. They're gone. They're doing a long stop. So this is a final long stop for Project A. AOT Turtle Beach also long stop. Eyes on the timing to Apex 1. If they cross the line this lap, they'll be on the same lap as AOT Turtle Beach. And then we're gonna see where they come up. But I believe Apex 1 obviously also has to take a pit stop here. And if they take, I believe Apex 1 did not has done all their long stops, so they might be good. As the gap now, no, I'm sorry, Apex 1 is on the same lap as the AOT Turtle Beach. I just switched. They are on the same lap, so depending on where AOT Turtle Beach comes out, this might be a battle here now for position. Also, Apex 1 still 1 stop behind, so they still have to take a stop as well. So even if they come out, AOT Turtle Beach is out. AOT Turtle Beach is out, and oh, that's a GT. He's nearly spinning.
AOT Turtle Beach is now out of the pit lane, going through the S's, and they're about almost not quite a full sector, but pretty close to a full sector ahead of the Apex 1 entry, who still has to take a pit stop. Should be a short stop for them as well. So AOT Turtle Beach, I mean, it seems like they found the winning strategy here. Barring any sort of mistakes from them, Apex 1 still has to go into the pits. They're on 20-lap-old tires. They will not make it to the end of the race on this. And thus, they will lose quite a lot of time in those pit stops unless they're able to really push it, or once again, AOT Turtle Beach makes a mistake. Meanwhile, further back in that P4, P5 battle, Mystic Woyol team and Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team currently sitting on very similar tire situations. 17 laps for Shigalka, Mystic Woyol on 20 laps, so we might see a battle for 4th place moving forward in the race. Otherwise, it seems like our top 3 might be set for LMDH.
talking about if you mean Project A to maybe jump Kishata Mafia, as Kishata Mafia also has one stop maybe left, as if they long stop. If not, Kishata Mafia may have jumped Project A.
Into third place, yeah. I forgot about Project A's pit stop, my bad.
If that might happen, but if Kishata Mafia, as you said, keeps it till the end, they might have jumped Project A, but also with the tire situation. I don't know if Kishata Mafia is how many long stops they have left, if they still have one or not, as the sheet for long stops is not getting updated by the drivers, which would be nice if they updated still for this final hour. We might see maybe some still position changes, as now in the final stint we might see the final positions and maybe even battles for who will come out where. Well, Project A, I must say that's quite a long stop, as AOT Turtle Beach's one wasn't as long as there. If ahead of Project A, everyone still has to pit except AOT Turtle Beach, as they were the ones that came out before them. So Project A is looking for a P3 position here, which is great from them, but they have to go out sooner, else they might get jumped by one. And also here in the back, we're looking at the battle for P20 overall between Kishata Mafia, Lexus versus Move Center Sim Racing Green. We saw them fighting the PRM team, Endurance Team Red car, and now they're fighting the Lexus, which in the final hour, that's nice to see, they've been non-stop battling. And 15 minutes to go into the first sector. The Lexus had taken a bit of a bad line, I must say. As, the Mercedes slides it through turn 7. Now through turn 8 they go. The Lexus is also starting to lose a little bit of grip. Look at the tire strategy between those two. They're both
21 laps on Move Center Sim Racing Dream, and Kishata Mafia is currently sitting at 15 laps. They're on 6-lap fresher tires as they move in towards turn 11. Right now, still better exit from the 275 car as Kishata Mafia goes a bit wide through turn number 11. Still has those fresher tires. So we know the Lexus, as they have it set up, has very good straight line speed. But at the same time, Move Center Sim Racing Dream just had that better exit and better lines through that back stretch.
Yeah, now 48 minutes in the session left. Just out of 12 hours now, now everyone who's not driving anymore can start to take a breather and saying, now we just have to hope for the best for our team. And there's still some battles going on, pit stops battles as well, which will also go on now. But here, between the Apex, the Kishata Mafia has gone past here, and they now have to maybe look, not past, they've lost out, I'm sorry, they've lost out to the moves at the Sim Racing Dream Team because of an LMDH there in the final sector. So there is still good things that can happen for teams that are in battles, as that's the team Endurance Team Red Team, that's the PMO Endurance Team Red Team that goes past there. If they're one lap behind, so that's but one stop behind. So if these two still have to pit, this battle might go on as well till the end of the race.
The Kishata Mafia, I love their livery, by the way, but the Kishata Mafia Lexus has been pretty consistently moving up throughout, making very good moves along that back stretch as they have it set up for that straight line speed compared to a lot of these Mercedes AMGs around COTA. Still into turn number 11 we go. The Mercedes AMG keeping a fairly decent lead, but actually a very good exit comes out from the Kishata Mafia Lexus, and now they're only 0.2 seconds behind going down the backstretch. This could be the move into turn number 12, potentially gaining on the 275, but just barely not gonna have enough space. Still makes the move towards the inside, and then another bit of contact. Kishata Mafia ends up spinning around Move Center Sim Racing Dream. That was a very opportunistic dive. I do not agree with trying to make that move, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a incident there. Not what they hoped for. As I said, final hour mistakes now are. Each mistake now costs way more than if you've done it at the start or in the middle phase of this long race, because you don't have enough much time now to gain or catch back the mistake you've lost. And with these two, that incident they've had, and now Keisha Mafia at the end got that position, even if it has been with a bit of elbows out, but maybe that's gonna cost them an incident point, a penalty point as well. As I said before, penalty points are something you really you don't want to catch.
I think they're gonna have to serve a penalty for that, because they were behind going into the corner. They weren't side by side. The Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team did not have to leave them room, and there was no room for Kisita Mafia, so it's their fault for running out of brakes and trying to brake too late going into that corner. I'd have to assume that they have to serve a penalty after that, because it would not make sense otherwise. So that might actually be all that battle is wrote, if they have to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, now we're here. Keisha Mafia Corleone versus Project A. This is for not for position, as Keisha Corleone still has to serve a stop, but if they play some team games here, they can slow down Project A for the Keisha Mafia Capone car, which is fighting for the P3 position. So anything that these two now do, anytime the Project A loses to this battle, will result in Keisha Mafia Capone's upper hand.
So Kisita Mafia Capone is actually on 1 lap old tires, Project A on 2 lap old tires. So they pitted 1 lap after each other. So Kisita Mafia Corleone, this is actually for position on Project A right now. They were on completely different strategies from their sister team and Capone, and they had quite a few issues staying up with the leaders throughout this race, but now they're going to try to get back onto Project A and get into the top 7. As Project A took a long stop, I'm not sure who out of the top 6 has not taken a long stop yet. Yes, positions 2 through 6 are going to have to take one more pit stop in this race, but it remains to be seen how many of those are going to be short stops versus long.
Yeah, but as you said, this is off a position, and Toro's a long stop. We might see where these two will come out after all the pit stop scrambles, and this will also then maybe change as well the positions. Maybe they'll end up in P7 overall, and maybe if there's still long stops yet to serve, which hopefully we'll get the update soon, we might see these two going for these three actually, talk about Capone as well, for a podium battle, the final step of the podium. There can only be one winner out of these three, and it might be, and it goes right now in the hands of Project A. But seeing as how close Corleone is and Capone's, when we don't know yet where Capone comes out after the pit stops, it's still open as anything, as these 40 minutes remaining these could bring an enticing last 40 minutes of the race here in COTA, and that's just something I love to see for a final podium position, a battle which could end up in tears or maybe end up in laughs. Anything can happen, and right now, as I keep saying, it goes right now in the hands of Project A.
Project A locking up a bit there as they make their way in through Sector 1 and through the S's. Kisita Mafia Capone actually getting some better lines through a couple of these S's, making their way around turn 6 and 7 now into turn 9. Will they try to make a move on the back straight? That is the question. KCT Mafia Corleone lost a
98
little bit of time
flag.
through that first sector. Now about half a second down as they get on the gas out of turn number 11. Looks like Project A had the better exit. Still the slipstream does give an advantage to KCT Mafia Corleone as now they continue to go. I don't think they'll have enough room to make the move. And they decide to hold it back. Project A keeps the position for the time being.
Project A, this battle is gone as hot as it can. None of those want to hope for mistakes. All eyes as well ahead for them as well. They're probably the teammates just telling them updates about the P3 car, the Capone car. And if anyone has information out of these two, it's a Corleone car. I don't know if the teams talk to each other directly, but they might have an upper hand here, knowing their teammates here. And also with 14 minutes remaining, you don't really want to, as I said, any mistakes, you don't want to get them, as you don't have enough time to regain the time that you lost after a mistake. If it's at the start before. If it's at the start of the race, you have enough hours to make up the time that you lost, but now with only 40 minutes remaining, the time that you lose will then be lost at the end of the race, and that's just it's something these drivers now have to look out for. As you can, as a driver, you want to see where you can only improve, but not where if you lose, what you can do about that. So now they're probably going for more safe lines and not so aggressive times, but maybe also we might see some fast steps for drivers who feel confident enough in this final 40 minutes, as Project A goes a bit deep and takes an alternative line through turn 11 to get a good run, which helps them maybe into turn 12 to keep their position. But these two are gonna battle it, and I believe this battle is gonna go until the end of the race.
Blue flag.
Yeah, KCT Mafia Corleone, they're just not getting the exits out of turn 11 that they need. We see that line from Project A once again. They go a bit wide on entry on turn number 11 in order to get the gas down a bit quicker. And they've been able to stay ahead of KCT Mafia Corleone just by pulling a gap at the start of that backstretch. But still, one mistake from either of these drivers could spell doom for their race chances. Of course, this could be a podium contest, but it really depends on the stops further ahead. Project A took a long stop, you have to remember. So if any of these teams placed 3 through 6 take a short stop instead of a long stop for their final stop of the race, it might just mean Project A hoping for a top 5 instead of a top 3.
It's just interesting to see how much in this final 40 minutes can change. And any battles, any tires now. Pit stops are now only for a few teams the topic anymore. The others are now flat out ice cold racing, and this is what we've come up here now. What we signed up for, racing as it can get, the hardest it can get. And these two are showing us just how great it is if you have no more other strategy except position changes, and it's just really nice to see how much they're duking it out here. They're showing us just how the mentalities go between the drivers. If you go more aggressive, if you go more reservant, and it's just so nice to see. Even in endurance racing, you get ice cold, no strategy racing, and that's just the heart of it, the blood of it.
And KCT Mafia Corleone, I mean, we see they make time back up out of that backstretch every single time, but every single time Project A, they just, no matter how close KCT Mafia Corleone gets into turn number 11, they keep on getting the better exit. To me, it seems like KCT Mafia Corleone has to maybe look for making the move a bit sooner in the lap than turn number 12 if they want to get this position from Project A. We see them move down the front stretch now, and once again, just Project A, they seem to have the corner exits on these straights down pat and leave no window for KCT Mafia Corleone to come back in.
Now, look at the rest of the grid as well. There's still some battles that might unfold later on. Obviously, these two are the hottest right now on track, but the KCT Mafia versus Run Vision Endurance is still not over, as they're only about 6 seconds to each other. That's it, the Siakas Racing Dream Team is in the pit lane, PXN as well. Gotta look out if they do a long stop or maybe just a short stop and go out soon as well. So 2 positions these two might take now for the for P5 overall, P6 overall, I apologize.
There's a driver change.
There's a driver change
GLS
for...
PXN just did a driver change.
So the PXN car has done a driver change. There they are back, and now of P5. Shaka Sim Racing Dream Team doesn't look like they've done this a driver change. There they are, they're out now, so that's a short stop. That is gonna shuffle the entire thing up now, as KCT Mafia, as Project A and KCT Mafia are way too far behind. And this means that PXN is gonna get overtaken. And that means Shaka Sim Racing Dream Team is right now still in net P5. Maybe P3 if KCT Mafia and Rojo have to do a long stop. Actually, if Rojo does a normal stop, the Sim Racing Dream Team will overtake them. So, net P4 right now. KCT Mafia Capone is the team that we have to look out for Sim Racing Dream Team. If they want to get the podium now, the podium hopes for Project A are gone. And so, this shuffles everything up. And now it's a battle for P4.
GLS PXN Racing out on the track as well, following their driver swap. So they ended up being a short one of those. We'll see. Yeah, so they're 18 seconds up on Project A right now, but they have much newer tires, 0 laps, of course, to 8-lap-old tires for Project A. Still, positions 2 through 4 have yet to pit. We'll see which ones of these are short versus long stops. Bit of a daring driver change in the last 40 minutes of the race, as KCT Mafia Corleone continues to try to fight for that 7th position. Follows very well through turn number 11, but once again, the corner exit favors Project A. They lose time at the start of the straight, but we see some GT3 traffic up ahead. Might help out KCT Mafia Corleone ever so slightly. Nope, turn number 12, Project A remains in the lead.
This race here. So now, right now, I keep saying it might be for P7, but looking at PXN time, it's now 17.5. It dropped for a second down to 14 seconds. But you said also fresher tires. It's something that might help in their hands. So right now, again, it's for P7. We might not know what 2 to 4 does, P2 to 4 does towards pit strategy, and that just shows how much hope you can get into the final stints. What your strategy, how it will play out at the end of the race. Even if you have planned out, you might not know what the other drivers do, and then in the end this comes out. There's the OC Racing blocking a little the Project A car, which in turn helps the KCT Mafia Corleone car stay up with the Project A car now through the S's. Project A gets a bit of dirty air, slides around, KCT Mafia Corleone catches even more. There are now 2 temps to each other. This is the closest I've ever been through turn 7, 8, and 9. And might we see a move out of the exit through turn 9? OC Racing is still up ahead. No blue flags have been shown to them yet. And now into turn 11. Turn 11 now comes Project A. Down the inside of the OC Racing car, but that in turn, KCT Mafia Corleone doesn't have to struggle to go past, and now it's this drag race.
Please remember
into
that
turn 12.
there is only 22 minutes for your mandatory long stops.
There are only 22 minutes for pit stops, as at the final 10 minutes the pit stops will close, and the Corleone car is right on the rear diffuser into turn 12 of the Project A car. The Project A car goes to quickly past the Project
Oh,
Warhol
Lamborghini spins.
Lamborghini, and it spawns out. The Project Warhol Lamborghini is spun out of turn 13. And now they have to wait. That's for P16 as well. So luckily they have a 3-minute gap, but obviously pit stops for them as well. And they're beached. It looks like they're beached. They're only moving just that slightly bit. What has happened? But they managed to bring it back. That could have ended in heartache in the final 30 minutes of the race. But eyes on Project A. They have gained a second to Kisha to Mafia after the Project Warhol spin. That's really bad for them, as this might mean that the battle for P7 hopes in the final half an hour start to lose their sight.
Project A have been mighty impressive throughout these 12 hours, and they've done a very good job of keeping Kisita Mafia Corleone from being able to be in a position even to make a move, as we saw even through Sector 1 into turn number 11 on the last lap. Project A was just able to keep getting better corner exits on to these straights. The traffic helped quite a bit for Project A as they move in past turn 10, or in towards turn 11 now. Once again, Project A just getting a better corner exit. They've got a draft from the GT3 in front, so they'll be able to stay very much ahead into turn number 12.
Yellow in the S's.
There's a yellow
on the
S's.
S's.
That is Project Warhol again round.
Warhol Racing.pl. Yep.
And looks like they're locking their tires when going through the grass. Are they holding their brakes to not spin the car around? Maybe that's the reason why they nearly reached it. And now it's green again as they're back onto the track, but Ice back onto the Project A and Kisha to Mafia Corleone battle on board with Kisha to Mafia through the 16 to 18 complex. Looks like Kisha to Mafia Corleone is very close, and they're gonna have a move here, and they spin it! They spun it! They're in the wall! That's it! That's a battle over!
Kisita Mafia Corleone just lock up, and they're not able to make the car spin the way they want. They just get a little bit of understeer and oversteer into turn 19, end up right in the wall after locking up some of their tires, and with that, Project A will maintain their position. Kisita Mafia Corleone, no way back into that after the damage to the front of their car, you'd have to imagine.
That has to be a heartache into the second to final corner. They had the move nearly there as Project A has gone wide, but they went just a bit too hard into the corner, locking the rears and then losing it entirely. They tried to catch it and then ended in the wall. In the rejoin, they couldn't get it out of the wall, and that lost them about 20 seconds. Obviously, I'm not saying that the battle is fully over, but for now it's over, depending on if the if Project A also does a mistake, as you just see how fast one of those mistakes can just appear. And now that's the battle for 7th over. Now Ice all over the grid. It doesn't look like any other battles are happening on track, but that just shows that is what happens in races like these, and it just does show that craziness does happen at one moment from another.
Very unfortunate incident for Kisita Mafia Corleone, but they will move on, staying in provisional P8 unless something else happens in the race, as we're on with AOT Turtle Beach, your current leaders. They're on 13-lap-old tires. They took a long stop earlier on as
having issues.
Warhol Racing going pretty slow. They're now a minute back on FNLRT. I mean, they must have sustained damage there, you'd have to imagine.
But this is for 3rd overall. This is interesting. They've lost another minute to Motor Reporter, and that's not something you want to see in the final half an hour. Your car having issues. And obviously for a podium position, you don't want to lose that. I believe the driver in there is sweating. just looking at those gaps. It's now missing one whole team. LMDH is in the pit lane. So gonna look what
98 blue flag.
Project A comes out from that.
It's a cool team. I mean, they're going to take their pit stop here. Apex won on 33 lap old tires as well, so they'll take a pit stop. Kisita Mafia Capone on 25 lap old tires. They don't have to go right this second, but they will have to take another pit stop before the end of the race. AOT Turtle Beach, 14 laps on their tires. They can make it to the end of the race on it. However, they have such a lead over Apex 1. I'd have to imagine if Apex 1 takes their next pit stop, AOT Turtle Beach is going to follow suit just to make sure their tires are as fresh as possible.
Yeah, and now I feel I myself I said it each time. The pressure in the final half an hour is the highest for each one. As you know, you still have a bit of time to gain to your opponents, but also if you lose it now, that's when also everything can go in the different direction. And as drivers push and push, AOT Turtle Beach, for example, is going for lower lap times. The last lap was of 151.5. Right now, fastest on track. Kisha Mafia Capone, P3, second fastest on track, 151.6. And out of the GT3s, we have Park Motorsports setting the pace. Park Motorsports, Cubic System setting the not setting the pace. They have 206.9, while FNL did a 204.2. So right now the fastest is Motor Reporter FNL, while Motor Reporter did a 204.7 last lap, but this lap was a 206.1. So there is still some cars who go a bit faster, but Motor Reporter's eyes are right now on Rojo Racing, who's having issues with their car and spinning it mostly through a few corners. As out of the pit stop was the third spin in
Apex 1 taking their pit stop now.
Apex 1's in the stop now.
So they're going to be able to be on fresher tires than AOT Turtle Beach by about 15 laps. AOT Turtle Beach has enough life left in the tires to make it to the end of the race if they decide not to take a pit stop. If they do, they're going to come out about 30 to 40 seconds ahead of Apex 1 in towards the finish, and they've just had the better lap times throughout the race. Kisita Mafia Capone, 26 laps on their tires right now. They have to take a pit stop. They'll end up behind Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team and probably Mystic Warrior Team as well, based on these gaps. Really, they might even end up trying to fight for GLS PXN Racing in that P6 position, but we'll have to see when they decide to take their pit stop. That will be this Kisita Mafia Capone and maybe AOT Turtle Beach are going to be our last pit stops for the LMDHs as we look back at the
Apex
GT3s. The Apex 1's out?
Apex 1's out of the pit lane.
Apex 1's out of the pit lane, okay. I thought you said out as an out. I'm like, wait, no, not again.
No, they're out of the pit lane, out of the pit lane. In P2 now.
Okay. So they are 1 lap behind AOT Turtle Beach. So AOT Turtle Beach can do whatever they want, realistically, because Apex 1 has to pass them twice. And then looking back at GT3s, because I'm looking for pit stops, the only GT3 that needs to take a pit stop before the end of the race will be the 709 Streffer Racing Team. So PZ2 Mafia Capone going to be the last pit stop for the LMDHs, and from then we will see how the teams decide to close out the race.
Petronas Symphony SD team has been in the pit lane for quite some time now. They're taking their long stop, I believe, as well. They're going to come out soon, as they've been in their stop there for... No, actually, they've just entered. I apologize. They've just entered, and now... No, they've just exited the pit lane. I apologize. So there was about there was a long stop from them as the team Delta Infinite. What's happening there? Is that the Corleone car just pushing the GT3 car just out of the way? That's a bit of a elbows out, but they got past there, so that's through there, but that's not something you'd like to see an LMDH do to you. Here we are now on the OC Racing X Open car in the final hour. Not much going on for them, just doing their laps here. And nice to see that their hopes haven't got given up, as they were last about an hour ago. But with the Park Motorsport pit stop, they've gone up to second to last, which, gotta say, better than last place, but sadly not the result they've been aiming for with the qualifying ban because of penalty points. So the qualifying ban is not what the result they've been looking for here. But next race, we'll eyes obviously on that. Maybe next race will be something where they catch again. Maybe next race will be the same result. But we gotta see how these drivers race throughout the season. Obviously, today being a mostly special day, as many of the commentators also are not having some time. And I see, with some drivers as well, with those many reserve teams, many drivers were not able to go into the car. So maybe next time we'll have more competition again, seeing through the lower teams, or as well as OC Racing and X-Lopen, and also the other OC Racing car. Maybe see some competition from them again. But yeah, today's race, we've seen some teams not joining us, and also I must say, here in the commentary booth, we're also a bit emptier than usual. Usually we have more commentators, so next race you'll hear more voices than this race.
Indeed.
10 minutes for
As
one.
we are
but
with
there is no
OC
stop
Racing
left.
open right now. And they call last couple minutes for the pit lanes to be open for your long stop. Once again, LMDH's KC Mafia Capone has to take a pit stop. They might end up all the way back in 7th place, maybe 8th place, depending on where they come out. But it really depends on how quick their stop is for tires.
Oh, there's a car off. A little information to the number 51 Apex 1 car. It's not a lap down anymore. They're on the same lap. So ALT Turtle Beach has to be careful to just bring it home in one piece, as one mistake can cost them this race win, which they've been aiming for quite a while now. Last race was a hopeful race until they had the issue where they had to retire the car. And this race, with 18 minutes to go, I must say, now we can say that the positions have kind of set themselves up to stay there until the end of the race. So gotta say, this 12 hours was eventful, and the hours that we've commentated so far were nothing less than chaotic. Even this final hour with little battles, we've seen so much information go through with pit stops and all in that regard. That's still a great race. Talking about still information, with Kisha Tamafe Corleone has catched around 10 seconds to Project A after the spin.
Yeah, their tires are only one lap fresher though, and I would have expected after the spin that their tires would have lost quite a bit of their effectiveness, but it looks like Kisita Mafia Corleone have just been able to get more push laps in up against Project A, still 13 minutes down, and we see them going into the pits now. So they will be bowing out of the Project A battle. Not sure if this is a drive-through, if they're doing a pit stop. I'm taking a look at the timing sheets. Does look like they're serving a drive-through.
Drive-through for Kisha Tamafe Corleone. That's something not beautiful. That's something you don't want to see. As we just said, they catch around a lot of time to Project A, and this is all the time they catch gone again. And something I also gotta say, LT Turtle Beach is really pushing their stint here, as they are 19 laps. You said they're gonna finish bang on 30 laps, but if this goes on, they might might be still in those 30 laps, but we've seen spins being more prone to happen after the 20 lap mark, which are gonna cross next lap. And with Apex 1 only being 3 laps on those tires, might have an advantage on just car handling, which in this final 16 minutes we might see something happening there. But also, timing-wise, ART Turtle Beach is still pushing very fast, as they've done a 150.9 last lap, but Apex 1 did a 150.5 last lap, so Apex 1 still not having lost all of their hopes this race for the race win. So we gotta, so that's interesting to see. But also P3 in the LMDH A99, they're also close to the pit stop because they are on 30 lap all tires.
So I'm taking a look at Cubic System versus FNL RT. FNL RT now sitting 7.5 seconds back on Cubic System. They're making up more time on each of their laps. They lapped 0.7 seconds faster than Cubic System on the last lap, 205.243 for Cubic System. FNL RT 204.394. So with that, FNL RT is actually going to be within striking distance of Cubic System by the time we're at the end of this race, and their tires are 6 laps newer. So FNL RT might be trying to make a move at the very end of the race for P1 and GT3.
So that's something you also gotta look out for. 15 minutes left in the session. We're getting so close to the end of the race. Some drivers may have accepted their position. Some drivers, as you said, FNL want to aim for more. There we are now, camera on them. Looking at the laps, you said it already, they're catching 7 tenths, but this lap, looking at now, Cubic Systems did a 205.2, FNL did a 204.3, this time was a 9/10 catch. They are flying on the these final 15 minutes. They are aiming for that. They are only see fire in front. They only want to get that win. They are aiming for it. This might be the first win outside of Apex 1, which has been winning, I believe, each race till now. So this might be the first. This is gonna be the first race where Apex 1 is not gonna take that first place in the GT3 class, but Cubic System was always the closest to get it. But this time FNL is saying no and wants to get that first place, and is catching again
under 4 seconds now.
4.5, I believe it was before it crossing the line. There's some jumps around, but we've around 4 seconds the gap now.
And even further back in 22 and 23rd place, Rivals Racing Team is lapping over a second a lap faster than Move Sensor Sim Racing Dream, despite being on 8-lap older tires. So we might see a move being made there towards the end of the race as well. It's beginning to heat up in the GT3 category. Meanwhile, LMDH, Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team, currently sitting 12 seconds ahead of Mystic Royal Team on newer tires. But things are going to shake up because they're going to move into 3rd place when KCT Mafia Capone makes their pit stop. And with that, all hell will break loose, as only only a handful of seconds really determines the gap between these two cars.
Yeah, now look at the lap time again. Still eyes on Cubic System and FNL. Last lap again, Cubic System has lost about 9/10. What car are we looking on there? There's a car spun. There's a Keisha to Mafia car. Keisha to Mafia has spun, and that's the hopes lost for P20 overall. And that's a PMO. Anyone's Team Red also spun. But who was the car with the broken windshield? It was not the Anyone's Team Red anymore. It was a different car this time. But that is interesting to see. It was the Team Delta Infinite car with the broken windscreen. There we see it now. It's very broken. We saw last time another car with this broken damage. But driving still with much pace. It was the PMO car. This time it's a Team Delta Infinite. But it's suspension damage as well. You see that the wheel is not quite aligned as it should be. So that's something seen. Here we are last place for the LMDH, the Park Motorsport car, 48 seconds behind OC Racing. Maybe still a bit of a hope in that department, but right now only last place. But FNL and Cubic Systems about to cross again, I believe, for the next lap. Let me look at their lap times. Cubic System 2:05.5, but FNL is not catching not much anymore. 2:04.8, not as much as they did last time, but 4.7 seconds between the two. So it's really close in the final minutes of this race.
Further on up, Sugalka Sim Racing Dream Team, they still haven't come in for a pit stop. Are they trying to make this go 10 minutes left? Pits are going to close. Are they going to try to make this, or the Kisita Mafia Capone team, 33 lap old tires, are they going to try to make it all the way to the end of the race on this? And try to stay ahead of Sugalka Sim Racing Dream?
They're about, yeah, this could very well be possible, as there's only, wait, they're next to each other on track, it says. The gap says to me that they're about next to each other. On track, there we are. That's a camera on them. The two up ahead, that's right now eyes on the Shigalka Sim Racing Dream Team. That up ahead was the Capone car. Going wide there in front, that's it, P3. But for us here, it says 1 minute. But for me, in the timing, it says that this is it for the position here. So we have to see what happened. Someone's flashing a light behind. That's
there are different laps on the timing sheets. It's 1 lap plus 1 second. So Sugalka, they're not on the same lap, even though our timing sheet says that there's only a 1 second gap between them.
275 blue flag.
175 gets short of blue flag.
But still, Kisita Mafia Capone, with the pits closed, they're going to try to make it all the way to the end of the race on these tires.
They have
Going to try to make it for the podium.
I have to hope that they don't get a puncture, as obviously 10 minutes is about 5 laps still, and we've never seen a car go above the 33 lap tire life, so something that are worth to watch out for. But Mystic Warhol team P5 is only 9 seconds behind Schalke Sim Racing Dream Team, so the battle for P4 here is also starting to heat up just that slightly bit. But also FNL has stopped gaining on Cubic System. I believe they stopped pushing as much, and look at the lap.
Yeah, they lost 2 seconds on the previous lap.
That was a mistake from them. That's a mistake from the FNL RT car.
Seems to be it, because it was 205.587 for Cubic System versus 207.405 for FNL RT. So they've lost quite a bit of time to Cubic System. They're going to try to continue to push this, because they really want to try to take away this P1. 8 minutes, 20 seconds remain in the race. Mystic Loyal Team continuing to game on Sugalka Sim Racing Dream Team. They have the newer tires by about 5 laps.
This is interesting to see. These guys are going all in. They're fighting it. 7 minutes remaining. It's all or nothing here for this team. FNL 4 seconds. That's the closest they've been so far. They're starting to catch again. Into the final sector they go. The long right-hander. I believe this is... Oh, there's contact! He's been hit! He's been hit! That's an LMDH spun. It's spinning him nearly out. And that's maybe the hopes over. The Patronus Symphony SD car just wanting to go down the inside of their car. And they've contact. And FNL, this is something they really didn't want. And in the back, there's another car nearly spinning. And that's could have changed everything. And oh my god. 7 minutes remaining. FNL now has a 10-second gap. This might be over for them. They were so close. And now all hopes out of the window, unless something happens in the final minutes. But that's big heartache.
Yeah, pushing as hard as they can, and just A little bit of contact with an LMDH moves you sideways through the last couple of turns of the lap, and with that, I don't think they're going to be able to make up this gap in the next 6 minutes, 40 seconds, and 1 lap. As you look further up in LMDH, it doesn't look like Mystic Royal Team will be able to challenge for the position on Sigalka Sim Racing Dream Team either. So barring any mistakes, we might just be looking at our final running order for the race.
And yes, and FNL had gone down back to 7 seconds. It's now up 11, but I believe that's wrong. Obviously it jumps around, but I believe it's around 7 seconds a car. FNL 2 cubic system there, it goes down now. But that incident might have cost them all hope, but it's down to 5 seconds and 8. Is that correct? If it's correct, that means cubic system has
Timing
also
sheet says 10 seconds. Timing sheet says 10 seconds right now.
Isha Tamafia Capone is in the pit lane. How is that possible? I believe
well, they can't do a long. They can't do a long stop, but they can do a short stop. So, I think they really tried to make it work, but they did have a lap up on Sigalka Sim Racing Dream Team. So we'll see where they come out at the end of their pit stop.
They are now stopped. Zooming in on that car. Where they gotta come out, in front or maybe behind the number 16 car. Apex 1 here, P2 confirmed right now for them, as it looks like, if they keep this up.
TC2 Mafia Capone is coming out of the pit lane right now, so they'll maintain their 3rd place position following that pit stop.
There's also, I'm sorry for saying this, there's also the F1 qualifying happening. I hear the commentators there screaming as well. Something has happened there as well, but back on our race here, it is also unfolding. FNL is now on 8.3 seconds to cubic system. They have 4 minutes. If they catch 2 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a minute, 2 seconds a minute, they might be side by side with cubic systems. But this really is if they catch 2 seconds a minute, which is about 3 seconds a lap, and that's not only possible if cubic system themselves make mistakes each lap. So 4 minutes remaining, about 2 laps to go, and this race has been nothing but exciting so far. And with the final 4 minutes, I'm hoping to see a spectacular finish here.
We saw a lot of action when I first came onto the ship, around the halfway point of the race, but as the race has gone on, the action has died down, and with that spin happening in the GT3 class, looks like FNL RT will not be able to challenge for 1st place. They'll have to settle for 2nd. As we're on with Park Motorsport, the last car is still running in P30. But we had quite a few DNFs today.
Yeah, all the cars. This is happening with even our leaders having issues. For example, the Apex 1 number 1 entry having lost their win here, or their 1st place here with a DNF, but also the 2 Apex 1 LMDHs having to suffer a DNF in today's race. The only one that's still racing is a 51 car. The one Apex 1 car that actually did win in China, I think in China, the Apex 1 car won, and that's the Warhol Racing P3 entry, 666 entry, is having 4th spin, but this time with only 2 minutes remaining, I think they don't have to sweat it that much anymore. But oh no, they're having issues with the tires. Oh, careful there, you have to still manage to get it to the finish line. 2 minutes remaining, don't lose it yet. You still have 2 minutes gap to the car, to the next car in position, but you don't really want to lose it that way in the final 2 minutes. You lose your podium that way, I believe you'll be in a different type of book and not in the Book of Champions.
Well, I mean, you could be on the Wall of Champions if you were in the F1 race this weekend.
That's fair.
'Cause-
Well, yeah, the final chicane, Canada. I got it, don't worry.
okay, you know, it's fine.
And Russell
George
got
Russell just
P1
won qualifying, apparently. So,
Where's Fernando?
congratulations to him. I think that's his first pole position.
Where's Fernando?
Oh, exactly the same time as Verstappen, and thus got it first, I would imagine. Okay. Interesting.
Yellow
Well,
in the
with
SS.
1 minute 20 to go, we lost all sense of this race and gone to qualifying of Formula 1, but we gotta now get our minds back in this final minute of the race. This is, I think, even white flag now for our leading AT Turtle Beach car, if I see where they are on track. No, they're gonna go past the second final corner, and about now they're gonna cross the final corner and take the white flag to do the final lap of this 12
Leader
hours
is on the
of
final lap, I
COTA
can confirm
race.
now.
White flag, as we now heard, confirmed. So there we go. AT Turtle Beach has gone. Hey, let's get to Africa podcast spun. Oh, luckily they have a minute left, but wow, they spun it. They just. I'm sorry for that overreaction for a little spin, but I just nearly thought there was a position, but no, PH got it back. 20 seconds left, white flag. So final lap of the race here of this 12 hours of COTA, and it has been spectacular, Finnick.
Indeed, it has. As FNL RT, unfortunately, not going to be able to take their win, or not going to be able to challenge for the win in that GT3 class. The winner will be Cubic System, as AOT Turtle Beach is currently on the back stretch, heading in towards turn number 12 to finish out the race, as white flag had already been gone. AOT Turtle Beach. This is their second one of the season, if I remember correctly.
Now I'm
You were
gonna
saying?
take it away for the final sector for AOT Turtle Beach here. They're now going through the final 3 right-handers. For the final time, this 12-hour race, they've been juking it out, they've been pitting it, they've been doing everything correctly. And now going through the second to final corner. And now through the final corner they go. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief as they cross the line and win the 12 hours of COTA. What a race they have done.
We'll have the race ended.
Cubic System is not far as well. Where are they? Cubic System. Oh, that's them spun, but Cubic System, I don't see them right now on track. They've done a spectacular race. They're also now going through the final couple corners. And it's been a spectacular race. And they're now going through turn 15, I'm sorry. Now in the final sector they are going through the 3 right-handers. AT Turtle Beach has spun. AT Turtle Beach has spun it, but it's not much. And now, believe Cubic System is now going through the final 2 corners. And also they are gonna take the race win here in COTA. I believe that's them up in front taking the line. That's Apex 1 taking
that. That's
P2.
Apex 1.
I didn't like that.
Apex.
Apex 1 for P2. Cubic System is currently getting through turn 12 right now.
I've missed that then, as I believe they've already crossed the line then, if I'm not wrong. So they've taken the line already. Here they are now, turn 13, following the Lamborghini there. Everyone is already going in formation. After this long of a race, everyone can now sigh a breath of relief. Say it's over. 12 hours behind the PC, 12 hours behind the car. And also with different teams, people can cheer, people can cry, but this race was extreme in every sense. Cubic System now through the second final corner. And now through the final corner, Cubic System goes to cross the line, to win the GT3 class here in COTA. Congratulations to them. They've
Okay,
done a
everyone,
spectacular
past the
race.
start finish line. I will keep that as short as possible. Thank you for participating and not rage quitting during that. We had a lot of issues. I am aware of that. I hope we will be able to fix those problems ahead of Baltimore. And yeah, have a good night rest. I'm going to sleep because I'm dying literally. See ya.
As our race director saying goodnight to everyone and saying that he's dying. You heard it in his voice. He was also powered out. He had to watch this entire 12-hour race and do a 1-hour commentary sit here. And that was it for today. COTA, thank you so much for this race. Thank you so much for everyone watching. And thank you, Felix, for joining me today in the commentary booth.
Thank you, everybody, for watching, and until next time, my name is Spoon Finnick, that's Lucas and Torby, we'll see you around.
You can disconnect from TeamSpeak, by the way. Good night.